and my axe.
Hello, 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 everybody. Good afternoon. Legend of Kage, V2 Turtles, Pass, GOG, MVP, I'm Not Llama, Smolder, Bentonia, Sherix, Foggy, Black Farmer King, Remo Chap, Relaxes, Barabarat, Tech and Sly Guy, DFS, MVP, Narcs, Hobocop, Newbie, Peter, Pateri, Fonzie, he's live, I am live. Soderbergh, how you doing? Godric, hello, hello. It's time to become the minion, Gruthvac. I don't know what you're talking about, okay? I don't know what you're talking about. We are not the minion, my friend. We are the commander, okay? We are the leading rank in an elite fighting squad, okay? We call the shots. There are no minions in this build. There's just mercenaries and there's us, you know? Mighty Bolpy, hello, hello. I will root for you this league start to win. I don't know what we'll be winning, but I appreciate it. Have you seen Ziz's video yet? We have not. I have not. We're gonna start out this stream with watching Ziggy's video actually, but Ziz has got a good video. We can check that out as well. We are the commander. Exactly. Just two buddies hanging out. Yep. Mm-hmm. And AG's inspectors. If you have an extra couple gem sockets, I mean, they're technically some free power. But they're basically not even there, you know? An ally build. Yes, an ally build. Exactly. An alliance of elite fighters. You know what I'm saying? Elite domination. These are words that can describe the situation. Do you think you can win the challenge against Connor with your full damage Merc as Luminary and Valders? Penguin, I appreciate the sub. Lance, I'm watching the video. Can you pause until I get done? No. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't pause to that. It's a long video. I finished the build guy. It's like 40 minutes. Okay, so before they did the nerf with the thing that made it so mercs don't bypass one of the worst Valdo mods. Before they did that, I thought I had actually some pretty good chances at beating the challenge. With that nerf, I technically the bet is no longer the one agreement was the caveat that the merc could get around that mod. That's when I was agreeing to it. I don't know if I want to agree to it now that the mod's gotten changed. I'm a hell of a lot less sure. That being said, there might still be a chance because I feel like we could scale the merc damage kind of to the moon. But I don't know if I want to agree to that wager because I'm way less sure in this situation. I still probably will want to do a wager with Connor. I don't know if I want to do that wager though. Maybe I'll get Connor to agree to it. Well, he would never agree to this because Connor's he's kind of a chicken. But I would maybe agree to a wager where it's whoever completes the thing out of the other's comfort zone. So for me, it would be Blasted Monolith. But for Connor, he'd have to do a voided quad ghost tormented less damage map, right? So I'd have to complete like the DPS check, and he'd have to complete the you could lose your character check, which I feel like that would be an interesting wager. But he's not going to agree to that because he's afraid. But if he agreed to that would be interesting, I think, because that's something where he doesn't know he can beat it, and I don't know I can beat it. You know what I mean? So you're trying to ruin Connor's league? Listen, that would be a pretty good clip. That would be a pretty good clip, would it not? Connor voiding. Listen. Just think about how much value we've gotten from void clips. Okay, think about the number of times Sushi died to void, me dying to void. Like void clips are fantastic, especially when it's a very valuable character that goes down. You know, that's when you see the soul get crushed. That's when you see the joy vanish from their voice. You know, that's some high quality clips right there. I'm just thinking about the content. Because that is definitely a content angle. Maybe when Connor gets to chat, we'll propose it to him. We'll propose the alternate challenge to him and see if he's interested. Hey, Weezy, how you doing, man? Not bad at all, Weezy. I locked in my starter. Hell yeah. What's up, Gradak? What's up? I don't know if anyone would take that deal. Anyone would take that deal? That's an interesting deal, though. Because that more evens the playing field, you know? Put the other person in an uncomfortable situation. Are you going to watch the Ziggy D video? Yes, we're going to watch the Ziggy D video. The POB in your mobile X doesn't have the better trading link in the notes. It should. Let me check real quick. So if you look under mid game, there's a better trading here. Let me import real quick and see if the notes section got deleted somehow. It's right here. Just do a random import. It's right here. Yeah, you're just mistaken. You might have like an old cached version of the Mobilytics page. Sometimes people have like previously loaded the page, and then whenever they click the page, it keeps giving them the old page. That could be maybe one of the issues, but it is updated. It's also under the, if you click the mid game gear section, it's right below that as well. It's there. It's in the notes section as well. Offline chat will be a wall of emotes that Alweezy deletes. He's not gonna delete Conga Riot, okay? A lot of people love the Conga Riot emote, okay? The rioters, you guys can, you're protected. You're protected. Okay, all right. Let me pause this or mute this. Pause. Yeah, pause is fine. Let me make sure YouTube chat can hear. Guys, we are gonna watch Ziggy's video. It is a rite of passage. It is a rite that we all share, where we get to look at a little inside look at the new gameplay, thanks to Ziggy flying on over because he lives kind of close and giving us some footage. And hopefully we can ascertain and answer the question, are Mercbots OP? Now, full disclosure, because I knew I was going to be making the build guide video today on the Luminary, I did look at the footage to examine the Luminary footage, so that way I could give proper updated information based on anything I learned there. There was a few things we learned. We're going to get to that section. We'll go over it. So I have seen some of the footage already a little bit. Normally, trust me, I would watch the video, guys, first time, blind with you. Yeah, I kind of cheated on you guys a little bit there. Not going to lie. I did watch it. I did do a little bit of pre-watching, okay? I am sorry. But I think we all can agree it was for the greater good. The greater good of the video guide for the Luminary being more accurate and up to date. So it was for a good cause. For a very important good cause. Never mind, guys. Let's go to another chat. Whoa, chill, relax, chill. Fake reactor? Well, I'm not gonna be a fake reactor. Well, there's generally a lot of cool stuff in here. And also I didn't hyper analyze a lot of the stuff aside from the Luminary stuff. Like I basically just spent most of my time just kind of clipping through this Luminary section. The other stuff, not so much. The other stuff, I literally like, when I say watched, that's kind of a loose term. It was more of listened to. Let's just put it this way. When I was taking a shower this morning, this was the audio during my shower. I was listening to it. I actually didn't see most of this beginning section. So keep that in mind. Okay, random side note. I know Ziggy's literally said nothing at this point. I also technically looked through some of the Reddit responses, and my word, there's some papagas. They're like, how dare GGG fly Ziggy out? How could they do this in the shower? Well, no, this was after the shower. This is when I was going to the bathroom. You know, I had, you know, the little bit of don't worry about it. Anyways, point is the Reddit comments were just unhinged. We don't have sound. Oh, good call, good comms. It was a good thing I paused. The YouTube chat was there to tell me we don't have sound. All right, yeah, you should have sound now. Fixed. All right, anyways, let us continue. Let's get Ziggy.
A chance to play and record a run on 3.29 Curse of the Allflame. Do keep in mind that this was recorded more than a week before launch, and I already know of some things that have been changed and iterated on, and I'll note those as much as I can, but expect everything you see here to be non-final. Especially balance and tuning of the league mechanic.
No YouTube sound? Okay, there should be YouTube sound. YouTubers, YouTube enjoyers, is there still no sound?
Playing right in the middle of some pretty major innovation passes on that in particular.
Oh, this poor guy, man. He's currently on fire. YouTube chat isn't real. There is sound. Well, I need somebody from YouTube to confirm. Not sounds good now. All right, cool. Cool.
Sort of.
So with the return of Mercenaries to the game, which I was a big fan of, and the reveal of the Luminary, the class that lets you hire them permanently.
Oh my word. Oh, I am so ready. You guys see that? How good does that look? You guys see all those sockets? Oh, give it to me now. I want it. Long gone are the days of being tortured by not being able to swap gear. Oh, finally, I don't have to search the vendors just for specific colors to get my 3-link. Oh, they look beautiful. Magnificent.
I, of course, decided to take a run on Scion to see how she...
They start as whites. Yeah, the bait, they are... You could still get stuff with random colors, but they're weighted towards being white. For example, like, let's say you had a strength chest piece with 200 strength attribute. Every time you chrome it, the sockets have like 90% chance to be red. It'll be like that, but every single gear piece is weighted towards being white sockets. But even if they are, like, even if you have a red socket, you can still socket other things in that socket. The key piece being you get an advantage if a red socket is in a red, if a red jewel's in a red socket, you get 10 quality. Flying Monkey, appreciate the sub. So it's such a cool change. Sockets still matter without it being hell when you're going through the campaign.
Did fare in the campaign with the mercs. More on that later. I really had no plan whatsoever for a build, so I decided I'd transition into handcasting spells pretty quickly, since that was a big focus of the balance changes, and the early game spell buffs looked pretty good on paper. Finally, we're free from Magma Orb. Now, you can't really comment too much on balance from a single run like this, but I did have a pretty good impression of my run with handcasting spells throughout the campaign. Is he handcasting?
Yeah, he's handcasting.
First up, let's talk about the sockets. If you missed the announcement, you might be wondering why there's so many white sockets on the gear that I'm finding.
Oh,
well, white sockets are now the most common socket color, and gems can be equipped in any socket color. There's no restriction.
Just out of curiosity, his damage seemed okay on lightning tendrils. I just want to see real quick. Whoa.
If you missed the announcement, you might be wondering why there's so many white sockets on the gear that I'm finding. Well, white sockets are now the most common socket color, and gems can be...
Yeah, I had 5 mana on kill. Lightning tendrils level 4, 1 to 14. What is lightning tendrils currently at level 4? Just gonna like do a little quick comparison. I still think the Yeah, it's very different for the early levels. Or not, sorry, not very, it's very similar is what I mean. 1 to 13 versus 1 to 14. Spells that are still, like, spells that are bad leveling now are still going to be bad leveling, most likely. Like, this does not change too much for the early spells. Spectro, we stick it with Spectro. We stick it with Spectro.
Equipped in any socket color. There's no restriction there. You can put a blue and a green and whatnot. The green, red, and blue sockets can roll on gear or be rolled with the now more rare chromatic orbs, but they aren't necessary. You do get a 10% quality bonus to the socketed gem for matching the color of the gem to the socket, which for some skills that can be quite impactful while leveling. My experience was that at very low levels, for about the first 2 acts or so, the gear was almost entirely white socket. And then from Act 3 onwards, items with 1 coloured socket started to become fairly common, with the occasional 2 socket appearing in the later acts. And from what we've seen in the previews, endgame gear with 2 to 3 sockets should be pretty commonplace and achievable. An important note here is that coloured sockets did appear in vendors, and while I didn't really need to do it, if I had struggled to get a blue socket 3 or 4 link for my main skill, I could have easily done that with a bit of vendor shopping, or indeed the gambling worked too. Chromatics are indeed much more rare now. I think I ended up getting maybe 5 or 6 in my run through to the end of Act 8. Though a couple of those chromes likely came from my slightly excessive time spent in the League mechanic. I'm not exactly speedrunning these hands-on playtests.
He's just trying out skills.
My guess is that chromes will be a bit more valuable than Chaos Orbs at League start. And I could...
5 chromes through 8 acts. It's not just 8 acts, guys. Ziggy, like, pumped the League mechanic. Did you guys see how much gold he had? At one point, I didn't like fully examine, but there was one point towards the end of this video where I like paused and I looked at his gold count. He had 200,000 plus gold for a character that hasn't finished the campaign. That is insane. Gold isn't like a 1-to-1 perfect correlation of how much loot you dropped, but it's like a decent like indicator that he was doing stuff that drops the loot. and he only had 5 chromes. So chromes are gonna be pretty rare. chromes are gonna be pretty rare.
I even see them like increasing or keeping the value quite well as people start needing more and more of them to try and chase getting quality on more of their support gems to further optimize their late game characters and squeeze out the little bit of extra damage.
Okay, back that up. I want to look at that little fight that just happened here. How quick are these? It's just basically just popped and instantly killed the mobs.
A bit more valuable than Chaos Orbs at League start. And I could even see them like increasing or keeping the value quite well as people start needing...
Was that just that he just killed like a couple mobs and
League start? And I could even see them like increasing or keeping the value quite well as people start needing more and more of them to try and chase getting quality on more of their support.
So they just have like things that you can just pop real quick, get the charts. This will be pretty easy. Like this doesn't seem like this League mechanic takes too much time in terms of like if you want to just pop the chest as you go, because you don't have to like fight and there's no delay to pop the chest. The kills are just some extra loot, right? Yo, Barbers, what's going on, man? How you doing? Classic Ziggy. Well, Ziggy's mostly like when he goes here, his primary goals are test the new class, test the skill balance change, and test the League mechanic. You know, which he can do all of that in the campaign. So, like, let's put it this way. If he showed up with this opportunity to try some new stuff and get some footage of the new things, and all he did was speedrun the campaign, we'd have way less freaking information. So it's like
gems to further optimize their like.
Granted, you could probably have a player who maybe plays a bit more efficiently and still gets the same amount of intel, but he's doing some pretty ideal stuff in terms of recording footage of the new things that got changed, essentially.
Game characters and squeeze out the little bit of extra damage. The socket color change was a huge improvement to the leveling experience in a few interesting ways. So there was just a lot less gear lock-in. That's the main thing that you would expect here. It was just much easier to swap items, and I did so more frequently as a result. That's a really good thing, I think. It makes drops more exciting, rather than a chore while leveling. I also just had a much wider range of gear that I could look at too, because not only
Ziggy, what the hell are we doing? Just a random little side note. My man is just flame dashing around. He has a shield. Does he not know about the best movement skill in the game called shield charge? What is he doing? You know, I think I know why he's just shield charging. He has like 17 skills. He's Storm Burst, he has Fireball, he's Flame Wall, he's Elemental Weakness, Orb of Storm, Spark. He's ready to combo gameplay.
Restricted by getting the correct colors for your skills and your supports, which seems crazy now in hindsight.
You had to fight before the loot came out, right?
You have to get the 4 specific colors you need. It's amazing how my perception has already changed.
Whoa, 6 socket? What the hell? Why is he getting a 6? He's in Act 3, right? This is Act 3.
Just from playing this change once.
That can't be
this
legal.
also meant that you can use different attribute type gear much more easily.
He has 2 6 sockets. What the hell?
So your overall gear pool is potentially doubled or even tripled in the campaign. At least
Are we going to see somebody with a 5 link in Act 3? Are we going to see somebody with a 5 link? Like, what the hell is
in
that?
those first few acts where attribute requirements are low. In addition to that, it was just a really fun change. You don't normally get to play with quality on any gems while leveling a fresh start. You know, gem cutters prisms are not exactly flying
10
around
quality
at low
on shield
levels.
charge.
But this change makes it very easy to
ready.
get 10% quality on a few of your gems. And some of those can be pretty impactful. Like Spark, for example, I used for a while. I got an extra projectile out of that 10% quality, which felt really nice. It didn't completely trivialize the whole socket aspect of the game. I still did have to consider sockets a bit, whether I should use a chromatic orb, for example, and nicely statted 4-link, or whether I should go for a worse item for the quality bonus instead that, you know, had the socket color. And bases still mattered past Act 3 or 4 when defenses start to get more important and when the attribute requirements started to get higher as well. And thus the socket color bias comes into play too. Chromatics are guaranteed to give you one colored socket on an all-white item. Like that first chromatic you use is always going to change it to a colored item. But that does mean because of the attribute requirements aspect.
Lance, do you think Valark is bad on Assassin? Assassin's quite good. The Bifurcate is going to make Assassin a premier spellcaster ascendancy.
You'll want to be careful when using a chromatic orb on an item with the wrong attributes for the gem that you're trying to get. There's no point chucking a chrome on that, you know, pure armor-based 5-link. If you need a blue socket, for example, there's a very low chance of getting it. Overall, this was a banger change from GGG. It's just a real nice improvement to every leveling run we do from now on, and that's...
I don't get how an endgame a proper aura bot with 300 aura effect and stacking lots of auras is worse scaling than flat fire damage from a flame link. Even with the pen, do you have any calculations done? Have you done any calculations? So you can just look up the numbers on anger. You can look up the numbers on wrath. You can look up the numbers on smite. Keep in mind, a merc doesn't have a ring that says 200 lightning pen. So like, let's say you invest into a bunch of aura effect and you have 2/3 of the damage you're giving the merc bot is lightning. That's a hell of a lot efficient than fire damage just because there's a ring that gives the bot, the merc 200 pen. So also just look at the base numbers of Flame Link. Like when you're talking about I'll do this real quick, but we're gonna get back to the Ziggy video after real quick. All right, real quick, we'll pull up Wrath. Look at the numbers at Wrath. A level 40 Wrath on average is giving you 350 damage. Level 40, 350. Okay, keep that number in mind. Level 40. You're not getting a level 40 Wrath on an aura stacker, but pretend you do. 350. 300 aura effect time. If you multiply that, let's say you have a 300 aura effect, which you don't, and let's say you have a level 40 Wrath, which you don't, you have like what, a 1300 damage aura. Okay, that's assuming a level 40 and 300 aura effect, which you don't have. But if you have a Flame Link, a Flame Link is at level 20, 200 base damage, which it's pretty easy enough. If we assume you're getting a level 40 Wrath, you have Empower, you have maybe a plus level item. Let's assume you have a few levels on Flame Link. You're talking like 400 damage at level 26, which is like a number you can completely hit. There's a node on the tree that gives plus 2 levels, for example. About 400 average, way less investment to get that. But more importantly, you'll notice there's a line right here which says 5% of your maximum life. 5% of 20,000 life is 1,000. So your starting number is 1,400, which that's a way easier thing to do than to get a 300 aura effect aura bot. But then on top of that, this node, Golden Glory, you can easily get 200 buff effect, which takes this 1400 number to 4000. And it's all fire. It's not Wrath. It's not Smite. It's all pure fire. 200 pen versus flats of other elements that don't freaking have 200 pen on them. Way more effective damage. All right. So if you can't imagine why that might be better, you are a lost cause. I tried to break it down. Do some math on your own time. But I'm telling you, Flame Link is ridiculous. Whether or not you think it's ridiculous, that's I don't really care if you think it's ridiculous. I try to lay it out as simple as I could. Well, we're watching the Ziggy video.
That's good. Campaign improvements are very good.
You there? Parlay! Let's talk!
So let's talk about the first part of Curse of the Allflame charts. Unsurprisingly, the league mechanic for Curse of the Allflame reveals itself to you shortly after leaving town, though I was surprised by the big old boat that just pulled alongside the cliffs there. That did catch me off guard. With basically no preamble, Valerie's like, yo,
how do you get 200 pin? Enmity's Embrace. Very free pen. You just have a bunch of fire res on the Mercs gear. Enmity's Embrace is like a pretty big opportunity cost for a normal build. On a Merc bot, you have a lot of extra free suffixes to just throw on fire res everywhere.
I like the way you kill Exile. Come aboard and I'll share the spoils of the entire ocean with you.
Wait, back it up.
Yo, I like the way you kill Exile. Come aboard and I'll share the spoils.
Been watching you rip and tear your way up the coast. You're a knack for carnage. I could do with a first mate of your caliber. Last one wet himself soon as the steel started singing. Bloody embarrassing. What? So I had another guy. He freaking sucked. I just threw him overboard. You want in? Listen, we gonna make some money.
The entire ocean with you.
If you're so inclined, climb aboard. If not,
level 2, yeah. This is. We've literally killed like a couple of level 1 zombies. We killed a couple level 1 zombies. Valerie's like, hey, that guy. I see a lot of things in his future. That guy could be a great first mate.
bugger off.
I find it particularly hilarious that about 10 minutes after we've been exiled, we just get on a ship and in theory could just sail away from Rayclast and the entire questline and story of Path of Exile.
Holy.
But Zana did call it perfectly 6 years ago.
But it wasn't enough. They kept going back.
Dude, I remember this freaking trailer. When they did this trailer for Conquers the Atlas, I was literally like, yo, they're talking about me. That's me. Wait, what?
Over and over, again and again. There was
such a good
inside them
trailer.
that could never be satisfied.
So, of course, we do continue to prove Zana right by ignoring the chance to, I don't know, retire to like a cozy island somewhere, to instead go and loot the entire ocean floor to increase our power. So right off the bat, Valerie gives us the first of our many charts.
You're
that
a
we will
hideout sure.
find.
What do you mean?
These are little mini maps.
I've been in so many maps. More maps than you watch your mouth. All right? You watch your mouth. All right, so we can put the contract thing in.
That we chuck into the bathysphere. This hopefully implosion-resistant Orbu thing that you can jump in.
Well, yeah.
And the idea of the charts is that we're charting the charts. So we are to go explore the ocean floor in that area around the bathysphere.
Yo.
You're given a limited number of all-flame lanterns, which you can plant down in the water just outside of your current bubble. You can use like the hotkey to place it with a bit more precision, or you can enable...
I think I'm going to innately like this mechanic because the ground is sand. I don't know if this is going to sound weird, but every time you're in a zone with like a sandy zone, I'm just happy. You know, beach, outside, sounds like some good. It sounds like it's just a nice vibe. Would you want lunch? Sure, I would take lunch. Bro is the opposite of Anakin. What do you mean? I feel like this is gonna be a good situation. Okay, you're 6 feet deep under the ocean. Yeah, but I can see that the floor is sand. All right, and that evokes some good emotions. You know, brings them out.
An auto place thing that happens when you just run outside of the bubble. You can even use a movement skill further, and it will still just place it behind you. These all flame lanterns create a new...
what did he say right there? Hold on, back that up.
or you can enable an auto-place thing that happens when you just run outside of the bubble. You can even use a movement skill further, and it will still just place it behind you.
Okay, so he's gonna move out.
These all flame lanterns.
Okay, so it's not like you can secretly use, like, to place it further, but it doesn't really matter. It still gives you a pretty big radius, because, like, this thing's here and it reaches all the way across the screen. That was in the reveal. Well, I didn't know if it was confirmed that you, like, if you could, like, forcibly place it farther to try to, like, cheese some more exploration. We're just going to set it on auto. I mean, friggin' who cares?
Create a new safe zone to explore, and you can go into the water, but you do drown after a few seconds. It's like 5 seconds or something. Basically the same mechanic as the drowning orbs. But in this case...
Don't say drowning orbs, Ziggy. Don't say drowning orbs. That just activated, like, there was like 10% of the population that was open-minded about this mechanic. He said drowning orbs, and every single one of those people just decided they hate the mechanic. They heard the word drowning orb, and they're just like, I am out! But it's nothing like drowning orbs, right? It's not like there's freaking orbs that spawn underneath you and chase you around. It's just, you're out in the freaking, outside of the radius of the all flame lantern things, right? It's like completely different.
Not chasing you. Well, not yet. Your objective is really simple here in the charts, and you can do it as quick...
Whoa, back it up, Ziggy.
Well, not yet.
Guys? Okay, it does not place it where you were previously. It doesn't place it at the entrance. You can do the movement skill thing. You can't... Look at this. Look at this footage. Look at this footage. He's here.
Mechanic is the drowning orbs. But in this case, not chasing you. Well, not yet.
He flame dashes. Earlier, he said it would place it right here, but it doesn't. It places it right here. Farther, right? Anyways, we're gonna auto. We're gonna set it to auto anyways.
It is really simple here in the charts, and you can do it as quickly or as slowly as you like. Just place all of the all flame lanterns. There's no time pressure at all until you place your
It's next to the other bubble? Okay, back it up. Maybe you guys are right. Is it next to the other bubble? Let's see.
And mechanic is the drowning
orbs. Is it placed to the closest bubble?
But in this case, not chasing you. Well, not yet.
Okay, this bubble is here.
Your objective is...
All right. Fair enough. Yeah, that is kind of next to the other bubble. Either way, auto. We're going to set it to auto. It covers a huge area. There's no way we're manually placing this.
It's really simple here in the charts, and you can do it as quickly or as slowly as you like.
The footage
Just place all of the all flame lanterns. There's no time pressure at all until you place your very last lantern in charts, because the bubbles only start collapsing when that last one is planted.
Yeah, it's
so you can take your time up to that point. It's not like Breach or something where you need to clear very fast. The bubbles collapse from last to first, with the idea being that you fight your way back to the bathysphere and then use it to leave. But you can also just quickly slam down the lanterns in a circle around the starting bubble if you want to just chart really quickly. You can easily speedrun these and bypass the collapse escape aspect too if you like. You just make sure that your last lantern is placed close to the bathysphere anywhere, and then you're already there and ready to extract right away.
The slow in the water looked heavy. It reminds me of action speed slow. I wonder if we can get around it with like action speed immunity. Actually, let me back it up and see if it's like a debuff. When he's out in the bubble real quick, because he goes out in the bubble in part of this footage.
Your objective is really simple. Place all of the all flame lanterns. There's no time pressure at all, really as you like. Just place all of the charts, and you can do it as quickly.
Yeah, there's a debuff.
Or as...
It's right there. 5-second timer. Use a divine shrine to not drown. Well, I imagine if you get action speed immunity builds might be like feel really good in this mechanic, because it means you can just kind of run through way more consistently.
Slowly as you like. Just place...
All right. Back to the present day.
But you can also just quickly slam down the lanterns in a circle around.
You die after those 5 seconds? Yeah, but part of it is it's clearly affecting the action speed of the character. So I think action speed immunity might counteract it, I think. For the slow part, you're still going to die if you stay in there for 5 seconds.
The starting bubble if you want to just chart really quickly. You can easily speedrun these and bypass the collapse escape aspect too if you like. You just make sure that your last lantern is placed close to the bathysphere anywhere, and then you're already there and ready to extract right away. But if you want to get some more loot, you can approach it a little differently. The lanterns have another function here. If there is a special reward, usually something like a chest, somewhere within 2 or so screens of the lantern, it'll point a ghost flame arrow in its direction.
Point me to the loot.
Gameplay flow here is pretty easy for charts. You run to the edge of the bubble, slap a lantern down. If there's an arrow, go that way and look for the loot, slapping down more lanterns as needed. If there's no arrow, you just run a little further or in another direction and slap those lanterns down to track some more down. You kind of play this little hot and cold game, and you can do it really quickly and smoothly. There's, I think, at least several treasure chest spots in each chart as well, so you can go in pretty much in.
Or the blight boots. So when I've seen characters go in there, it looks like it slows down their cast speed and abilities. So things like blight boots, which set your movement speed, would not work against the action speed if it's a pure action speed debuff.
Any direction, and
which, for all we know, it might be like a it might have like a higher override, and even if your action speed immune, you still might get slowed.
Lantern will probably point you to something pretty quickly.
It'll work that way.
There are some charts that are a bit more extra special with some bonus encounters in them, or extra monsters. These usually have like gold text underneath their name. When you place the last lantern in a chart, something else special happens. All of the...
Yeah, that was a 5k chunk of gold there. That was a 5k chunk of gold, and he's like, what, a level 50 character or something?
The dropped loot, even from chests, is vacuumed up and it spirals out on the boat after you leave. So 2 notes on this firstly. If you don't kill or loot anything when you extract, there won't really be a loot spiral. I know some of the devs are a bit worried about this because...
NVIDIA fixed. Is this the thing that they've been like talking about for forever? That they kept saying was a NVIDIA problem?
People will be like, oh, they'll see the loot spiral and like, this mechanic gives no loot. Well, like, you know, that part is just the loot vacuum at the end. It only has loot if you effectively put loot in it. But the side effect of this pretty nice quality of life mechanic here is that it makes the extraction process just much more fun. I was really surprised how much I liked this. I found myself rushing some loot chests, like doing a little bit, and then for the rest of the chart, just intentionally leaving stuff to kill or loot on the way back. Especially if I felt like I was going to be backtracking or something like that. So it's easy to look at that loot and think, oh, it's weak loot, but it's not exactly the primary loot unless you play it that way. You're also picking up stuff into your inventory normally when you're doing charts too. I won't comment too much on the overall loot from charts as it's being...
Okay, is he saying that all the loot gets vacuumed, like you don't need to pick stuff up?
Iterated on a lot, and that's, you know, one of those balanced things that they tune right up until the last moment, potentially. But there were like a...
No, okay, he has this stuff here, which he had... There's more stuff that he left on the ground. Only after the last lantern, okay.
You know, one of those balanced things that they tune right up until the last moment, potentially. But there were like a mixture of chests that give specific categories. Like there was chests that dropped tons of rare boots or jewelry. There was ones that would drop...
Okay, so if it's during closing, I'm following. Okay. So basically, don't leave something on the ground because you want to hear it ting twice because it might just disappear.
Ones and bows and other ones for melee weapons and chests, etc. All that sort of stuff you'd expect. There was also unique versions of those too.
Yeah, he has 259,000 gold. Like, what the hell is that? He didn't even finish the campaign. That is crazy. That version? No, it's just, he just farmed that much gold from running the mechanic. That's a solid couple of hours of mapping. No, 260,000 gold without exiting the campaign is crazy. Like end of campaign for an entire campaign run. What is it normally at? Like what? 30, 40K for a normal campaign run? Like, yeah, he obviously did the league mechanic and he full cleared a decent amount, but that's still like literally so much more gold. Like 100K? Nah. You don't get 100K in the campaign normally. That's wild.
So you'd get specific unique types from certain...
I had 120 in Mirage, and I was doing every Mirage. And Mirage is a crap ton of loot. I don't know, man. That's crazy.
chests, and, you know, of course, some currency chests
100K
and things
way
like that.
overkilling?
And
Oh, for
then
sure.
some special extra things that you could find here and there that are unique to the mechanic, including something that gives you, or various things that give you the ducats, or ducats.
Hold on. Back it up. What's this loot looking like? 21 chaos. He said he had 5 chromes. He must have already used them. 3 gem cutters, 6 baubles, no annuls, no divines, 21 chaos, 16 vals, 9 scours. His Alks over here, 6 regrets, 11k all flame juice.
Including something that
Onslaught helmet? Yeah, he's got Edge of Madness, Pillar, Doadries, Sadima's curse thing.
gives you, or various things that give
From
you the
Sorrow.
ducats, or ducats, I think it is. Those are to give you the special crafts with the crafting system. Also, potentially, and
You only went to Act 8? Yeah, I know. He's kind of crazy. Columns ring, yeah. They could have given him 200,000 gold in the account. He didn't have 200,000 gold in the account. I mean, you go, I'll just skip back to the start of this video just to, when he's in town. 38 gold. They didn't give him 200,000 gold. He literally just got the gold from playing the mechanic. Like,
in charts, especially later on. And the way I ended up leveling after a while was just to power level and gear in some charts, or
can I share my web for damage calculation? I don't know what that means, but I don't too much care to look. I mean, I'm pretty set on what I'm gonna do.
or a voyage, which we'll talk about later, towards the end of an act or so, because, you know, then you'd have about 10 charts or something ready to go.
Send him an
And
ad. No,
then I would just blast an entire act's worth of campaign zones quickly before going back with some more charts to repeat the process. I will say this is definitely going to be one of those league mechanics where you can just do a little bit of it to boost yourself, to get a bit of a taste of how it works as you're leveling, and then return to it at endgame if you want. It would be pretty easy to double or triple your campaign.
What mercs can I look at that'd be good to use? Mobilytics, I list a few different attack mercs that are good. I generally would recommend attack mercs over spell mercs. Spell mercs are probably fine during the campaign, but they will fall off in comparison to attack mercs as you get a better and better, like, Flame Link, because their effectiveness is worse. Holy, wait, he has a whole little, he got a whole little calculator to put it different numbers. That's hilarious. That is hey, I think there will be some people that appreciate that plenty. I am not necessarily one of those ones, but there will be definitely people that appreciate that.
If you got, you know, particularly excited by this mechanic as you're progressing.
Can we see the link? Yeah, let me permit him. Permit. Bloody. For the guys that were curious about the he set up a little calculator for the Flame Link, and you can type in some values and stuff to kind of try to get some comparison. Lance likes to bait himself blindly. It's not blindly, dude. That's freaking, those things aren't remotely close. Like, there's some things where it's like you may need to, like, punch in a calculator to be like, okay, I'm not sure. It's very close. They might be not, but it's Flame Link's just, especially on League Start, not freaking close. Late game, I think there's more arguments for investing more into aura stack, which if we end up going towards an armor stack setup, we're going to invest more into some aura effect scaling. I have some plans for that, but a lot of that depends on what items exist. Like, for example, if Shav's Ivory exists, oh, power will be unlimited.
You get plenty of access to it. But in general, I don't think you should feel like you need to do every chart that you find. And certainly, I recommend saving them up to do in batches rather than doing them one at a time. Otherwise, you're going to be leaving every zone to do a chart. And it's much nicer to do.
The things Lance will do to avoid Coruscant Elixir? Listen. If it exists.
Like 10 of them at once. There's a good gameplay flow to that. The process to, like, repeat and chain them.
How are you getting 20k life, though? That's not League Start viable. I'm assuming you're like behind in the VOD probably, so you're not going to hear this response until later. But when the guy was asking me about 300 aura effect, I'm not going to give him a comparison based on a League Star character, because 300 aura effect doesn't exist on a League Star character, right? That's a character that has freaking 15 introspection clusters. But that's why I was giving the 20k life number. On a League Star, 10k life is literally just, do you have a Calm's Heart and some basic rare gear, which is still very strong. Way freaking stronger than Anger, Wrath, and Smite put together.
It's really smooth and fast. There's also a pretty generous level boost on lower level charts used in the later voyages. Kind of the same way how things like the Temple work, where it takes like the minimum level and boosts it all the way up to the maximum level within a certain range, that sort of thing. So unless it's like several acts.
All right, sorry, Ziggy. I need to rewind you real quick. What the hell what were you saying, Ziggy?
There's also a pretty generous level boost on lower level charts used in the later voyages. Kind of the same way how things like the Temple work, where it takes like the
15% gain life is extra. Voyage modifier will be revealed once charted.
Minimum level and boosts it all the way up to the maximum level within a certain range, that sort of thing. So unless it's like several acts out of date, that chart,
that's nice.
Most of the time you'll be able to use them in a voyage later with no problems. Overall, it is a bit like Delve or Temple in that way, but it's much more accessible and quite a bit juicier than those mechanics are in the campaign. To actually get those charts, you get them in regular content. In every zone, you can find at least one chart through these mini league encounters. I think they said maybe there'd be like 1.2 on average per zone, so occasionally you'll get a second one. There's 3 different types of these little encounters in zones. These Curse of the All-Flame encounters, I guess. They each do something special as well, or several things special. The Brine Rot Ambush chest gives...
Okay, so Brine Rot Ambush we just always do while campaign running. Unless we're like about to leave the zone, because permanent possession is like definitely worth the time loss to get that during campaign. That's crazy.
To a buff that gives you extra gold.
Oh man, that's not fair. He had possession for Brutus.
Drops. Not too exciting, but I did notice the chest would quite often drop me some decent loot and currency. The coral thingy that you can click on gives you a buff that makes extra crabs spawn for you to kill on rare and boss kills. You don't really notice this too much, but I can see this being a really nice one at endgame because, you know, it's going to synergize with Beyond and pack boosting and on kill effects and stuff like that. And there's also a
Ghost should persist across zones since Mirage. That's for like non-temporary things. I think for this cursed treasure, he said it was permanent for the zone.
A cursed chest, my favorite. It possesses you with a tormented spirit after you open it. And that one can be really fun as it's like a perma shrine.
You misheard. Okay, here's the thing. He showcased footage of the torment. He showcased the torment, man. And then he was talking about the other thing. He messed with me.
For the rest of the zone, all of these buffs last.
You want an emote, Epsy? Is this related to boats? Sebastian, you want to add the crab, Epsy? You want another crab? All right, fine. +1 crab. +1 crab to the emotes has been added.
I need a monk.
I need a monk.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Good afternoon, user.
Throwing a factor meal in between
Holy,
leftover pizza.
that's too many green beans.
This is the grilled chicken breast, garlic mash and green beans. I added extra seasoning to the green beans, and after slicing the chicken, put a nice drizzle of the custom-made ranch. This stuff is dense and strong. I'm sad I only have a single small bottle of it. I'm gonna have to start ramping premium ranch production.
You're gonna have to have a whole ranch production factory lineup type of situation going. Ranch on chicken. You can put ranch on basically anything, man. Anything and everything. That looks horrendous. There's some chatters who do not like ranch. The chicken, I would eat the chicken for sure. I'm just a green bean hater. I do not like green beans. I would eat the chicken for sure, though.
For the rest of the zone too. These things also come with some extra monster kills too. The coral always has a few rares around it, for example, but in general they seem to drop a fair bit of stuff, and one of them, I think maybe the cursed chest, would drop weird items that broke the rules. Maybe they all have stuff like this, but I couldn't quite tell what it was just from my limited experience. But for example, the cursed chest I think were giving me 6-socketed items at really low levels, and I think I got maybe 2 good 5 links from those chests, so I think there's some, you know, kind of little subtle thing.
Okay, so he got one from the Act 6 one, which maybe is guaranteed. This is where we've gotten a guaranteed 5 link before.
Things going on there, that maybe they can do special things to loot. That sort of thing is fun, I quite like it. Anyway, I'll get back to Curse of the All-Flame and the Voyage mechanic a bit later, but first let's talk about my Luminary.
He already had a 5 link? Yeah, he got a 5 link in like Act 3 or something.
experience. The early hand casting leveling experience was quite smooth overall. Between the buffs to the spells, the quality bonuses, the easy socketing, and the plentiful loot from the League mechanic, I was cruising. It's not exactly like the Path of Exile 1 campaign is very easy these days, but I didn't feel like punished at all for, you know, not going with an established leveling strategy and experimenting and messing around. I made a concerted effort this time to not overlevel and skip a fair bit of stuff when I was running through
I can't trust somebody who has screen shake on. Does he have screen shake on? You know what that probably is? He just has some like default computer settings at GGG. And he probably didn't really realize to change it. Would be my guess. I doubt Ziggy normally plays the screen shake. It's just whatever was the settings on the computer. He's just logging in and playing.
zones. It's been a trend for Path of Exile 1 for a while now. I think that you kind of need to take this approach or you'll get very overleveled from League mechanics. I intentionally tried to not make myself too OP for Labyrinth as my first mercenary test. And after an uneventful Labyrinth, I did get the new Ascendancy, and you only have one choice from Normal Lab, Noble Blood.
Oh, guys, do you guys look how good that looks? 3 Ascendancy choices, and one of them's OP as hell. Oh, yeah, Luminary. That's us. That's us. Oh, I can't wait to click these first 2 points. I'm freaking ready. I'm freaking ready, man.
Course, which lets you permanently hire a mercenary.
You mean 2 Ascendancies in 1 minion build? I am telling you, and I don't really care if you believe me, Luminary, not just as a merc bot, but as like a basically any other build in the game, is still one of the strongest Ascendancies. It's like the power you get from the items you can put on a mercenary, plus the other stuff they have here, is extremely strong. Whether or not you understand that, not my freaking problem. We'll play some builds based around that as well.
Now, it obviously doesn't do anything for a minute, but GGG added some scripted guaranteed mercenary spawns in the campaign, and the first is in the Scepter of God. Most people tend to ascend right before Scepter of God, and that's a good idea here too. I do recommend that approach. So I grabbed that final trial in the gardens. Make sure you have the waypoint for that zone.
Okay, I said this in my video. This is one of the reasons I watched the video.
Most people tend
prior to the stream start. They have the Merc right here, which is like right next to the opening of Scepter of God. I do want to go back in time and chat with Ziggy about resetting the zone a couple times so we can know for sure whether or not it's guaranteed to be close. But there's maybe a chance that it's just always at the entrance and we can reset at the entrance and it's not actually going to be a pain to find like a halfway decent Merc early on.
To ascend right before Scepter of God, and that's a good idea here too. I do recommend that approach. So I grab that final trial in the gardens, make sure you have the waypoint for that zone, and then just go.
Holton Files V2. Guys, stop acting like Holton was a freaking crime against humanity. It's a very normal mechanic to reset zones. It's been a thing in ARPG for forever.
Ascend right then and there. I have no idea if it's always the same mercenary for these scripted encounters. I'd expect probably not, but mine did spawn right next to the...
Do the Pinnacle boss nearby and places work on Mercs? I believe they work on Mercs and AGs, unless they changed them this coming patch. Which, as far as I know, that hasn't been changed. So you can still use the Pinnacle mods, which are very strong.
Door too. I don't know if that's just lucky or by design. Hopefully by design, because that zone's massive. My starter merc was a very basic Ripper mercenary. Pretty much one of the weakest possible mercs I could get to start with early on
Ripper
here. But even then, it's still a vitality aura and a guy that fights things for you. If you didn't play Mercenary League, you hire by pressing the hire button and then beating them in a duel. And do beware, as you progress, some of them, like
Mercenary banner decoration now available in your hideout. Ooh.
I think the Chaos Damage Over Time ones, the Arc Mercenaries, I remember, could be pretty deadly. I did get bopped by 1 or 2 of them in the campaign, but many...
Do you drop light radius stack if you swap to an armor stack merc? Do you drop it? I'm leaning towards you never drop it. I think it's too much flat. I think there's going to be situations where you're going to want to balance some level of aura investment with some level of light radius investment. You have to, you do not have to. I think that's just incorrect. You only have a unique ring and weapon? Correct. There is, okay, first of all, unique amulet you can lose and still be 200 pen capped for the ring. The harder part where it's like will feel bad to drop is the helmet, which maybe potentially you can transfer it and shroud it and then brick corrupt it. That might be possible, but like the value you get from the flame link, I think it's just more powerful than the value you get from the uniques. It's kind of how I'm weighing it out, but we'll see.
Of the mercenaries like this guy are pretty easy. Now, with the new redesign re-implementing mercenaries, most people, when they defeat this mercenary, will just hire them for that.
Defensive stats. He has 1,300 life in Act 3, baseline 0 res. So he's got a lot of life. His baseline regen is insane. He has 300 regen. How the heck does he have 70 movement speed? So he has like some baseline movement speed multiplier or increase or something. He has vitality. That can't be all of his regen, though. There's no way he's giving our character 300 flat regen in Act 3. If his vitality is giving our character 300, like he's got to have regen from his own like stat line for sure. Because that's just the most insane regen aura for a level 30 freaking merc. Vitality is like 50 in Act 3. Well, that's my point. Is like unless his vitality aura is like way more juiced at this point, which would be weird. He must have like some higher baseline regen.
Zone. They will go fight them for the rest of the zone. Though GGG did mention in the Q&A that they were going to maybe.
And then we get the stat line. Yeah, see, the stat line doesn't make sense to me. If he has 1% regen on his defensive stats, but he has 300 regen, like they're not telling us the whole story here. They're still hiding stuff from us. Because this math is not mathing. It's some extra bonus regen out of combat. Ah, okay. Because otherwise, it's like the 1% regen would be like 13 flat regen at this point. Where the hell is that flat regen coming from? Okay. So some secret out of combat regen. He has Resolute Technique. Why the hell does this guy have Resolute Technique? Okay, well, that makes sense. Why this guy's dangerous for evasion-based characters. Some strength, some index, and he's giga invested into percent life.
Try and make them work for multiple zones in the campaign. That would be very fun if so. But generally speaking, you get them for a short time to fight for you.
141% increase. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, I don't know. Those baseline stats are looking pretty good.
And when you do get them that way, they are really strong. I'll show you a bit of my dual mercenary zone clearing later on. But the Luminary is, of course, a little different. You get to keep that mercenary as long as you want, and you can upgrade and change their gear too. Now, a full guide to the mercenary mechanics is way too much for this video, but if you're coming from having played Mercenary League in the past, the biggest difference here is that the Luminary has to get points on their tree to enable the use of uniques in certain slots, and importantly, unique chests.
I wonder if every merc has different stats, so we have to look for a decent one too. Different types have different stats. But I believe the same, like if it's an 83 kineticist, its baseline stats will be the same as an 83 kineticist. It's not, I don't think that stuff's going to be randomized. Oh, easy. You think it will be? I don't think so. I think it's just going to be the skill gems, skills, and stuff like that.
Particularly problematic with Doriani's prototype, are not available. You cannot have those on mercenaries at all.
What do you think about Red Blade Banner?
Even without
it's
the unique
solid.
chest, there is a lot of fun stuff you can do with mercenaries.
Rare shield's good,
both
but
with
you can use
unique
Red Blade
items
too.
and with rares too. They can be strong enough to clear and boss for you, and some people will build support characters to support their mercs, a valid playstyle. And there is just an endless combination of support and utility effects you can build them for instead if you want them to support you. Personally, I loved mercenaries, wicked mechanic.
Valid playstyle. Do you think he's like disgusted as he's saying it under his breath? You think Ziggy looks down on the merc bots as some lower life forms? You think that's what's happening? Where's Ziggy approved? That didn't sound like approval. He sounded like he was disappointed.
I think the Luminary is one of the most flexible and interesting ascendancies in this game. No other ascendancy can be upgraded and customized with gear like this, right? It's easy to think of it as like, oh, because we had Mercenary League.
He tried not to snitch. Yeah, he didn't use Flame Link. I didn't see Flame Link at all during this video. He didn't showcase like proper merc whatsoever.
Right? Like, I can't help but think that a lot of people just see Mercs as a nerfed
He was just playing his like Stormburst, and he just had a dude just like next to him, basically.
version from that one league where we all had them and could equip them with all the uniques for free, right? But they're not really nerfed as I see it. We were never going to get them in that way again, after all. I mean, for the best. It would be pretty bad if every single league we were basically expected to make a Doriani's prototype mercenary or suffer not having triple damage, right? It'd be bad for the game long term to always force them on everyone.
Delete it.
But this way with the Luminary is very cool. I see it as Mercs buffed.
In my actual beer, appreciate the sub. I want to see, he does fight a boss with this. I want to see how much damage the Ripper's doing.
From not existing,
even though he has
as
like
a build
no
mechanic, to all of a sudden becoming an incredibly flexible and powerful new archetype that spans potentially like every playstyle in the game. There's a billion ways you can build Luminary. Super cool. Anyway, I digress. Back to my leveling experience. The first Merc was pretty terrible, but I think even like that is pretty comparable in power to some Ascendancy's first 2 pointers, right? Like, it's only, that's 2 passives, and that's still a pretty good thing. You know, you get like an aura and a utility skill, and
I'm trying to like look at footage where he's not attacking.
Still a pretty good thing.
He's like he stops attacking at the end here though, right?
You know, you get like an aura and
okay. Go here. Playback speed. Okay, so this is his Merc attacking. He hits, does like what, 1% damage? 2% damage maybe with that hit.
And my axe.
And then he hits again. Looks like he has got some bleed going here. Does another like 2% damage. Ziggy's not attacking. Yeah. It's bleeding. He does some other useless ability.
I kill some stuff.
And Ziggy finishes it off with that guy hitting too. His Merc had probably trash weapons. Yeah, he had trash weapons. He wasn't flame linking. And he had like a bad Merc. This Merc does not like attack much and do good. It doesn't have good mechanics. Your current Merc will help you get a new Merc? Yeah, exactly. You can use it for future hiring. So you always hire the first guy, and then you'll start fishing for a better guy, essentially.
That's pretty good. That's before you even start to consider what you might do with gear. But the good news,
I think I'll be happy with a 5-hour campaign. I think these Merc bots are gonna be way fast. Like, I think they're gonna be some of the fastest league starters. Like, if you get a kineticist early and you properly support it, like, you're gonna be just sprinting through zones. Do we know if we can reset the scepter? We don't know for sure. Ziggy had the opportunity to reset, and he did not check for us. Curse you, Ziggy! But I'm betting like 80% chance we're gonna be able to reset, and it'll always be in the same spot. Like, I think it's gonna be best case scenario. That might be too optimistic, but I'm literally gonna I'm gonna hire the first guy, and then I'm gonna reset to check right when I get there.
is the mercenaries seem to be relatively common. I counted maybe one.
I need a monk!
Hello again, sir. I
Hey,
have
Toaster.
a question about your gig-off guide. It shows on the starter RF loadout that you're using keystone tattoos that don't exist in League to get pain attunement. Should I drop points to path over to it, or should I just go without using pain attunement?
I am using... There's no world where I'm using tattoos on the starter RF guide. You probably clicked a gear set for like a Giga endgame gear set example from Toda. That doesn't even make sense though. I didn't play Gagarf in Toda. What? What's the POV? Okay, so you are literally, so there, and it says it in the POV. It says loadout legacy RF.
And my axe.
You see that this exists, right? there's a loadout you selected, which is Legacy RF, which is the gear in Standard if you want to play the build in Standard, which I showcase. I say, hey, this is what the build looks like in Standard. Standard is not the League mechanic. It's not that loadout. Is it this loadout with like me having Divine Shield clicked or something? Dude, I don't like, if you think that I'm telling you you need a legacy tattoo to play Gagarf, that's like, please don't play my build. I don't want any more questions from you type of thing. Like, that's crazy. Like, use some common sense. I'm clearly not saying you need a freaking legacy tattoo to play Gagarf. That's like, if I'm going to keep getting questions like that from you, that's just, please, I don't want to deal with it. Just play a different build. It'll be easier for both of us.
That was with skipping over stuff and not exactly exploring or anything. Just a few zones later, for example, I found a Shock Ambusher, which was a very good fit for my build, and a huge upgrade with Conductivity and Zealotry, along with Vile Lightning Trap for Shocked Ground. Once you get a mercenary like this for your character, it's definitely a lot more power and utility than any other Ascendancy gets for 2 points, I think. It's almost a shame that I didn't really get to actually use it.
Stop being, guys, come on, that's fair. He's asking me if he should use legacy tattoos when, like, the guide completely explains that this is for a standard character, this is how you can invest into it if you want to, type of thing. Look at the RF swap. All right, let's try this again. You're done asking me questions about this? Use your brain. All right?
Toxic minion streamer.
You know how long that guide's existed and people have not asked me about the early tattoos? You're the first person who's ever come in here asking about the early League Star tattoos. I'm not going to try to explain to you what tree you selected or anything like that. It's not worth it.
This guy for very long because I had them for like a minute and then I found an absolutely incredible mercenary, an infamous kineticist.
Lance, can we do a Gigoth this league with a Vestigal swap Death Soth to something good body armor?
No, we're not playing Death Soth. No, user. No, that's not happening. That's not happening. It was buffed though. That doesn't mean it's good.
The infamous
Merc. Yeah, and this thing has Kinetic Rain, which did not exist in Mercenary League. So they definitely changed some skills or added some skills to what they could roll. Lance doesn't know about the Death Soth buff? I know about the Death Soth buff. It doesn't make Death Soth good though. That's a Despair Kineticist, Haste plus Curse. The only thing to spare about this Kineticist is he has Kinetic Rain and Kinetic Bolt. And he doesn't have Kinetic Blast of Clustering. That's the Despair thing. Kineticist always has the Curse. That's like a guaranteed thing on the Kineticist. It also has Haste, which is decent too. But like the biggest unfortunate thing about this is the skills he has are bad. Frostblink. I don't think Frostblink's that bad. It's not ideal to have a movement skill, but
Mercs are upgraded rarer Mercs with extra effects and typically very good starting gear. And the Kineticist is just really good. They are able to equip any and all gear, having all of the attributes, and they can have some pretty good skills, and the wonder skills they can get, not less these ones, but some of the other ones in particular can be like really good for clear speed. But even with this,
Kinetic Rain is good. Nah, man, you're coping. Kinetic Rain is not. You definitely want the KVO clustering for sure. You definitely want the KVO clustering. Hey, Living Desire, how you doing, man? Welcome.
kind of suboptimal skill set, she's still...
Is there a convocation for a Merc? I don't see it on Ziggy's bar. In Mercenary League, there was like a custom like skill keybind you could set up. That was like Recall Merc or something like that. Which they might have that. They might have removed it. He puts it on his bar later. Okay, yeah. So there is like a... There's like a recall, like convocation, like button, but it doesn't take a socket. You can just put it on your bar if you want. They have a really like low range, late leash range where they will teleport
faster than me at times with kinetic rain, especially.
Like, just look at this. Look at how far he was.
Suboptimal skill set. She's still cleared fast.
His Merc is right here. He walks to here, which is like barely a screen away.
Faster than me at times with kinetic rain.
And the Merc teleports to him. It's a very like, you don't really need to press a recall button. It teleports like every single screen you move. It teleports more often than like any other. Like it teleports more often than an AG or a Spectre. Like it like is always with you pretty much. Wasn't that a Frostblink?
Even with this kind of suboptimal skill set, she still cleared faster than me
Monk.
at times with kinetic.
No, that's not a
Here is
Frostblink.
the
It just
link to the
teleported.
Pob image with the tattoos. Sorry for bothing you.
Oh my word! You're linking me up. What the hell is this? Okay, you're gonna make me pull up this picture. Okay, I'll pull up the picture because you paid $3. You want me to tell you what this is? He's looking at, like, I took a character that had some tattoos. All these nodes are unspec'd, basically. Like, this is freaking out. Use your brain for 2 seconds! It does, like, please, spare me the waste of time.
Grain, especially as I did.
TLDR is, tattoos don't only exist in the base game. Look at the tree. You don't need those nodes. It's not a part of the early RF swap. Please, please stop bothering me about this.
Did upgrade her gear. Now, some slightly sad news here. I think this was
VIP,
confirmed in
not
FAQ
VIP.
already, but if you missed it, you may have noticed that this mercenary, the Kineticist, came with some unique boots pre-equipped. You know, that's mostly so you can choose that as loot for the duel instead of hiring if you want. You're like, oh, I want those. You duel them and then you take the boots if you win. But the bad news here is that pre-equipped uniques don't work after hiring them unless on the Luminary you
I just find it interesting you have tattoos. I showcased a legacy version for people that would want to build it in standard. There are people who play standard. I've been told they're real, which apparently was the biggest mistake of my life. I should not have showcased the legacy version. I should not have had that as a portion of the POB showcasing the legacy version. Mistakes were made, never again. All right? The standard players aren't real, okay? And you know what? They can't hurt me because they're not real, so maybe I should protect myself from the people who are going to ask me about what is legacy gear.
have the requisite Luminary passive to enable them, right? You can't break the rules by finding a pre-equipped unique. It just goes red and stops working. I know that makes sense, but, you know, I'd kind of hoped that it could. It would have been crazy OP for sure, and they probably would have had to make sure, like, Doriani's prototype couldn't spawn on them and whatnot. But it'd have been a really cool long-term thing to hunt down across the league. I don't know, I hope they maybe reconsidered this at some point, if they could find a way to balance it a bit better. Obviously, it didn't really matter here.
Eruptors, I feel like, pretty solid early on. He's aight.
For Goldworms, who cares? They don't really do much for the Merc. And I quickly forgot about it when I saw the Kineticist murdering everything while giving me haste. Amazing. I ended up using this mercenary for the rest of my run. I had my own little Scion duo team. It was quite cool. I did see some folks asking if the Mercs would die or whatnot. I didn't do much except throw some random gear on them, and they never once died during my campaign run. When I tested in an ultimatum to try and get them killed, I died long before them. I'm sure
Their HP
can die just like before if you neglect their resist
is not
a lot,
moving.
or or if you don't get any recovery and they just get chipped down over time, for example. But it didn't really seem to be a problem in the campaign.
Yeah, his HP isn't moving at all. Recalls on his bar here. Yeah, there it is. There it is. The M5 keybind he has is the recall.
From what I
Doesn't
could
look
tell,
like he's using it.
especially if you upgrade their gear. So back to Curse of the Oriflame, let's talk about the Voyages, the second part of this league mechanic. Charts were those little mini-maps we explored by spamming lanterns, right? Well, after you...
What Merc would you recommend if I don't want to take the kinetic one? If you look at the MOBA, I recommend a few different ones. Combatant is good. Many shots good. Armor stack mercs like Smolder Strike and Blade Biter can work decently. Also, they added new skills to some of the mercs, so it's worth testing some things and seeing what you like. Yo, Mars, 3 stars. Appreciate the sub, man.
Run those, they actually get automatically transferred to a special stash for charted
You ever
charts,
try the Summoner mercs? No.
which you can then use for the voyages.
I ain't a minion
And
player.
yes, there is actually a stash you can put in your hideout and everything and set up with affinities for the charts too, and that's become a standard for new League mechanics now. So the voyages are the temple to incursions, or the grand heist to heists contracts. You know, you get the idea. It's the bigger version that combines them. You take your choice of 9 charts and then throw them together on this board and then run a giant, huge map filled with like 800 or so treasure locations and 1,000 monsters. I'm only slightly exaggerating here. It's quite massive. I ended up doing about 1 voyage an act, which was probably, no, definitely overkill.
Holy, this thing's massive. He has 71 of those things he can put down too. That's kind of crazy. 71 torches.
But it was fun and rewarding. It's just such a huge zone with so much stuff in it that it's just way more than you need to juice your character each act. Even if they, you know, presumably balance it down a little bit better. Much more juice than you need for the campaign, for sure. Each chart has its own modifiers.
Ooh, okay. So, like... if you want to do the Grand Voyage, you have to previously run the individual things to build them up, right? To then put... Kill me. I'm still not following. Grand Voyage, he has a 3x3 square, right? Normally the bathysphere, you just put one thing in. Do you need to go and put the one thing in to get one thing out that works on Grand Voyages? Or can you just take 9 of those things and go do a Grand Voyage instead? Yes, you need to do it that way. Hey, Pahunger. Why are the charts 1,000 rarity? How much would a 6-man group have? I have no idea. You need to run the charts first. Okay. You have to do the individual stuff first, then you can do the Grand Voyage with the things you get out of them.
That boost its rewards, and then it's also got these
map them out.
Adjacent or voyage modifiers. The adjacent bonuses do things like put strong boxes, loot bonuses, or extra monsters in, well, the adjacent charts on the board, right? So
what if I could just control click
and the
it
voyage
in?
modifiers give other bonuses. I don't know how else to describe it than that. On top of that, the borders of the voyage also have these random bonuses that can apply to charts placed alongside them. These border modifiers.
My actual Kadama, appreciate the sub, man. This better be rewarding if you do 9 small maps for the big one. Well, they sound like they're pretty fast from what I heard from Octavian. They sound pretty speed. This, I bet you just click the center square. You always go with your thing that has the most connections, and then you just spam click them around. I feel like you could probably do this pretty fast. You plan to use Foulborn Hiddencore Scythe for 50 light radius? It could work okay if it's a really like cheap option. Late game, I don't think I'm ever using it. If I can get it as like a budget option early, it's okay.
Modifiers can also be re-rolled by spending Dead Man's Sulfur. That's the League's crafting juice that you just collect passively as you play it. And I'll say you don't really need to worry about the interplay of all of these modifiers in the campaign, but they can occasionally be pretty fun and juicy, and I can definitely see where the juicing potential lies for this in the endgame. For example, there are border modifiers that multiply the effects of the chart modifiers, and then adjacent modifiers can play into that too, stacking and, you know, interacting with each other. Like, for example...
Hopefully the economy won't be ruined before it starts. It's not going to be ruined before it starts, Pohunger. You relax, breathe a little bit. It's going to be just okay. It's going to be fine.
Boosting rare monsters, adding more rare
Thanks for the
packs,
trade link, pods. No
scaling
problems,
that
Wiggy.
amount up, and then adding drops to rare monsters, for example, that sort of thing. It looks promising. I think the biggest downside of this pretty interesting and potentially powerful system...
The economy doesn't matter in PoE. I think it's one of the most important parts of PoE, but people saying like the economy's ruined and stuff are usually like greatly exaggerating. Just because some guy finds out some good strategy does not mean the economy ruins. The way that like the whole trade system works, it kind of like auto adjusts for it. The only time I've really felt like the economy feels bad to play in is PoE 2 last couple leagues. But even then, that's, you know, that's my own self issue more than I think that's an issue with the system as a whole. Because stuff like adjusts based on how rare, how in demand something is
that by the nature of how it's constructed and the complexity they're trying to achieve here, the depth they're trying to achieve, it's pretty hard to actually just read what all your charts are doing and where to place things.
The only way it's bad is if you're not having fun. Yeah, it's probably a very subjective thing. For me, it was PoE 2's like giga inflation of how all the uniques basically became worthless and stuff like that. For other players, it's going to be like maybe like the temporalis dupe or whatever, right? You could target a lot of things where people would point at this and be like, this made it not fun for me. A very, very subjective thing for sure.
For optimum results, right? Like, how do you even communicate that? I can't imagine the design problem they've had to try and figure out to try and make this at least somewhat understandable. The info is all there in game, but by its nature, you can't really see all the effects at once, right? It's not like a normal map where all the things are just listed there.
Hello, Lance. I am a time traveler. Awaits you 2 days in the future. No. They're not going to do Shavs dirty like that, okay? They're not. Shavs is not going to be a partial freaking bot. There's no way. There is no way. You are not a time traveler. This is my worst nightmare. There's no way. That would be so lame. Hey, here's a stat that's completely worthless and not related to the actual item. There's no shot. Nah.
They're all positional, right? They're all based on where the chart is and how it interacts with its neighbors, etc. So I think a real skill to this mechanic for the people that really want to hyper-optimize it will be able to just hold a bit of a mind map, a mind palette.
Lance, I believe the time traveler.
Sorry, Lance, I believe the time traveler. Well, you're trusting a liar. MC's not a time traveler. He's just a hate watcher right now.
Of the mental picture of where everything is in the voyage that you're constructing. The connecting line system is most...
Shav's Ivory will be real, okay? And when I'm running around with 70,000 energy shield, you'll all rue the day you talk this smack about the Shav's Ivory. Shav's Ivory is going to be the best chess piece in the game, trust.
It's pretty straightforward, nothing stressful there at all. You need to connect the lines to be able to get to locations, as you cannot have a lined dead end into another chart. The borders are fine, you can dead end into those though. Basically, you just have to draw a legal line. I'm sure most of you understand sort of basic tile placement rules for these sorts of things. This layout is the layout of the map that you run, but generally it's pretty open, so it doesn't really matter too much. Occasionally, the worst thing you might do is create like a longer dead end, maybe. What can matter though is that there are modifiers that do things.
You can create a dead end. Okay, so that pretty much means you need to make sure it loops around, right? Like you want like a Z or like a 2 type of pattern, so that way you never have a dead end.
It's like giving stacking bonuses per the number of connections that a chart has. Or, for example, even more bonuses for fewer connections. So there's some extra juice potential to build around when optimizing the layouts in some cases. Okay, so enough about the planning. How do the voyages actually work? Your objective here is a little bit different to the charts. You don't really have to do anything in particular. You just kill monsters and get loot. Use the lanterns to explore the 9 connected chart areas in that giant map, using the lantern arrows to track down loot the same way you did before in the charts, and you get a ton of lanterns this time, and you can even find more as you go. Also, the starting amount upgrades over time as you find certain quest items that you deliver to the ship. Whenever you get too much loot, which can potentially happen here, you toss it into a capsule and send it to the ship and keep fighting. There's no portaling to stash.
Control click is a thing, right? Ziggy, you're scaring me right now. Okay, listen, they showcased it with them like drag dropping. There's
awesome. Love that sort. And send it to the
reading. What are you guys talking? I'm just watching him drag drop these.
Ship and keep fighting. There's no portaling to stash. Awesome. Love.
Top left.
And send it to the ship and keep fighting. There's no portaling to stash. Awesome. Love that sort of thing. Because the voyage area is huge, you'll want to peek at the map occasionally to try and head towards areas that you think you haven't explored. You can kind of just run through the middle of each chart area and use the arrows to track down and get most of the loot. Or you could indeed be more meticulous and maybe run out of lanterns a bit sooner and not be able to explore every charted area. I'm sure there'll be a variety of strategies that will emerge from this. And it'll likely depend on how you built it. If you know an area is going to be particularly juicy, you can, beeline there and focus on it. Or who knows what else people will figure out with this. In the campaign, I didn't need to think about it too much. I just ran around following the arrows and looting. It was great. Once your lantern count gets low, you want to start getting ready to extract. So this is different to the charts, and also the version I played is substantially different to what's actually going live, as they were still iterating that. But I'll do my best to explain what will likely happen at launch at the end of Voyages, since I've been communicating with GGG about that. So when you place your last lantern, the bubbles don't start collapsing like they do in charts.
Launch acquisition?
You're still free to run around and do stuff if you want. What actually triggers the voyage ending sequence is...
Okay, I totally missed whatever Ziggy was just saying. Sorry, I was getting distracted. Lance wanted to try the treadmill. I was worried he's gonna do the face plant thing on him, so I was kind of like holding him while he was walking on it, but he did okay. He was scaring me though. I thought he was gonna face plant it on the treadmill. Can you slow this down a bit? Sorry. We'll back it up. Lance is getting scolded by his kid for the common area activity. No, he's not scolding me. Okay, there's no scolding taking place. All right. How much did I miss? All right. Control click will work here. Oh, okay. I see the notation. Okay. I see the big text on screen. So what I'm guessing happened is they hadn't had it implemented yet. And so this is one of the things where he's like, hey guys, this needs to be control clickable. And they're like, yeah, it's in progress. We just haven't set it up yet. So that's why he's manually doing it. That's probably what happened. Okay. All right.
And send it to the ship and keep fighting. There's no portaling to stash. Awesome. Love that sort of thing. Because the voyage area is huge, you'll want to peek at the map occasionally to try and head towards areas that you think you haven't explored. You can kind of just run through the middle of each chart area and use the arrows to track down and get most of the loot. Or you could indeed be more meticulous and maybe run out of lanterns a bit sooner and not be able to explore every charted area. I'm sure there'll be a variety of strategies that will emerge from this. And it'll likely depend on how you built it. If you know an area is...
All right. Was there any downside to this? Adds the following effects to all players. Offers of Tesothus fodders. Cold damage and cold res. Okay, there's no downside. It's just some cold damage and cold res.
It's going to be particularly juicy. You can, beeline there and focus on it. Or who knows what else people will figure out. Have you seen the merc section? Yeah, we looked at the merc section. In the campaign, I didn't need to think about it too much. I just ran around following the arrows and looting. It was great.
The TLDR from the merc section is merc's OP. That's the TLDR, okay? We're going to be so strong. We're going to be so OP. Guys, I wouldn't be surprised if we see multiple posts from people being like, oh, I started Warb. It's not that good. I should have started Luminary. It's so OP. I keep looking at all these Luminary players absolutely blasting with no gear, and I played Warb. Although there's going to be a lot of Warb regret posts, okay? The Warb players don't realize the real autobombing is the Luminary. The Warb regret will be piled a mile high. Warb's going to be effed either way. Yeah, the FUB gun tax. They're going to be paid the FUB gun tax. Unlucky.
Once your lantern count gets low, you want to start getting ready to extract. So this is different to the charts, and also the version I played is substantially different to what's actually going live, as they were still iterating that.
Time for double.
But I'll do my best to explain what will likely happen at launch at the end of Voyages, since I've been communicating with GGG about that. So when you place your last lantern, the bubbles don't start collapsing like they do in charts. You're still free to run around and do stuff.
Did you see the Atlas nodes around the planner? We'll look at those next. I have not seen those yet, no.
If you want. What actually triggers the voyage ending sequence is when you call an extraction from a capsule, which are scattered around. There's one in each chart area, roughly in the middle. And there'll also be one back at the starting point when you place your last lantern as well.
74 lanterns?
As a fallback safety thing. Most of the time, you'll just extract from a capsule that you find in your last few lanterns, especially if you're like, oh, I'm down to 10 lanterns, I should probably kind of head towards one of the chart areas that
Luminary?
is going to have a capsule that I haven't used. That way you won't really have to do much backtracking, and I rarely did have to backtrack with that style of approach. So when you call in the extraction on the capsule, then the bubbles start collapsing, and you'll be assaulted by monsters in a little kind of defense sequence as those bubbles collapse. Now, because the bubbles are kind of collapsing slowly and monsters are spawning out everywhere, you can run around in the collapsing bubbles away from the extraction zone to get more kills, or you...
Yo, he's got maybe one of the belts we might use. We'll try it out early on. I think it'll be okay early to give the Merc like Onslaught and Diamond Flask and stuff initially, but I think we'll swap out of this belt pretty fast.
You can just stay by that extraction point and wait for the bathysphere to come down, just defend that little area, and then use it to escape. So you'll be able to kind of get a bit more loot if you want to explore around and take a little bit of a risk there, or not. Play it safe. A key change from the footage that GGG are adding is a lantern to the capsules that ignites when used.
It's not minion
so they'll
RF.
have a guaranteed bubble. This changes because I drowned in the tutorial, by the way.
Okay, wait, what? What happened, Ziggy?
GGG are adding is a lantern to the capsules that ignites when used, so they'll have a guaranteed bubble. This changes because I drowned in the tutorial, by the way. You're welcome. Yep. I get some things buffed, not just nerfed.
Holy, what a guy. He executed massive skill issue, and it benefited all of us. What a guy. Ziggy, I was wrong about you with Kinetic Rain. You are actually my hero. Thank you. Thank you for no longer showcasing OP skills, but actually sandbagging the mercenary showcase by not flame linking. I appreciate you, King. I appreciate you.
Also, definitely don't judge what the extraction sequence will look like based on this, because this has changed a bunch. The extraction time has been sped up, and there'll be more enemies spawning on the extraction as well than what I tested. So Octavian said that they changed it to just be more short, intense, and active, which should be good. I kind of wanted, I was like, oh man, it would be cool if, you know, there was a bunch of rares spawning here and you were kind of like, a bit more like, oh, I gotta get out of here.
He learned from his mistakes and he's toned down his gameplay. Yeah, it's funny that's what everybody jokes about now. Every time you see Ziggy's video, he definitely thinks about it for sure.
This is too intense. The changes they're making sound really good from the earlier version that I play tested. So once you get back to the ship after your successful extraction, or indeed after your failure, depending, you might lose some stuff if you die. I believe what you're carrying, but anything you extracted will be safe. But once you get back, you can loot anything that comes out from the spiral, just from the little bit of killing at the end, or anything that you...
It's just a little bit odd that now we've had 2 Ziggy videos with Kinetic Rain. Just a little bit odd.
Sent back via capsule, via the capsule thing that you can loot from. The capsule was recorded pre-Quality of Life Pass 2, by the way. The initial version, you couldn't even control click stuff, which was very painful. But that'll definitely work, and they've added a take.
I'm sorry, is that an Arakali's Fang? In the campaign? The hell? Did he not even mention that? Yo, what is this? I feel like I'm getting baited right now. 390! Wait, it's not even 250,000. He has 390! Guys, it's way more than 260k in the campaign. Wait, what? He's absolutely printing. He had 500k the previous clip. Are you messing with me right now? Which clip does he have 500k in? He did have 500. What the hell? That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous. He is absolutely printing. They're sure this isn't maps? No, he said he didn't get past Act 8. He has 500k and he's not out of the campaign. He's level 71. Okay, he's obviously over farmed in the campaign. You could literally level to 90 and you wouldn't have 500k gold. Like, if you went into maps and you're just doing Atlas completion, you're not getting to 500k gold by the time you hit like level 90. Like, this is obscene. He's picking up everything to vendor. You don't get gold from vendoring items in this game. This isn't PoE 2. This is not PoE 2, guys. He gets freaking like transmute shards and stuff. Sanctum players would have 20,000 gold by level 90? Yeah, no, they wouldn't. They'd have 0 gold by level 90. The 20k gold is from the campaign, and then everything after that is them trying to sell their one divine they got, and they don't have enough gold to sell it. That's what happens in Sanctum. Sanctum's gold is like, hey, would you like to transform all your Aureus coins into gold? You do a 15-minute Sanctum, you transform all your Aureus coins, you get 1k gold.
Here to come down, just defend that little area.
It's so bad.
Octavian said that they changed it to just be more short, intense, and active, which should be good. I kind of wanted, I was like, oh man, it would be cool if, you know, there was a bunch of rares spawning here and you're kind of like, a bit more like, oh, I gotta get out of here, this is too intense. The changes they're making sound really good from the earlier version that I playtested. So once you get back to the ship after your successful extraction, or indeed after your failure, depending, you might lose some stuff if you die. I believe what you're carrying, but anything you extracted will be safe.
Deserved.
But once you get back, you can loot anything that comes out from the spiral, just from the little bit of killing at the end, or anything that you sent back via capsule, via the capsule thing that you can loot from. The capsule was recorded pre-Quality of Life Pass 2, by the way. The initial version, you couldn't even control click stuff, which was very painful. But that'll definitely work, and they've added a take all button, and apparently even some kind of stash transfer system. I don't know how that worked, but good.
A take all button in a stash transfer system. Well, what does that mean? A stash transfer system. Do you think it'll literally work with affinities, where you just like start popping things over instantly and not go to your inventory at all? Look at that wand. +1, flat lightning, spell damage, crit multi. Yeah, that's a pretty good wand. That's a pretty good wand. A lot better than his current wand.
Stuff. Now, while you can't really test juicing in the campaign, obviously, you know, typically not even all of the mechanics or things that can appear are spawning at that point. I did still do a couple test voyages at level 60-ish. And I ran a level 61 voyage that was kind of a fun example to share with you, where I did try to build the beginnings of a bit of a juicing strategy, so you can kind of see what sort of things might be possible. Anyway, there are these modifiers that give adjacent areas these things called golden lanterns. And by stacking a bunch of those charts with the golden lanterns and scaling up the amounts of them, their effect of their modifiers, I was able to get a voyage that was just jam-packed with these golden lanterns.
Back up, what's the tooltip on those things?
Of their modifiers. I was able to get a voyage that was just jam-packed with these golden lanterns.
You have increased rarity of items found, golden lantern, okay.
The golden lanterns give you a pretty solid stacking rarity buff that lasts an
500 rarity with 17 of them. Wow.
Entire voyage. So you can see where this is going. By the end of the voyage, I was able to get a pretty large amount.
800 with 26 golden lanterns.
Of rarity.
He got to 1,000 with 33. Holy. That's a lot of rarity. That's a lot of rarity there, Luminous Ziggy. Yo, look at the artwork, guys. Yo, we look good. Guys, you see that? You see that Luminary artwork? Holy, we are hot. We look good right now. Look at that. Look at that background. Got a nice light in the background. Oh, hell yeah. It's a good jawline. It's a good jawline. We're so powerful. Holy. It's so mid. I'm playing Elementalist. Dude, you're a little puny Elementalist. You're going to be one of the guys writing the post. I am from the future, Sunrise, and I saw your post. I started Warb, Elementalist, and every day I look at the Luminaries and they're just better. They're so much better than my character, and now I have to reroll because my character's pathetic compared to Luminary. It's from the future. I saw it. I saw you writing your your sad post about how your gear costs 10x to the Luminary gear with 1/10 of the power. I saw the post. Freaking sad, honestly sad.
Now, I didn't really like include a payoff for that in this.
What is this clip, Connor? What is this clip? What is this clip? You're watching my stream? Wait, Connor, how do you even hear me? I can't even hear you. How do you... What is your audio setting? You have me basically on like 1% volume. It's because of the split audio. Oh, so it's playing back through the mic and it's just because it's after the fact. Ah, all right, I'm following. That's the audio from his speakers just playing back through the mic. Listen, Connor. You weren't here, obviously, because this is when I started stream, but I have a new proposal for a wager for you, okay? Because our first wager got canned by the fact that somebody snitched, which I'm going to find out who, and I'll put them in a headlock, and I'm going to ask them to beg for forgiveness. Okay, we're going to find out who the snitch is eventually. But I have a new proposal for you, okay? Instead of doing the wager based on content that we know your build can do, and I'm not sure if my build can do, we can do a wager where we're not sure either way, where it's a bet on who can either do the other's go-to hard map first. So for me, it would be beating Blasted Monolith, and for you, it would be a quad ghost 90% less Delirious Feared, where I have, obviously, Union of Mods and the Fatal After Some Time, and you have the additional mod, which adds no difficulty of voiding. Thoughts? I do your bread and butter first versus you do my go-to bread and butter first. Thoughts? Connor's never. Listen, I know he's probably afraid, but for him it should be a straight walk in the park layup, right? You know, because technically void doesn't add any difficulty. I don't want to do it with the chance of Thieves on Jog. All right, fair enough. All right, we'll have to come up with a different wager then. But that was the one idea I had so far. We'll have to come up with something else though. Rushing a void map's kind of unfair. You need a lot. You don't need as strong of a character to do the void map because void doesn't add difficulty. So yes, technically you have the greater risk when you do void maps, but you have the advantage of you don't need as strong of a character because you have a free mod. A free mod that risks your character dying, which incentivizes you to go more tank. There's a balance that's required, obviously, right? But we'll have to come up with a different wager option then. But that's the one thing I came up with. Well, I'll have to think more about it. Void cortisol spikes? Dude, come on. That would be content. That would be good content. I don't think there's any scenario you'd beat Monolith, even with full cold cheese. You don't think I'm ever going to be able to do it with a Merc bot no matter what? Okay, if you have zero faith in that, do you want to take a wager on whether or not I can just beat it during the curse of the All Flame League with a Merc bot? Just that, like, just a flat wager of whether or not I can beat it or not. I'd bet on beating it straight up. I'd be down for that. What does it change to? It's changed to. It's per my items equipped, or is it the Merc's items equipped? The player has equipped. Yeah, okay. So I'd have to unequip an item for 90% less. And before Lance loses a 10-meter Merc, this map isn't a voided map. Do you think Luminary will work in duo play? I play most of the time with a friend and want to try a semi-aura bot support with Merc and Luminary. It would be one of the best duo plays you could do. If your friend is playing any sort of hit-based build and you're playing a Merc bot, you work by your own merit, but you giving your friend 3,000 flat fire damage or whatever it is, depending on how like geared you are, is going to be an insane like duo character where it can work on its own right, but it works very well in like tag team play. It's literally made for that. It's not like it's not like you're perfectly optimizing where you're building your two characters to work together, but it just, if you're talking about just throwing two random characters like play side by side, it would just work. The Luminary art's looking good. Okay, that's Gruthamac. How many times are you going to reuse this completely photoshopped version of my head? How much value can you get out of freaking photoshopping my head to be way larger than it actually is? That's the real image from their Twitter? No, it's freaking not. Luminous Lance. Maybe I should name my character Luminous Lance. Holy. That's a decent name for our leaks art. A little alliteration there. Little bit of alliteration. Yeah, that kind of works. Each minor passive is 5% forehead radius. Okay, so Connor, for the gauntlet wager, do you want the wager to be on the same thing? 6 hours of Gary's Reserve on loop, or do you want something else? Yeah, you're good with that? So we have a deal then. We have a deal. The wager is whether or not I can beat the blasted monolith with a luminary before the end of the league. I'm down. The way I see it, if you're able to beat it at all, then with 10x you could have won anyways. All right, that's fair. I can respect that. We'll see if we can even do it. 90% less, and I have to unequip a gear slot is pretty dang rough. So this will be interesting. Connor about to lose another bet, dude. I don't know, man. You need a lot of freaking damage for that. Blasted Monolith is very much a DPS check. Blasted Monolith is very hard, yeah. If we can beat Blasted Monolith, we essentially have the most ridiculously OP Valdo character. Because the way we're gonna build this should be extremely tanky, where it should be able to do void maps. If we can beat Blast Monolith, that would be ridiculous. So we'll see if we can do it. We might have to make some defensive cuts to add in more offense. Time to tune into a YouTube stream after Lance's loss. Yeah, if we lose, that's your defense. If you're like, oh no, the 6 hours Gary's Reserve stream is coming, you might have to become a YouTube viewer that day if you're not prepared for 6 hours of Gary's Reserve on loop. CMH says you aged 20 years over the last year. Age 20? I think I aged only 1 year over the last year, but you know, maybe it's been 20. Who knows? It's no Ghost on Feared. It's no Ghost on Feared, but it doesn't matter. You have Union of Souls, you have Delirious, and you have the 90. Well, it's technically like 95% less if you have a build that has to unequip an item. You lose more damage when you have to unequip an item. 50 to 70 is pretty harsh. I am 29. Thank you very much. I am 29. Screw you guys. All right, we have a new wager with Connor. Can we beat Blasted Monolith? Ooh. And we have 6 hours of Gary's Reserve on the line. We gotta show up the game. We gotta show up the game. This league. Are you gonna link the Mobalytics trade on the yeah, the better trade? Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. The better trading is both in the notes section of the POB. So if you download this POB, it's in the notes section. Or if you click on the mid-game, it's right here. I'm also going to add a regex and some other stuff. Like, we're still going to add some things before league start to this guide page. But you need to, like, refresh the page. You might be using an old, like, cached version of the page, which doesn't have the updates yet. Could be possibly what's going on. I think a few people have had that issue. You need at least 2 to 3 billion DPS? Yeah. Let's put it this way. If I can do that map with a Merkbot, next patch, you best believe Merkbot's getting nerfed. If I'm doing that map on the Merkbot, that means the nerf is almost guaranteed. Because there's gonna be a pretty big spotlight on how many people are gonna be playing Merkbot.
particular venture. And this
What's Blasted Monolith? It's a Valdo map with a bunch of tank mods. It's very hard to complete. It's not only tank mods, it's a time trial. You have 5 minutes to do the map. And people that have done the map, like Connor, he's done the map a lot. He says the DPS check is roughly around 2 billion to complete Blasted Monolith. Can you search Valdos by name? I think you can. All right, Ziggy. Continue to upsell me on the League mechanic. Is Blasted Monolith voided? No. No, it's just a DPS check.
Like, you'd want to add something like a bunch of rare monsters to rarity cull with them, obviously, to actually get a payout from that sort of thing. But it was a pretty fun glimpse into the possibilities, I think, and I enjoyed watching number go up. A side note, there are those special gold text charts, and they often have things like, has pillars in it or...
Do you think this is the map? This is where he got the Arakalis was during this 100,000 rarity zone he did? I mean, you got the Arakalis somewhere, right? Did you add your mobilytics to the... Yes, it's there. It's underneath the mid-game. It's right here. Or you can import the POB. The POB is updated. It has the note section as well. Lance is about to bust out the replica Dreamfeather Ephemeral Hedgeberg. Oh, my word. Oh, wait, we could maybe, dude. Holy, that might be a thing. The replica Dreamfeather Ephemeral Edge. The problem is you lose your iron reflexes. Technically, you could get iron reflexes from Ring, but it's really, really efficient to get it from this thing. This thing comes with point blank and +2 proj, which is like kind of crazy for damage for like a Molten Strike setup. You need to update the link on Nightbot. I need to update the link on Nightbot. I don't need to update the link on Nightbot. It's the same link. Like if you click Luminary and you click this thing right here, this is going to link you to the same page. The page is updated. For people that don't see this right here, this thing, the reason that is your computer or your browser or whatever has a cached version of the site that's older. For me, if I clicked your profile, it updated for me. Yeah, so maybe try that. But I have updated it. It's just some people have like their browser is still remembering like the old, like the unupdated version of however long ago last time you opened the page or whatever. Is there any other options besides RF that you recommend? I can't see a thing with the skills brightness. You could play Sunder. Sunder's like probably the next option I would go with. I believe Neurotox maybe showcased the Sunder start tree, which you could look at maybe. But I think I've converted Neurotox into the Righteous Fire Believer. When I rated him yesterday, he was saying that he was maybe he's gonna swap to RF and join. Ziz has a Sunder tree. Oh, there you go. Oscars has a Sunder tree. There you go. So there's some other options for it then. All right, Ziggy. Wait. Before we continue this, guys, I need water. My water is out, guys. My water's out. I need it bad. Yo, G Wirtzy, appreciate the sub, man. Closing in on 100 pauses. You have not been counting. Okay, there's no shot. I do need water, though. I will be right back. I shall return shortly. Oh, we got the water. We got the water, guys. Also, I grabbed some pants. Because, quite frankly, it's about that time, you know? What about cheese? Technically, I think this food that Lance handed me earlier, I think there might be some cheese. So we are in a good situation. What about the cheese? Don't worry about it, okay? I love this emote, Bose. Yeah, it sums up every thought we have about Bose, doesn't it? Truly makes you think.
Something, but what that actually means is, you know, there's a bunch of rare starfish on those pillars, so there's like tons of added rare monsters to the map. That sort of thing combined with rarity stacking like this could be kind of interesting. Anyway, hopefully enough to, you know, kind of get you a little bit excited for the things that you might be able to explore, the strategies that might be able to develop out of this. I was a little bit nervous about that one, so I was like messaging Octavian, but he was, you know, again, all this is non-final, so things may be subject to change, but his take on it was that, like, oh, you know, I had to work pretty hard for that, so it's probably fun and interesting thing to leave in some capacity, so, yeah.
It's you. Yes? I'll do what I can to help.
Based Octavian. Ziggy's like trying to like tell on the, hey, like, do you think his loot's too OP? And Octavian's like, I made it that way on purpose. How about you keep your voice down?
Anyway, just a quick note on the crafting system. The sulfur stuff that you collect fuels the Orphlane crafting on the ship. It's going to be very powerful, I think, and I did use it occasionally to craft some key items just to test the system a little bit, but it works exactly how you'd expect. You get multiple copies of the multiple different outcomes from the same craft.
Dude, this is so nice. There's so many crafts where you have to do a final slam. Getting 3 options and being able to not have to click the terrible option. Oh, that looks so good. That looks beautiful. The link is different. Does it not take you to this very same thing? Here, you know what? We'll take this. I'll copy this. Do it right now. It still links to the exact same thing, but you know what? Just do this. All right. It gives us slightly shorter text now, but it still links to the same thing. Are we good? Are we good now? So hyped to get 3 terrible options instead of 1. Dude, it's getting 3 options is so freaking good. Like so many crafts where you're on this sort of step where you're slamming and you can't really work backwards. Foulborn X prices are rising. Yeah, they nerf Breach. Less people are going to be doing Breach, and Foulborn X have gotten a massive buff with this. 3 missed fractures. I think with fracture it only gives you the choice of 2, but that's still incredibly strong, right?
You know,
do we think it guarantees 2 different outcomes? Probably not, right? Surely it doesn't guarantee. It does not. Okay. Like getting a 1 and 4 into a 1 and 3 would be crazy.
Use a Chaos Orb and you get 3 results. That's good, right? That's just good. Not much more to say about it. But obviously this is just much more of an end game thing.
Fractured, yeah, they showcased
right? Like in the campaign, you just get so much loot and other ways of sorting your gear problems that you just don't really need a crafting system like this. This is much more of an end game activity. That's not to say it'll be a late game crafting system only though, because I think this new crafting will scale to all crafting project tiers. I can easily see it work very nicely for entry level crafts just to make the most of like an essence or fossil craft, for example.
Back it up, back it up, back it up.
System only though, because I think this new crafting will scale to all crafting project tiers. I can easily...
Did he give the Merc a unique shield, or does the Merc just have like MTX? What the hell is that? What's that blue shield? I can't think of a single shield. Maybe is that the great old one? Surely not, right? There's no way that's what this looks like, right?
Seeing it work very nicely for entry-level crafts, just to make the most of like an essence or fossil craft, for example, to get some nice starter gear cheaply. I saw someone theory crafting like a strategy using vendor recipes to get like +1 gems on a scepter, and then just using this craft to like really just get a really solid item to start with. And it's obviously going to work very well for mid-budget and high-end stuff as well. There's just not much to say about it for the campaign.
Great old one. Is that not what the item's called? No, wait, what's the shield called? Wait a minute. Am I crazy? Great old one. Yeah, okay, I am correct. But yeah, that's probably not it. I'm trying to think what that shield would be. That's the closest that I could think of. Or either that or it's a new item. It's like a crab-looking shield. New barnacle one? I thought the barnacle one looked different. It looks eerily like Svalin. That does not look like Svalin. Svalin's like a much longer shield. This is like kind of roundish, you know? MTX? I doubt they have MTX on the account he was playing on. The infamous Merc just has cool MTX. I don't think it had that earlier though, did it? Am I crazy? I'm just gonna look back when he found the Merc real quick. 3225 is where we need to get back to. Never used Svalin, so I wouldn't know. Base egg. I unfortunately have seen a lot of Svalin players when they come to buy things in my hideout for ridiculous prices. The Svalin players have no sense of budget.
An infamous kineticist. The infamous mercs are upgraded rarer mercs with extra effects and typically very good starting gear. And the kineticist is just really good. They are able to equip any and all gear, having all of the attributes.
Yeah, so he doesn't have it there. Deep One's hide. Yeah, that looks the closest. So this must have gotten in-game art because it looks like brown here. But that does look like the right shape. But it looks like a bright blue right here.
So that's why I haven't really like talked about it or demonstrated it much more, because you know how it's going to work. Anyway, my final thoughts. By its very nature, Curse of the Orphalane will be divisive because it's a larger out-of-map mechanic that's a bit complicated. And, in my opinion, that's a good thing. This is the secret source of Path of Exile, this sort of thing. The worst thing...
Are the infamous mercs better or just cosmetic? They have cosmetic upgrade, and then they, on average, have more support links. But other than that, they have, like, identical stats. So technically, you could find an infamous merc and a regular merc, which have the exact same skills and stats. They always have a unique too? Yeah, infamous mercs guaranteed unique. On average, they technically have a higher loot table value for their rucksack.
The thing they could do is make something safe, tepid, and boring. It's better to have some players not like the mechanic or even outright hate it, but take some risks in its design to make a mechanic that some people will fall madly in love with.
Lane's still watching the video. I left an out. Listen, I've been looking at
We've
been examining.
Just delve every league. I don't understand them, but people do that and they love their lives. The fact that the game has that and potentially gets another one of those things is good in my book. Mercenaries are fun as a temporary zone boost system. It's a neat little addition, and dueling them for wagered loot is, I think, just like a nice loot mechanic that's a bit different to everything else. Even if they do one-shot you on occasion. Hopefully they balance tune a few of those things. Luminary, though, with the hiring of mercenaries permanently, is the best thing since sliced bread.
True. All right, that's a solid video from Ziggy. That's all I needed to hear. Luminary, best thing since sliced bread. The Luminary clearly looks OP. He didn't even support it. We're gonna be OP. Like 100%, right? We're gonna be OP. I mean, look at this gameplay.
Bullish on this ascendancy as a design choice for the game. It's wicked fun. If you missed Mercenary League, just give it a go, like play Luminary, right? Because gearing them and coming up with a build that incorporates your character and your Mercenary, it's like making a character that's like 1.5 characters, maybe even better than that, I don't know. It's very cool. The socket changes and spell leveling were smooth as butter, even though I literally YOLO'd my...
He has more than one merc. Yeah, you can hire a temporary merc, and then you have your permanent one as well. Not even close to your record. It's okay. It's okay. We still got some other videos to watch, guys. We are gonna judge. Okay, who do we judge next? We need to look at Oscrix's video, and we need to look at Ziz's video. Which merc player do we check out next? Oscrix or Ziz, guys? Which setup do we want to take a little looksy at? Oscrix? Okay, most of you guys are saying Oscrix. All right, we'll look at Oscrix. We'll look at Oscrix next. Oscrix PoE. Okay, let's see. What do we have here, Oscrix? What do we have here? Level to 100. 1 to 100. Holy, that's in... He's got the whole shebang here. All right. Let's take a little look-see here. See if he's got any OP tech.
Hey guys, it's Oscrix. In today's video, I'm going to be going over my full league start plans for the Luminary.
What the hell is this? Yo, he yoinked some of my notes, I think. Wait. Notes on good mercs or Catholic Lance. Oh, okay. All right. He's referencing me. Guys, we got referenced. He even gave people a link. Yo, shout out Oscrix. Hell yeah. Whoa, this is my guy. He's helping promote. Holy. So he cited his source. Yeah, he freaking what's the I'm trying to think of freaking English. There's like, is this MLA formatting cited source? Holy.
Thanks to everybody who watched my previous video where
I might have just made that up. I don't even know if MLA is a thing. That's just what came to my head. APA.
I went over the starting maps configuration. Today I'm going to go over everything from level 1 to 100. I did all the number crunching based on all the numbers that we do know. I want to preface a lot of this by saying that the numbers are based on Mercenary League information. No doubt things have changed from Mercenaries League to this league as far as the calculation of the Mercenaries stats and things like that. So as far as calculating the Merc's DPS, that's not really accurate, but I did make an attempt to kind of display a rough estimate based on the previous Merc numbers. So with that out of the way, let's start out by talking about level 1 to 12. So league starting this, I'm going to be following the amazing guide that's written by Havoc.
Yo,
and it's about leveling as Sunder. So for everybody who hasn't leveled as Sunder, basically an attack skill that you use an axe to slam the ground. It's a ranged attack. It does a ton of damage. Very strong progression through the campaign into maps.
Who's talking? This is Oscrix. Okay, we're looking at Oscrix's merc setup. Let me make this a little bit. There you go. That's what we're looking at right now. Okay, we're taking a little look-see here.
And just overall, a really cozy build to play. If you need guidance on how to play that specifically, I recommend you go and check out Havoc's guide here on the Max Roll link. I'll have that in the description and inside of this.
Guys, we are conducting thorough research. Okay, we have our setup. We upgraded it yesterday by yoinking some tech from Neurotox. I didn't agree with all of his choices. We yoinked a couple, little bit here, a little bit there. Now we're gonna take a look at Oscrix's setup. Maybe we'll yoink a little bit here. We're gonna accumulate a wealth of the best possible ideas and meld it, fuse it together to have the perfect mercenary. Okay, think about it. Think about it, guys. All right. Think of it as a team effort.
POB in the notes section. But I've also imported the trees into the POB based on Havoc's trees here. You can see level 1 through 12, you use Spectral Throw with Chance to Bleed Volley and some kind of typical move skills and utility. And then you switch to Sunder at level 12. and you start to path towards Resolute Technique as you typically do in these builds. And then getting up to Merc Lab, you end up unspecking out of these nodes here that you were previously spec'd into, taking Resolute Technique.
This is crazy. He's actually just going to play, is he going to play Sunder all the way to Merc Lab? That is disgusting. Yeah, that's why they say don't meet your heroes, you know what I'm saying? That's why they say don't meet your heroes. Oscrix is he's literally going to play Sunder. There's no way, right? Surely he's about to yank it back and be like, okay, now I'm not actually going to be playing Sunder this long. Mercbot's going to be OP, and I'm going to log into Mercbot literally on normal lab. That's what he's going to say.
And taking axe nodes and all this other stuff. So when can you play pure mercenary instead of just doing Sunder in the campaign? Well, I think after Merc Lab is going to be the best time for it to happen, because you get access to your light radius scaling after Merc Lab. So somewhere in the mid 60s, 68, 69 or so.
Diabolical.
So after Merciless Lab, I plan on respecking and investing fully into my mercenary. And the way I'm going to do that is by stacking health and getting a bunch of block for myself defensively.
I do like
getting
block.
These mine nodes so that way I can throw Stormblast mines to increase its damage. Getting this increased light radius for the light radius increased node. And getting these level of link skills and link effects. And then on the gear, I'm going to be wearing, hopefully, a Void Eye.
Yo, I knew I liked Oscrix, man. I knew I liked Oscrix. That's a good POB right there. That is a good looking POB right there.
I can get at this point for +5 levels of Flame Link. Ignomon should be no problem. A weapon with +1 and light radius should probably be no problem. Maybe I can only get +1 or light radius, but it should likely be pretty easy to get, I imagine, at that point. PDR block.
Void Eye. I kind of like the idea of Void Eye if you can get it really early. Like let's say we're like, you know, we're level 30. We literally just got our first lab done. We have 1 Chaos Orb. Void Eye, that's probably 1 Chaos Orb item. If we have +5 Flame Link, how much does +5 Flame Link do right out the gate? Like early. Level 1, 25 to 35. Level 6, 42 to 60. So that's like a solid, how much base damage is that? 50 average instead of 30 average. Then you have 5% of your life total. You're going to have at least 5k. So it's 80 average versus 100. I mean, okay, that's not actually that good. Yeah, okay, I'm probably not going to buy it at that point. Does it get a bit better later on? Like when you have like a level 5? Like let's say you have a level 5 versus level 10. I'm probably not going to bother with it. You have enough from the base percentage where it makes it less of a difference. Might as well just have some more life. Yeah, okay. I'm probably not going to bother with Void Eye. How much life do you think you'll have at 34? Easily 1,000. Pretty much like any build that's like a life character, when you're doing your normal lab, you have around 1,000 life usually. So like that's where I'm getting that 50 flat number from. Saying you won't buy one, so we won't. Well, I'm just thinking about this. Like, if I have a ring with like 70 flat life, you know, and then I have like 30-40% increased life on that, you know, it's not going to give as much as a Void Eye, but it's going to make our character way tankier compared to a Void Eye. So I think I'd rather just have and also I don't have to go trade, spend time doing that. Like, I don't think the Void Eye's damage is that worth it. Pragmatism was plus 370 flat if you go from 23 to 33. Yeah, except it's worse than a Calm's Heart. You know what I mean? Because you put on a Calm's Heart and you're gonna get more than that amount of flat, and you're not gonna make your character squishier to do it.
Block shield and then just kind of rares with.
What do you think about the Tripanon Destructive Link? I think it's a very bad idea. You cook your movement skills, and Flame Link is insane. Pause 7. Stop counting my pauses.
Our life and armor and light radius where you can get them like the rings. So pretty simple. I went over this in the previous video. After this, I want to talk a little bit about mercenary uniques and gearing your mercenary around this point. And in specific, let's talk a little bit more about mercenaries throughout the game.
Epsy, back it the hell up. Sorry, guys. That pause is not because of Oscars. Epsy, just because Calm's Heart only gives 25% of its base number, one, that's the only stat on the freaking body armor. Two, it's a stat that can be fractionally portioned out in a reasonable manner. Shavs is just a pass-fail item, okay? It's a pass-fail item. There's only one mod that matters on that item. Shavs Ivory is real.
Campaign 2 while I'm at it. So I think through the campaign, in the Scepter of God, the best thing to get is going to be a Spellcaster Merc, and I would imagine it's probably a lightning-based Spellcaster Merc is the best thing since it...
All right, hear me out. If they give me partial number, I will accept 70%. I will accept 70%. If I get a partial number, that mastery still exists, right? I will accept 70%. I will accept 70%. No lower than 70%. That's the number I will accept as a partial number of shavs. 70% is the number I will take, okay? I will not disclose my reasons, okay? It's not important. I will accept 70%. No lower.
And potentially
I've come
shock,
to bargain.
which would be a great boon to your damage on Sunder, since you're not going to normally be shocking. And also because mercenary spells scale with your level in the campaign, so if you choose a spellcaster over an attack build, it's going to have higher natural scaling, and mercenaries are restricted on what items they can equip. They level up with you in the campaign, but the level of items they can equip does not change. So spellcasters benefit a lot from the situation, and you can get plus levels on their weapons, so I think that getting a lightning spellcaster would be the best thing, but in general, I think a lot of the spellcasters will be good in the campaign. And I'm going to use a spellcaster into maps, I imagine. But when I'm in maps, I'm going to be looking for a Wander, a Kineticist. This is what they were called previously. I think they'll probably be called that again, too. For Kinetic Blast of Clustering, like I think most people will. And when I'm going to be looking for that, there's a couple different things that I'm going to be looking for to equip on it. So after Uber Lab, you can get 2 different unique nodes, and that can either be weapon and offhand, plus another thing, or 2 other...
Keep moving the goalpost. I misremembered. Okay, whoa. I gotta read through this conversation. What happened? Guys, come on. This is an important pause. Somebody in chat said, keep moving the goalpost. It was 641. What are we talking about here? What's this little conversation? I misremembered it was 641. Yeah, what was this conversation? What are you guys talking about over here? You need like 600% for comms to give more. Wait, what? What are these claims? What the hell is going on over here? They're talking about comms versus pragmatism. You need 640% to get more from comms versus what are these arguments going on? These are crazy statements. Okay, this is wild. Chat drama. Okay. We'll leave it behind. Listen, guys, if you want to play pragmatism, I won't stop you from playing pragmatism. But when your character has 8k life instead of 15,000 life, that's not my problem. Okay, that's a you problem. All right? And I'll be lamowing as you're dying to regular mechanics like Shaper Slam. And when I get slammed, I don't die. Because believe it or not, defenses do matter.
Unique slots. And I've included here a list of a couple things that I think are pretty interesting to take with those unique slots. I think Piscator's Vigil's a really strong early weapon. Increased damage, a little bit of pen, crit, attack speed. Really good since you're going to be donating a lot of damage with...
What the hell is going on here? How does he have so many uniques? Okay, he's just showcasing these are some decent options in case people want like a variety. Just some suggestions. Fair enough. I think we already have this emote, don't we? Minus 30k. We already have the emote.
Flame Link, so I think this is a really strong choice early for your Merc. Lacoste could be nice to solve accuracy issues, if accuracy is an issue.
Okay, guys. At one point, somebody in my chat, I forget when, Stop counting the pauses, guys. It's not important. At some point, somebody was like, you need 7,000 accuracy for the Merc. Does anyone know what that guy's talking about? Was that guy just some chatter just making up stuff like every other chatter that makes stuff up? Or is that actually a real thing? It was me. It was me. Octo. Did you just make that number up? What's the whole you need 7,000 accuracy thing? What the hell is that about? Who knows? I just want to get to the bottom of this, okay? I just want to know the actual answer. It was Barry. Okay. All right. Whatever.
For your mercenary, I think 3 dragons is a really, really strong choice because then you can get your fire damage from Flame Link to apply a shock instead of pretty much useless ignite. So that could be really good. Asenath's Gentle Touch for explosions might be a nice thing to give your mercenary. It might feel good to do that with 1 point for clear speed. Foulborn 7 League Steps. These boots are really crazy. 15% of action speed is a huge multiplier to its attack speed. The mercenary's attack speed. This would be more difficult to get early on since it's from the tree and a pretty rare one at that. But you can also get, I think, up to 12% on Victario's Foulborn boots too. So those are pretty nice. And then you could also, just put rares here, of course, but that's just a unique option that you could put there. Victario's Acuity is a pretty cheap early thing that can give them Frenzy and Power Charges on kill. I think it's a decent choice. Death Rush, similarly, not that cheap, but really strong for clear speed and increasing its damage, and it gives it a bit of recovery while clearing too. That might be kind of useful. Taming for raw damage, enough said. People know about the taming on every elemental build. It would be good on your mercenary too. And then Soul Thirst combined with Censure on you. A lot of people like this setup. I'm probably not going to end up doing it, but it's extremely strong. Basically, you wear Censure of Benevolence on your character, and I'll pull it up here to show you. And it says, non-unique utility flasks you use applied to linked targets. So all your utility flasks apply to your mercenary. And since your mercenary wears Soul Thirst, they get Soul Eater during those flask effects. So you basically give your mercenary Soul Eater by wearing Censure and giving them Soul Thirst. Extremely strong multiplier to their damage and their clear speed.
The old Censure combo. We might consider trying it out. I'm not necessarily convinced or feel like it's going to be necessary, but I might try it out of curiosity. Imagine Foulborn replicas. You might be imagining for a while before that becomes real. Will the Merc still be good if it only has kinetic rain and not clustering? How do I put this? Clustering is probably 10x the value of something like kinetic rain in terms of like clear, consistent value. Kinetic rain has a delay to it. You don't really want kinetic rain. Yeah, you'll be viable. It'll work. It'll do some damage, but you just want to keep looking until you can swap your Merc to like the more ideal skills. That's just a part of progressing your character, Would you rather have a rare chest piece with 200 life or Calm's Heart with 1,000? You'd rather have the Calms, but you use the rare chest piece until you can afford to buy a Calm, stuff like that.
But doesn't really give them anything against bosses, so probably not going to be my focus early on, but a really, really strong thing to do for power and clear speed early that you could definitely do. So those are a couple suggestions on what uniques you might use. There's such a huge list of variants depending on what Merc you're going to use and items and stuff like that. So I really encourage you guys to explore the options yourself. But here's just a couple suggestions for early. Later, I'm going to go over the kind of very min-maxed Merc setup that I'm going to try to go...
You keep being lower and lower. Sorry, I was moving my mic away from my mouth because I'm eating some food that Lance handed me. Guys, stop counting the pauses. It's not important.
Towards as well. But for now, let's go onwards. Talk about level 95 progression. I'm going to start out by talking about softcore, and then I'll talk about hardcore. So I made 2 different configs. One that's a little more damage and less defense, and one that's the opposite of that. So let's start out with softcore. The biggest thing here that I think is strong to use that I wouldn't use in hardcore is Pragmatism. This gives Flamelink plus...
Oscar, is he one of the guys spreading this pragmatism propaganda? Is this why we're having this whole conversation in chat about pragmatism? Nah, man. Just because softcore you don't lose your character doesn't mean you want a character that's going to constantly die. This pragmatism propaganda needs to stop. Okay? It needs to stop. Ain't no way he did a double Nictus too. You have no movement skill. I need to have a chat with Oscar. Okay, just because softcore players can die does not mean you give up all like quality of life and defense and like
10 levels and is available from...
He probably thinks so little of us, honestly. He thinks so little of us. He's like those softcore players. They'll settle for anything just to have more damage. We'll put a second Nyctas in. They probably don't care about having no movement ability. They'll do anything for the POB numbers. He's probably just looking down on us. He like, where's the respect?
The King of the Mists pretty early on, so not a very difficult item to acquire. I think dual equipping Lori's Lantern is a pretty easy layup for softcore. And dual wielding Nyctas Lanterns also is a really crazy way to increase your damage. The difference between level 95 softcore and level 95 hardcore I'll show you here. On this config, I get 3,969 nice flat fire damage, and then on the hardcore config, I get 3,092. So it's about 800-ish, 900-ish more flat damage to do the softcore setup. So it's not tremendously worse to do the hardcore setup.
Why even make the softcore setup, dude? The softcore setup is clearly memeing. Why is it even there? Like, look at these numbers. Look at this. It's literally like a third the tank. Guys, this this proves the point perfectly. This is the POV of Calm's heart, or sorry, pragmatism. This is the POV of Calm's heart. Total Giga Chad versus like, oh, but 12 levels, like freaking potato choice of an item versus actual straight Giga Chad. That's the difference in these two situations. Straight Giga Chad, Calm's heart, pragmatism. Oh, but gem levels. That's the choices in real time. That's the results.
Config, I get 3,092. So it's about 800-ish, 900-ish more flat damage to do the softcore setup. So it's not tremendously worse to do the hardcore setup. You get a lot more defense. You can see here I've got 20k, 100-ish k, 12k life here, and then on the softcore one, I've got 9k, 50k, 7k life. So basically like half the defense.
Embarrassing.
But a lot more damage. So for everyone who was on softcore that wants to just get more damage, this is probably the setup for you guys.
No, don't do this.
And then for the amulet, I've got...
don't do this. This is not right. Do not do this in softcore. Like the moment you go the second Nyctas, you've signed yourself up to not have any speed. You have a character that is moving at the pace of a snail the second you put this Nyctas on, the second Nyctas on. The first Nyctas is fine, the second Nyctas is crazy. Turbador, drama farming. Do I want to watch a clip that you're saying is drama? I don't really want to watch a drama clip.
Valborn Hinocora's site. This might be kind of difficult to find. I'm not sure how rare it will be from the tree. But 50% light radius in your amulet slot, enough said, this is a ton of damage for this build because light radius increases your flame link damage by a lot. And then in the rare slots, it's basically just life, light radius where you can get it, strength and resists. It would be best to get this helmet corrupted with the implicit for increased light radius instead of getting the Eldritch Influence implicits. So
corrupted helmets with light radius. That sounds so nice. It sounds majestic.
So yeah, you definitely want to corrupt these helmets for light radius and hopefully hit that when you can.
Pragmatism
and for all the jewels on this setup, I've got percent increased life and block attack damage while dual wielding, which gives you a pretty nice layer of block chance for this build. So I think this is a pretty solid setup for softcore. A little bit low defensively for hardcore, I'd say. But it is more damage, offensive, and really nice to do. And let me talk about the links a bit here at this point as well. So I've got an Animate Guardian at this point. I'll go over the gear in a second. Got Purity of Elements with Eternal Blessing, which is still really strong here to give you ailment immune for you and your Mercenary and your Animate Guardian.
Can a Luminary be fast even without a attack speed or Mage Blood? Yeah. You can get pretty fast without a Mage Blood. Eventually, like any other character, you might want a Mage Blood, but like... Guys, stop. The pause is off to college. Shut up.
Vitality Precision, which reserves against your life, so it's pretty much free. You want to not link this to Eternal Blessing, so it doesn't screw that up with Purity of Elements. Then I've got Flame Link in the body armor, which gives it that massive plus levels bonus from Pragmatism. And then Frostblink, Faster Attack, Momentum, and Leap Slam. Since you're dual wielding scepters, you got to use Leap Slam as your movement skill. Should be pretty decent with the level of attack speed you get on this.
But back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Shouldn't it be plus 10? I guess he has the plus 2 in his tree, or has plus level somewhere else. Because pragmatism's plus 10, right?
Levels bonus
He's got
from
a
pragmatism.
plus 2 from tree.
And then Frostblink, Faster Attack, Momentum, and Leap Slam. Since you're dual wielding scepters, you got to use Leap Slam as your movement skill. Should be pretty decent with the level of attack speed you get on this character. Plus Frostblink, so it should be pretty good. Assassin's Mark, Stormblast Mine, and Minefield. You throw Stormblast Mines. These apply increased damage taken to nearby targets. Ends up being 60% increased damage taken when you've thrown all of them, so huge multiplier for your mercenary's damage. And then Assassin's Mark, your mercenary gets crit multi, generates power charges, very strong. And then you've got Enduring Cry, Urgent Orders, Ancestral Cry. Enduring Cry is here for you to generate endurance charges for yourself. Ancestral Cry is here to give yourself some max res, not as important as the Enduring Cry if you don't.
I'm really surprised he's doing this over battle mages. Does he have battle mage somewhere else? I mean, he'd want it on urgent orders. Battle mages is so much better, I feel. Like, Ancestral Cry, like, sure, I guess you give yourself a little bit of max res, but battle mages is, like, legit damage, considering how much crit multi the mercs have.
Don't want to press this button, especially in softcore, you don't have to. But that's basically the setup at this point. The skills change between a couple of configs, and you can take a look at the specific details of those changes, and I'll go over some later. But generally, this is the kind of shell that's going on here. Let's move on now to the hardcore version of level 95.
Version.
All right, so now let's talk about the hardcore level 95 setup.
Much more respectable. Calm's Heart, Giga Chad. Shield. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Now we're talking. This is the good stuff.
This is a shield version of the character instead of dual wield with one Nictus Lantern, a physical damage reduction, all res shield, Helm's Heart instead of Pragmatism, so lots more health. Valborn Henachor Sight again, and then the rares are basically the same stuff as before, just life, light radius where you can get it, resistances. Instead of the Pragmatism, I'm using a rare unset ring with +3 levels of socketed gems, life, strength, light radius. You might want to still use a Void Eye instead of this at this point, and socket Flame Link in that. That would be better than, not using a plus levels ring. But if you can get a +3 light radius ring, that would be really, really good here. And then the jewels, instead of block attack damage while dual wielding, they're block attack damage while holding a shield and % increased life. And that ends up with a pretty great defensive character at this point, I would say, for hardcore. 20k Fizzmax hit, 100k-ish LE. 12k life, over 2k life regen, and 68 and 6.
20k's Fizz max hit seems a little low for hardcore. Dude, people talking about Fizz max hit drive me crazy. So many people think the Fizz max hit needs to be like the same number as the LE max hit. It's not even close. He has a 70-70 block character with 20k Fizz max hit with 3,000 regen. Like, he's chilling. He's absolutely chilling. How do I tank Uber Shaper and slams in my maps? Yeah, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. It's like, the thing is, I feel like these people, like, they look at their Fizz max hit and they think that's why they're dying, but when it's just their LE max hit is horrible. But they always blame the Fizz max hit just because it's like, oh, it's the lowest number. Like, they look at a 10k Fizz max hit with a 40k LE max hit, and they think the 10k Fizz max hit's the problem. It's just freaking crazy.
767 block chance, so very nice, I would say. Pretty strong. You get 3,092 flat fire damage, so offensively, one would imagine that that's a lot of damage for your mercenary. We will have to see how that all pans out numbers-wise. Let me go over the AG gear real quick. I've got Dying Breath for increased damage, Belly of the Beast for some health for the AG, Leer Cast from increased damage, Asenath's Gloves for a curse and potential explodes, and Wind Scream so it gets +1 curse to apply that. And
Classics.
you can see in here, I've also got these Animate Guardian setups in here. You can see that's the setup I was just talking about if you want to look at the gear in the POB. And I've also...
Yo, DM! What's going on, man? What's going on? Have you started looking at theory crafting a build for Curse the All Flame yet? Are you thinking about logging the hell in, or are you still doing like variety stuff? You still chilling? Welcome everybody from DM's chat. We're just looking at Oscrix's setup for his Merc bot. I was gonna do a Winter Tide or do a Merc. Do a Merc. Dude, DM, do a Merc. Do a Merc. Mercs are OP, man. Do a Merc. Join the Merc Alliance. Wintertide, Cold Dot, probably good. But I'll tell you this, Mercs are gonna be OP. They're gonna be so strong. I've never done link skills, so I'll probably be raw dogging it. I don't think it's not that complicated. It's literally just click flame link, stack some life. You're gonna have a good time, I think. Like I like it's not that complicated. It's pretty. You start out with the idea of stack some life and flame link. You're gonna be just fine. I bet. I imagine you will adapt just fine. Eruptor Merc seems fun. Yeah, Eruptor's pretty solid. Honestly, a lot of the Mercs are good. A lot of the attack-based Mercs scale really well with Flame Link. Spell-based Mercs are probably decent for campaign, but they don't get as much out of like you supporting them as the attack ones do. I'll look at your stuff and see what I can figure out. Yeah, right on. Well, I'll look forward to. I'll check back in. I'll check back in day 2 of the league, and I'll see if you're playing Merc or Wintertide. And if you're playing Wintertide, I'm just gonna do like a stare, and then I'm gonna type I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. but if I log in day 2 and I see you're playing Mercbot, I'm gonna go Pog, yo, that's my streamer strong. That's what it's gonna be. I'm gonna check out day 2. Nah, I'm not. You play whatever you want to play, but Mercbot I think will be
got
insane.
A more min-maxed Animate Guardian here that you can get, with Kingmaker and all that other typical stuff.
Oh, Kingmaker's so good. Crown of the Tyrants, Gravebind. Nah, you don't need that. You don't need that, right? There's no way you need that. Legacy of Fury. Yeah, okay. Scorch, I like it.
That I'll talk about a bit later. So that's all the hardcore stuff, I think. All right, so now let's get into the super endgame stuff and talking about what does this character look like when you've got, kind of perfect gear.
Okay, let's look at his tree a little bit. So he's doing a little bit more of Duelist. He has that Max Res wheel, which is solid. He's got Testudo. Testudo with this is kind of nice. But there's just so many passives. What does he lose by doing this? He loses Templar, Light Radius, Life Wheel. He loses... No, he still has Life Masteries, it looks like. He is level 100. So that's like 10 extra passives. I mean, that's probably most of it. He gets res, but he loses regen. And he loses some of the percent nodes. That regen is wild. Oh, he has a really high level character. This is a character that probably has like it probably has Enduring Cry procced, and I would imagine he has life regenerate on some of his rares. 6 endurance charges. Yeah, you get the endurance charge over here, which is nice.
You've planned everything out and all that other stuff. This is a level 100 configuration, and the first one I'm going to talk about is pretty interesting, I think. All right, so first let's talk about the min-maxed endgame version with Wraithlord. Wraithlord, for everybody who hasn't used this item, is a Spectre helmet. Gives you +1 maximum number of Spectres per socketed Ghastly Eye Jewel, and that can give you a lot of utility using Ritual Corpses. You can see here in notes or in the config.
All right, what do we got here? Spectre 3, Spirit of Fortune, Wrath Aura... Lucky Lightning. I mean, Lucky Lightning's kind of something, I guess. Anger Aura. Dude, yeah, look how bad these version of their auras are. The smite, I guess, is just way better than these other ones. That's kind of funny. The anger aura is like, that's like a level 10 anger, is like a level 10 wrath. This is like a level 30 freaking smite. So that's kind of funny. Perfect forest warrior is always so good. Tiger's solid. Tiger's just giga expensive. I didn't know this guy gave crit chance. That's kind of nice. Are they all going to die all the time? Yeah, I'd be worried about their survivability because his tree doesn't have a lot of like Spectre survivability. The thing is with the Spectre quality of life change, like if they die in the map, it's not the end of the world. They'll be there for the next map. But yeah, in the harder juice content with like harder map mods, they will die a lot. I wonder what his links are for the Spectres. How much he's like keeping them alive with stuff.
You can see here in notes or in the config modifiers here, a lot of really good utility from all these. And the cool thing about playing Wraithlord and getting...
Did he get rid of his AG? Wait, does this helmet make it so you can't have anything but Spectres? Or is it only the other one? Wraithlord. You can't have non-Spectres. So he loses the AG doing this. Dude, I don't know, man. I don't like it. I do not like it.
9 Spectres that have auras is that they can affect your party members. So if you're planning on playing in a party or with another player,
doesn't feel worth it. I mean, they have some good stuff, but yeah, I'm not a believer in the Wraithlord. I feel like they're gonna die too much, and then it's a pretty good gear slot to give up.
With other kinds of minions and stuff, this could be a really cool way to continue to support those entities in your zone. Really nice. And this allows you to get a lot of auras while still being blood magic, which I think is pretty cool. I've got it here corrupted with increased light radius. That's going to be the thing that you really, really want to get corrupted onto Wraithlord. You can also get % increased max life corrupted here, which would be really nice. For the Abyss Jewels, it's just life and minion resist, so they stay alive and some other stuff like that. I've got a Nycta's Lantern and a shield again. PDR, block, reduced crit, all res on that. Calm's Heart, this one's volatile, Volorbed, up to 1200 max life. This is a pretty difficult one, I think, to do. +4 gloves, so since it's +2 duration, that's +2 flame.
Dude, that is wild. He's going to get some rare gloves that have good stats, and he's going to corrupt +4 on them. Holy, he is actually gaming. Oscar sounds like such a chill dude. He is a chill dude.
Link. +1 socketed, that's +1 flame link, and +1 on empower, so that's +2. It would be easier to make just a +2 pair of gloves, but eventually, hopefully, you can get...
He's playing Dissolution? Okay, what the hell is this? Nah, man, nah. That's kind of crazy. I wonder if he's played Dissolution before. I would not want to play Dissolution in hardcore with without Glad block plus the blood barrier, and you can't go bloodline with this ascendancy. There's way too much damage loss. He talks about it. All right, we'll see what his thoughts are.
Get a +4. And I've got influenced boots with life, strength, resists, and cannot be poisoned. Cannot be poisoned is really important here because this is a dissolution of flesh character. So removing as many damage over time sources from your character as possible, just so your dissolution of flesh timer can reset and you can regenerate your health when you lose it. Normally, I don't really like dissolution of flesh characters that much, but I think this character will be acceptable with it because of its level of block and just generally large pool. Then I've got a nerf.
Nah, man, nah. Oscars, he's crazy here. 70 block is not enough. I mean, it'll be fine if he's doing like more chill maps where everything's just dying off screen. But if he starts getting hit with some shotgun stuff, that is gonna be rough.
Reflecting Misted Amulet. It's the breakpoint down to +3 levels on these amulets, so I've nerfed that down to that. I've also nerfed the amount of health down.
Back it up.
Then I've got a nerfed Reflecting Misted Amulet. It's the breakpoint down to +3 levels on these amulets, so I've nerfed that down to that.
Okay. Okay. First of all, we can't blame him for this. Okay, Oscarix is a hardcore player. He's probably never reflected an amulet in his life. We cannot blame him for this misunderstanding of the mechanics. All right. Hardcore players, they don't find reflecting miscs. They don't find these things. It's currencies they haven't trust. They haven't touched. The double Nick the Lantern softcore players, they would know the mechanic here though. But for this amulet, you can't ever hit +3. You either hit the 2x or you don't. There is no +3. That is kind of... The thing is, we don't even know if the Reflecting Mist is going to go below 2x. We don't even know how it's technically nerfed. Like, the logical conclusion is they made it so you can't get a 2x, or they lowered the top end, but the way they worded it was freaking weird. Like, they could have just said, hey, we've lowered the maximum roll you could get, and that would make way more sense. But they said we lowered the average, which could mean so many freaking things.
I've also nerfed the amount of health down, respective amount. Then the same thing with this ring. It's got light radius, all attributes, and health, and those values have been nerfed. To craft these, you want to put on Aspect of the Crab as a junk mod, and then another junk mod, and then you want to Reflecting Mist them. It might be more economical to use Hinacore's locks and Reflecting Mist, but probably not.
No, it's never more
for these. We'll have to see how rare they are.
Hinacore locks are so expensive.
Then I've got a Calandra's Touch to duplicate that difficult-to-make ring. I've used this setup a lot in late end games so that we can have 100% uptime of Progenesis with increased effect, which is super strong defensively for life build.
What? He has a Progen with 100 effect? So he has 40 effect here. Wait, is he Balbala enjoying? Hey, he's got a Brutal Restraint! He's Balbala enjoying! Let's freaking go! Alright, never mind. I take back all the disrespect. Oscarix, he does know ball. Okay, he does in fact know ball. He knows Balbala specifically.
You need reduced charges used and increased flask duration for your Progenesis to have 100% uptime. And you can slot in Progenesis instead of one of these elemental flasks and have all three of those flasks up 100% of the time. So you can see this is what my max hit looks like right here at the moment. When you turn on Progenesis, massive jump. Massive jump. So this can replace one of these flasks. Most Uber bosses, bosses in general, do 1 to 2 damage types, so you can pretty easily swap one of these out. For other bosses that have all damage types, maybe you could switch some of your resistances on gear to make it work where you don't have one of these flasks equipped. If you want to have, similarly, this Progenesis rolling the entire time you're mapping, you're going to have to do that. Kind of solve your resistances elsewhere. But yeah, Progenesis, when you get it, extremely ridiculously strong when you have this kind of high health pool defensively. So really.
Yeah, Progen with that micro distillery is actually so sick. That's actually such a sick setup. Good old Progen. Only a 90D flask. Well, this is like a min-max setup, guys. This isn't like cheap gear. This is some Giga Chad gear.
Really good to get. And to make that work, you need a flash charge brutal restraint. I've got it in the tree here for the trader flash charge gain, but you also need these two nodes to have increased flash charge gained, or you can get it here or here and spend more points. You see, I could get Alchemist Genius here on this character as well, which could help. It's a little less consistent, but that could help the uptime a lot as well.
Also gives like 10%.
And for anyone who's not played a build with the trader and these kinds of flasks, I didn't put it on the POB. I'll put it on after this, but you put reused at end of flask effect on these, and you just press them once per map, and they kind of just never go away. You kind of want to look at them occasionally, especially in hardcore, because you can get Flask Siphoner, run out of them, but that doesn't really happen from my experience, especially when you are this strong. You kind of just blow up the screen before Flask Siphoner really ruins your day anyways, typically. They got Foulborn Red Dream for everyone who hasn't played with this. You put it here, and then you tattoo all these small nodes to fire resistance, and it gives you a ton of life. You can see right here, it's giving me quite a bit by itself, so really...
The hell am I looking at right now? What is this pathing? Ain't no way that's worth it. Every small node is 3% life. There's no way every single node on his POB. Like, there's going to be like a 5% life node somewhere he could click, right? For 1 point. He could click like this, right? Like, that's 4%. It's life and fire res. He's way overcapped. He does not need that 6 fire res. It looks cool. I mean, okay, yeah, it does. It does look aesthetic. I'm not gonna deny this. Kind of looks cool, but also it's minus. That's not the right passive. That's not the right pathing, guys. There's no way.
Strong jewel to get
There's
from
no
the
way.
breach.
Oh my word! What the hell?
You can see right here, it's giving me quite a bit by itself.
That's diabolical pathing. Nah, man, nah. This ain't right. This ain't right. It's got to be this point, this point. You never do this. What the hell is this? And then this point. Yeah, I'm gonna call up Oscar and say, "Hey, man, I got some revisions for you. I found you 3 passives on your tree. You're welcome. I found you 3 passives."
So really strong jewel to get from the breach tree. Storm Shroud is how you can solve your ailment immunity later by getting a Void Shock on your jewels here. You can also get it as a
POV
suffix.
police, yeah, the POV
there,
police.
instead of corrupting it as an implicit.
Put out an
it'll be
APB
easier to
on
do
you.
that. Dissolution of Flesh, like I said earlier, tons of life from this, tons of damage. Kind of annoying to play with, but I think it'll be okay with this level of block and regen. And then 2 rare jewels with life and some max res and some block and stuff like that to fill the rest of the gaps of the characters. So this is pretty strong, I'd say. Get 5,768 flat. So that's a lot of damage.
Yo,
You'll
that's a
see
good flame
in
link.
the skills, things have to change a bit because you lose a lot of your slots. You lose your helmet slot.
Can you picture a weapon that says 5,000 average damage? I mean, I can because I've played Energy Blade before, but like, besides Energy Blade, that's just an unholy number. 5,000 base damage on a weapon is it's so disgusting.
In the gloves, I've got Race Spectre, Flame Link, and this is in the +4 gloves, so you get quite a high level of Race Spectre on this build, a 31 Spectre, so pretty high level, lots of health, tanky. They should be pretty.
Okay, so that's how he's planning to keep it alive. Empower, well, dude, I don't know if the gem is the gem level actually enough. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. I feel like they would still die without any like other minion life stuff on the tree.
Good to use even in difficult.
I was getting +10. He has +2 from the helmet, +3 from Empower, +4 from gloves, which that's 9. I'm missing a +1 somewhere. He has +3 on his amulet, doesn't he? Do I just suck at counting somehow? He has +8 through his amulet. It's not gonna happen. Well, yeah, the +3 is impossible in the amulet. Bandits kill all. Yes. Oh, did I not put bandits on the thing? Oh, can I do that in here? Is there an option for this for like quest reward stuff? No, there's no thing for quest rewards. The PoE2 one has quest rewards. I'll put one for bandits. I'll put a little disclaimer for bandits here. I think I forgot to talk about bandits. Bandits. Let's do this real quick while I'm thinking about it. Oak equal +40 life. Best early power, but should swap to +1 passive. 5% life. Later on. Krulson. It's not Krulson. Alira. Don't really need the res when running. Purity of Elements. Not recommended. Creighton. Why did I say Krulson? I was thinking of freaking Chris Wilson, my goat. Creighton. 8% movement speed. Good. If you want to go faster. I might go Creighton. Generally, +1 is the strongest character power late game. But I am probably going 8% move speed or 40 life on league start. I'm probably just going 8% movement speed on league start myself. Yeah, I think I might go the movement speed on league start, honestly. 8% movement speed just sounds nice. I've never helped Oak in my life. It's decent early on for like initial scaling, but the farther you get in the campaign, the more and more this just gets outweighed by like +1 passive, for example, where you can just grab 5% life, and 5% life is just kind of better if you have a Calm's Heart. Alrighty. We now have the bandits there. Okay, we were looking at Oscar's setup.
Content, I would imagine. And you get Shield Charge, Frostblink, Eternal Blessing, Flesh and Stone. The big problem with going Wraithlord is your sockets restrict you from using faster attacks, momentum, so worse than, you know, using it.
Is he going non-blood magic then? No, he's Eternal Blessing. Oh, he's Eternal Blessing the Flesh and Stone. Flesh and Stone is so good. I love that he's using Eternal Blessing on Flesh and Stone, dude. He doesn't have mana? No, yeah. He's Eternal Blessing, Flesh and Stone. Flesh and Stone, he values, and it's a 25% aura. I love that he did this. He valued it over every other 50% aura. Granted, he does get like some like worse versions of a lot of auras from the Spectres, but still.
That's for sure. That might be a big point where
doesn't
you
even
might
scale
not
with
wanna
Aura
play
Effect,
Wraithlord
yeah.
because of that.
It's
I've
such
got
a good
another
reservation.
config that doesn't use Wraithlord that I'll show you.
My top pick for reservation for me is it's Tempest Shield. But Flesh and Stone is a very close second for me. I'm a block Andy through and through. I love Tempest Shield, but Flesh and Stone is insanely good. Like if you were gonna make like a chart, and you were gonna do this chart, and you were gonna be like this, and this was gonna be power, reservation percent, like, so obviously this is 25, and then over here is like 50. Flesh and Stone, that's not like, how do you do an and symbol? All right, Flesh and Stone is like way up here, and then like every 50% reservation is like down here by comparison. Like there's some good 50% reservations in this area, but the freaking like it's so good. I'm an Arctic Armor guy. Arctic Armor is solid. I would put Arctic Armor over most over a lot of the 50% reservations. I would be, I don't know. It depends on the situation. Arctic Armor can be very, very insane, especially if you have like a period of fire setup.
In a little bit here. And the Warcry setup like before, and the same setup for Minefield, Assassin's Mark, Stormblast Mine. So let's go over the other setup I was just talking about. So in this setup, basically the biggest changes are you don't have to wear a Wraithlord. You get a rare helmet with light radius and some other stats on it instead. And since you don't wear Wraithlord, you can also use an Animate Guardian. That's probably the biggest change. Other than that, everything's the same. I don't think anything else majorly changes between that POB and this one. See, this one has more damage by a little bit, like 200 or 300 or so. More flat fire, it gets 6,085. But you lose 5 Spectres, so there's that. And you also gain, like I said, the slots for faster attacks for Shield Charge and some other utility that you couldn't have before.
Worth.
But then you lose a couple slots because you have to...
I miss Old Hatred. Yeah, well, Old Hatred had like the double dipping thing. Same with like Old Herald of Ash. Which, yeah, I kind of understand why it had to get nerfed, because it was like 2 auras for the price of 1. The change they made leveraged more into the one portion of it and kind of balanced it out a bit more.
To put in Animate Guardian, right? So let's go over the Animate Guardian gear now for the end game. Your Animate Guardian gives you Fortify, and it gives you minus res to enemies, and also gives you flat fire when you get a Crown of the Tyrant, but before this you use Leer Cast. And then you want to use Ruthkul's Pelt, because it gives it 10% regen, really, really nice to keep it alive. Right now, I've got Gravebind and Legacy of Fury. If you haven't played with an Animate Guardian with Gravebind, Legacy of Fury, this kind of creates like an explosion setup where Anything near the Animate Guardian is killed by it, and everything near the Animate Guardian is scorched, so then it gets the explosion from Legacy of Fury. Really, really nice for clearing content.
Classy stuff, classy
So then
stuff.
finally, I want to go over the Super Giga Endgame Mercenary setup. So I've got that in here. This is an estimate based on Merc League numbers. That is the message I want to send across to you guys right now. This is not necessarily an accurate representation of the damage you're going to be doing. Not really like 100% accurate information.
Okay, so previous numbers, he had accuracy, LA res, chaos res, 350 damage, and 250 crit multi. That's crazy. They had that much baseline crit multi. Well, I guess we'll know really early on when we grab a merc and we check his stat line, and then we start leveling up and we see how much his crit multi and stuff goes up. Obviously, with the Ripper merc that Ziggy showcased, he showcased a merc that had no crit multi because it was a Resolute Technique one.
But it's a decent framework to kind of test things in and understand how the numbers might play out, right? So firstly, for the Merc assumptions, this is based on stat lines from infamous level 83 Mercs in the previous league, and I've also actually reduced the offense out 40%, 30% for damage and crit multi compared to the previous values. I'm assuming they're going to be nerfing them a bit.
Wait a minute. He just arbitrarily lowered the numbers preemptively? Holy. That's crazy. That's crazy. So he gave you a stimulus package with his video? Stimulus package? Yeah, he posted a video earlier today. We were looking at it.
And more from supports at about 300%. That was about the ballpark of what you might see on a Merc previous league. And then I've also got the Spectre.
Is Covered in Ash not good enough to invest in for your Merc? Covered in Ash? I think it just loses out to other options. Like, okay, let's put it this way. Let's say we got Covered in Ash by putting the ring on our character. We lose Light Radius. Let's say we put it on the Merc. We lose Nimbus or Enmity. And those things are way stronger than 20% increased damage taken. So, I mean, it depends on the setup. Like, obviously, a KB Merc, you don't want Nimbus on. Maybe you'd rather have It could maybe make sense on the KB Merc. I'm trying to think how it would fare against compared to like a Taming, for example.
Buffs here as well. So for the Mercenaries gear in the last two unique slots, you want to get Enmity's Embrace and Untouched Soul.
Ooh, yeah, he just went crit multi. Yeah, I could see that. Just a ring with good crit multi.
These two items combo together to give you a ton of all resist from your white sockets on items. Item defaults to being white sockets. This is extremely easy to build around for your Merc, which is really, really nice. It was a pain to get all your items having white sockets before, so this is great. And then Enemies Embrace.
This is going to be expensive, just like War by Bet. Late game, yeah, there's going to be min-max pieces that are going to be expensive. To get the character like online, the base gear you're talking about is just not rare. It's not expensive pieces. It's like gear that has life on it. It's gear that has life on it, Untouched Soul. The only expensive item that's like a key piece is Enmity's. And that item is way more farmable than something like a Ralakesh would be, for example. Like the different, like if I'm guessing on what Enmity's will go for, I'm guessing like 5 Divines. If I'm guessing on what a Power Charge Ralakesh would go for, I'm guessing 30. Not to mention there's a lot more pieces that are going to be somewhat expensive as well. And pieces non-Uber, yeah, and also everybody's going to do the fight at least once. Everybody's doing the quest fight, you know? Let's put it this way. Enmity's 1 in every 10 characters is going to drop. How many of every normal playthrough characters is going to drop a Ralakesh Power Charge? Like, 1 in every freaking 100?
Which is a late drop boss unique from the Atlas progression, gives a ton of Fire Pen for your Flame Link. So huge amount of damage. You can see its estimated DPS based on all the assumptions. So this is a gigantic portion of the damage. Similarly, if you don't...
What if you put on Pyre Support on your Shield Charge? Pyre Support. What does Pyre Support do? Pyre Support... Supports melee attacks. Cannot support triggered attacks. Attacks used by this thing other than you or skills which create minions. Change to trigger Pyre on melee hit against ignited enemies. Covers enemies in Ash. Hey, that would be a good way to get cover in Ash. Yo, we can add that in. That's solid. That doesn't cost us like any character power. It's just if we can fit the gem socket. Yeah, that's pretty free damage. Then you definitely don't use Polaric. That's actually really solid. Good freaking call. Pyre support. Pyre support. You need the accuracy to hit. We'll have the accuracy. We're gonna have precision in the build. It's not like our character's gonna have bad accuracy. We're gonna be running precision like the entire time. Ooh. Should I add a section for... I want to add this in as something that people should look for, because that's a really good shout out. I'll probably add to this section, but I'll just call this useful tech, and I'll just add stuff to this as we think of some things that we can add that are... Pyre support. Let's get rid of this. Can be added to an attack like shield charge to proc cover enemy in ash for 20% increased damage taken when you can afford the gem socket space. All right. We'll add some more stuff to that one when we think about it, but that's a good shout out. Is one of the new support gems? Yeah, I don't think I necessarily... I've definitely like seen this before, but it wasn't in like my head knowledge of being like, oh, that's something I can do. It's pretty free too because it comes from Zesht. Oh, just doing like the breach encounter.
Don't use Untouched Soul. It's going to completely gimp your amount of resistance and your damage subsequently. And you also get even more from this resistance from your body armor, from getting a Grasping Mail with critical strike chances increased by overcapped lightning resistance.
Yeah, this is very solid for the non-armor stack angle is doing this body armor mod. For armor stack angle, we definitely want the evasion mod, and we want to transfer it to probably a pure evasion chest piece if we can get away with it. If it's Smolder Strike, though, it has to be a hybrid armor chest piece. Have you added the campaign regex to mobile? I haven't done that yet. We're going to do that after this Oscars video, though. Thanks for the reminder.
So this is a pretty important...
All right. Don't leave for it. After this Oscars video, we'll do it again. Also, you guys lost count.
For sure.
You guys
kind of the most important after these
gave
two.
Up on your count.
And then let's talk about the weapon. Just want spell damage because spell damage increases the damage of your attacks with kinetic blast of clustering. We've got an offensive shield with damage, spell damage, block, resists, and attack speed. Got a helmet with life and then an abyssal socket. You basically want to get an abyssal socket in all your gear. If you don't get an abyssal socket here, it would be good to put accuracy instead. Then I've got accuracy, attack speed when you crit, jewels, and flat damage. The Grasping Mail, like I said earlier.
Oh, that's so nice. Attack speed when crit recently on a bunch of abyssal jewels every socket we can get. Yeah, we're definitely gonna want that. We want as much attack speed as we can get. I feel like attack speed's a really hard stat for these.
Some block chance, resist, and then the important thing
when
is
you
the
enter
crit
triple
chance
digits.
over cap
We gave up.
resist mod. That's if you can just get one that has that, that's gonna be worth it all by itself. Gloves, attack speed, flat damage, resist, prod speed, and abyssal socket.
Leech.
Rage on hits, really good to get here. Fire leech is pretty nice to get here too, defensively, I would imagine. Same thing, dual wise in the abyssal socket again. And then for boots, you've got action speed, avoid ailments is kind of nice to get here since they're not going to have that. It might end up being the case that I really need to use purity of elements with the Merc in the end game. We'll see how it goes. But anyways, we've got onslaught on kill. That's not really that necessary since I've got a Spectre for that, but it's nice if it's not in the range of the Spectre while clearing, I guess.
I like that. Frenzy gain. I'll add this on here too. Eldritch implicits with Pinnacle work for Animate Guardian / Merc and are much stronger. Examples would be Frenzy gained every X second. Pinnacle Let's do like this. Body armor. That's a solid source of those. Boots. Action speed. Pinnacle. Gloves. Rage on hit. Pinnacle. Fire leech. Not crediting his source. Shout out Oscrix. Listen, I was gonna use action speed and rage on hit and fire leech anyways. Frenzy I didn't think about though. That's a solid pickup. That's a solid pickup. Can you brittle on boots? You can brittle on boots. We're gonna brittle on our character's boots is what I'm planning to do. Zero, the people's champion. Shout out Zero, the people's champ. Here, there you go. There you go. We'll add it in. Good comms. Good comms. All right. Back to yoinking tech and then not giving credit. Where are we at, Oscrix? You got any other good stuff for us? You got any other good stuff?
And then one abyssal socket for another jewel that gives the same stuff. And like I said, Untouched Soul enemies embrace nerfed helical ring with crit multi and resistances. And that's about it here. So same thing as the other one. It's got aspect of the spider, aspect of the crab, doesn't matter. So that way you don't care about it going up or down. And then another junk mod like energy shield, so you don't care about it going up or down. And then you're just trying to get 3 positives on this ring with reflecting mist. The belt, I've got resist and weapon elemental damage. So elemental damage to the attack skills. And then it's a Stygian, so it's got some more damage in there. You could also potentially use a corded belt and anoint something here. That could be pretty good too. And
corded belt's gone, right? I think corded belt's gone. Rancors is here to stay, but corded and fog are gone. Gone, yes. Okay. All right. Well, rest in peace. Corded would have been sick, though. Being able to anoint nodes is so sick. To have access to power tree or power from the tree.
For annoyance, I haven't really made up my mind on Untouched Soul, but it's generally going to be something to do with crit multi, more likely, like Throat Seeker.
It's not on the list of removed items.
Like that. Probably Heart Seeker.
Items that are staying,
something like that for crit multi is probably the best thing, but we'll see what I end up choosing later.
So maybe it could be somewhere else then. Is that hit DPS? Yeah, this is a kineticist DPS. This is estimated numbers based on estimated numbers from last Merc League with an assumed 40% nerf to the baseline stats of the Merc. And who freaking knows? It's guessing, right? Until we get like we're like we don't know exactly what all they maybe changed with the baseline stats of Mercs and stuff like that.
Okay, so that was all a mouthful. I think I went through basically everything.
That's not blasted monolith level damage. This is okay. Do I need to mention again that this is just estimating on assuming a nerf on a clear speed Merc? Are we following? Are we following? All right, anyways, let's continue.
More notes here. There's the link to Havoc's leveling guide. There's a link to a video where I talked about some Merc stuff before. There's a link to Captain Lance's Mobilitics guide. We've got some notes below from Captain Lance on Mercs that he thinks are going to be good. Like I said earlier, there's a ton of assumptions in this video. We don't know 100% what is going to be, the case for all these numbers. So thanks a lot for hanging out and watching the video, guys. You can find the movie in the description.
Right on.
And if you're going to be at least starting the Luminary, subscribe to see more videos about it.
All right, Oscrix, a solid Luminary enjoyer, guys. Make sure you subscribe. Oh my word, that was all that. And make sure you subscribe and give him a follow and whatnot on Twitch as well. He's under leveling, which is questionable as hell, but hey, setups look good. I don't know what the hell that softcore setup was though. The double Nictas, I don't know what that was. That's diabolical. That's diabolical. The double Nictas. I didn't see it. Oh, he was like, and if you want to play a worse version of the build, here's the softcore. Where was it? Let me show you. I'll find it. It's somewhere in here. I'll find it. He had like this setup that's like, hey, if you want to play the softcore version, and he just like is like, yeah, well, what is this? What is this? He's like trying to sabotage the guys who go, oh, I'm a softcore player. Let me copy this version instead. He's sabotaging him with the double Nictas. He wants the leap slam, dude. It's a slow leap slam. It's pragmatism. Brick the max hits, and for what? For what? Do you have a filter I can subscribe to? I just use NeverSyncs filters. All right, now aside from that, I need to do my regex. And then I need to add that to the MOBA because I haven't done that yet. We'll highlight any 3-link, movement speed, fire dot multi's fine. And then we need to make sure we highlight the correct like gems that we're going to use throughout the run. Okay, faster casting. I don't think I ever actually use. Take that out. Not colored. Oh, good comms. Good comms. Any 3 links, nice. Get rid of this too. Okay, that's good there. League starts in like 47 hours. Yeah, roughly like 2 days from this time. Okay, I need to add in Stormblast mine. Raise Spectre. Animate Guardian. Life tap. I need to hold on. Let's actually log in game I need to verify that we aren't making a regex that's just gonna cause pain in terms of like highlighting too many things. Ever since that one time efficacy sabotaged us, we need to like check our options here. I have a question about the Luminary mid-game POB. Gruthmax, so help me. So help me. Hey, Lance. I noticed in this POB where you have some unallocated nodes. You know what that was? So what I did when I was making the Gogarth POB, I needed to make like some various like lower level versions. So I had a bunch of Scions in Standard. And one of the Scions in Standard, it was from when we did the E-Blade character in Total League. And I didn't want to roll over the keystone because it's kind of cool. I just scoured the node, right? And it's just sitting there because that's like that setup, and I just directly imported it because I set up like multiple versions of the character in game. There's nothing beat Nyctas. Nyctas is very good. Late game, I think there might be an argument for Darkseer, but Nyctas you'll use for a very long time. Very, very strong net 50 light radius. All right, where was I? I was checking in-game filters. That is not what I meant to copy and paste. Copy. Let's get a little test here. Stormblast, snipers, enduring cross. Okay, that's all fine. Nyctas is pretty cheap to corrupt that. Yeah, it's a T3. It's not too rare. It's pretty common. Okay. What else do I want to add? Haste, Period of Elements, Blood Rage, Righteous Fire, Righteous Lightning? What the hell is this? I got some more stall content. What do you got, Alweezy? We were going to check out Ziz's setup too, but what do you got? I'm down to consider some more stall content options. What do you got for us? I did 14 Exarch Eater runs. Here's my review of them. Holy. Tuad. 14 Exarch Eater runs. Tuad just wakes up and just does Exarch Eater runs. What a guy. All right, we'll take a look. We got to finish the regex first. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. Gotta finish the regex first. And my axe. Yo, Decimator, appreciate the sub, man. Flame Link, Eternal Blessing. Yeah, that's add that. Eternal Blessing. Check. P-Ball, 2 hours why I'm starting P-Brand Ignite. Yeah, one of those was a P-Brand Ignite. Was this run really good with it? Don't forget to look at the Merc notes. Oh, I want to look at those too. Does anybody got a link for the Atlas? That's a good point. I want to look at those as well. Minefield Swift Assembly. Poe Planner. Okay, we'll let that load. Is it worth going for library just to unlock burning damage support? I don't think it's worth it. You can pick it up literally once you get to Act 6, and your mercs should be doing a lot of damage even at that point. Are you gonna do any more practice runs? We are gonna do more practice runs, but we're doing some other stuff for first. Battle Mage's Cry. Enduring. Meat Shield. Minion Life. How are we on? We still have plenty of room. Respect your Minion Life, Meat Shield. Precision, Vitality, Arrogance. Okay. They had an RF lightning plan. Do you think that's what that's from? Do you think you yoinked it from that? You don't need a squishing rate. It's a quest reward. Correct. It is a quest reward, but maybe people won't click the correct quest reward. So at least you have that to remind you where it is. Not every single one of these things you will use. It depends on the person. If people click the wrong quest reward, it'll help remind them that they can buy it. Urgent orders, more duration. Righteous Lighting, yeah, I was in the PUDB. Lose 3% mana per second. Holy. Righteous Lightning was insane. 245% of your maximum mana. Dude, when do you think they came up with that number? As base fire, yeah, it's a little bit weird. It's a spell AoE Lightning. This is like no opportunity cost and then just an insane upside. Lose 3% per second, which you can easily outsustain. And then 245%. My word. That's crazy. What is this? Oh, just something that was in the game files at some point that they considered that they didn't ever make. Don't worry about it. It's not a real thing, guys. It's not a real thing. It's not a real thing. It's only your imagination. Okay. Eventually we want Assassin's Mark. Add that in there. Let's see. Is there anything else we want here? Faster attacks, Frostlink. Yeah, okay. This is fine. Sniper's Mark early. I think I already have that. Yeah, I already have Sniper's Mark, so we already got that. Spectral Throw we already got. All right. The text will fit. The text will fit. Vendor regex. There we go. And then we will put it on Save, import, export. We'll put it on over here. To edit. This, update matching. Need to go delete a couple things. Delete that. Delete that. And I'll put it below the RF swap because that's the, it's basically mostly want the vendor regex for leveling. All right. Guys, I think I'm going to be a totem cock. Don't do it, Pepe trash cans. Test the regex. Yeah, it looks like we have... Oh, we don't have efficacy. Oh, my goodness. We don't have efficacy. All right. Well, I have to manually put in efficacy because whatever pwd.read does for efficacy is just not correct. All right, let's try this again. Good comms, good comms. Try this again. Efficacy breaks through. Yeah, efficacy is a problem. Matching variants. Delete this thing. Delete this thing. That's there. This is here, and I need to edit that. All right. All right. All right. That should be good now for the regex. Okie dokie. Now we're good. Am I still watching Oscrix? Are you watching Oscrix? You might be. I'm not sure. All right, we'll look at the Pee-wee planner, and then we'll look at the... We'll look at 2-odd, 2-stone in retrospective next. 329 tree. Mercenary nodes. Chance to be inhabited by a mercenary. 60%. Okay, so we kind of want to bum rush that, honestly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, we definitely want to go like this through. We'll go this way through Nico and then over. That'll be like some of the first nodes we go for. How many other clusters do we get that are mercenary clusters? 4 other clusters. 10% chance to be inhabited by mercenary. 10%. Mercenaries have 20% increased cooldown recovery. Mercenaries in your map have onslaught. Why would I click this? Temporary mercs only, just buffs the temporary ones. I don't know if that's worth clicking. Because it just makes them harder in general when you randomly fight them, right? Hardcore Ripper node? Yeah, just make you die to stuff. Alright, what else we got? Chance to be inhabited. On defeating one mercenary found in your maps, they drop one of their untaken items. They always have full rucksacks. Oh, dude, you can get 40% chance for additional support. Okay, this wheel's insane. You definitely want like this entire wheel. What else we got? Worn by mercenaries found to be unique. Wagers require increased gold. Return 30% increased gold if you win. Is that just plus gold? What the hell's a wager? What? Like I put up 1,000 gold, I get 1,300 back? That's not gonna make my mercs more expensive to like rehire, is it? Probably not, right? 10% chance for infamous, inhabited, infamous. Okay, this is very good. And then you can force certain attributes. Azadi, Kyaxin, and House Kita. We need to figure out what house freaking the kineticist is from. The nodes leading up to it are okay. Chance for unique. I mean, that's not great. Kineticist Bardia? Oh, you can't even select that? Wait, that's so that doesn't help us at all. And then all of these are kind of a debuff for finding the merc you want for kineticist. Okay, so what I'm getting out of this is this wheel's insane. This wheel makes you die, and this wheel gives you the spawn. Right? And then you want like part of this wheel just for the chance, higher chance for infamous. And this wheel, like, I don't know, who cares type of thing. Azadi's 3 of the mercs from the ones you recommended, if that matters. I mean, that's pretty solid. If Azadi gets a lot of the better mercs. It'd also be interesting if they add some more skills to certain mercs and make them more desirable. So we'll have to look at those as well. Small nodes with additional chance for support. Yeah, these are like mandatory. You definitely want that. Definitely want the support gem nodes. And definitely want like the spawn for sure. There's a forced infamous Charthus gem. Oh, if you get an infamous merc. Oh, the scarab. Yeah. You can force it to be infamous as well. If you're going to farm them, I mean, that's probably what you want to do, right? Maybe they keep the shrine effect after hire. There's no way the permanent merc just gets free onslaught and aura effect. Like, this has to be a temporary merc only type of thing. Otherwise, this makes no sense to me. There's no way they're giving a permanent merc 50 CDR and onslaught. Do mercs keep their infamous stats? Infamous versus non-infamous don't have any stat difference. The only difference is infamous have more likely to have better support gems and stuff. You can see the changes here. Yeah, it's just Abyss, right? It's just Abyss and then the new merc nodes. Scrying orb node. I don't think I'm gonna mess with Abyss, to be honest. I think I'm just gonna be a merc enjoyer is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna merc enjoy and go to like boss rush. I don't think I care too much about the Abyss stuff. Is any of the Abyss stuff like really good? Where it looks tempting? I guess they have some of the nerfs for Breach here too, don't they? I'm gonna Abyss it up. Yeah, Abyss is probably pretty good. But I think I think I'm gonna boss rush and then eventually I'm gonna do Legion. Maybe I'll do Legion even earlier. I don't know. I do want to do Legion. I wanna enshroud some things. I want to become an enshroud enjoyer. Abyss seems to have like factions. Twice as many rewards. I don't see the Abyss faction stuff. Small nodes in the middle. You guys have lost me. You've lost me entirely. Oh, okay, I see it. Amamano, Kurgle, and Ulaman. Okay, I see it. Guess we'll see what that means. Legion Shrines, Mercs early for me. Yeah, I think I'm going to go Mercs into boss rotation, do some bossing, and then I'll do Legion afterwards. Kind of what I'm thinking. How do you think Luminary will do versus Uber bosses? I think it'll crush Uber bosses. I think it's just going to be, I think it's a really OP class. And if GGG is watching, I am actually saying I think it's perfectly balanced, and there's nothing that needs to be nerfed here. If GGG is watching, that's what I would be saying. Hello, Mr. Lansec Avenue. How you doing, man? All right, let's take a look at 2Odd's video. What is his thoughts after doing 14 Eater and Exarch runs?
Done 14 Exarch runs, and in this video I'm gonna review them all.
Holy.
I'm gonna start off with Ignite Penance Brand, Elementalist. So Penance Brand got buffed in 3.28. It has 10% more damage, high effectiveness of damage, and no longer has 30% less damage with ailments. So in my opinion, this version with Elementalist has pretty good clear. The radius of the Penance Brand explosion is pretty high, and you also get Ignite Prolife to help a lot with improving your clear. So the downside of Penance Brand Ignite is that you don't really scale cast speed on Ignite builds, which means your delay would be the delay of Penance Brand reaching 20 energy stacks is somewhat higher. And this
slow.
delayed damage on top of Ignite damage already being delayed damage means that you will have to build quite a bit of avoidance.
This is not Oscrix. Oh, I still have that. Whoops. Sorry, this is too odd. It doesn't look like his delay is that long for the Penance Brand.
Because the monsters get to fight back. That Penance Brand is one of the better clearing skills I've played in these runs, and it's, in my opinion, pretty strong. In the campaign, I wouldn't, if I did the run again, I wouldn't really switch to Penance Brand at 31, because I think at that point Armageddon Brand and Formation is better, or Firestorm, and it's better to stick to those fire skills because of the delay. All right, next up, Holy Sweep. Holy Sweep is a skill that was added in 3.28. You kind of swirl your staff around, and when enemies get hit by your staff, you also call down
Holy Sweep.
These like small hammers, and you can also get over AoE overlaps with these hammers. So it's basically a double hit. You hit the enemy once with Sweep, and then also you hit them with a Holy Hammer. So I built quite a bit of block. I played Guardian, so pretty high block. The clear was, I would say, okay. It wasn't particularly amazing.
That sweep animation looks like he's like twirling the staff on his like finger when it goes around. This is not the league starters. There's no way Holy Sweeps.
The single target damage was rather mediocre, and there's definitely some overlap going on with the Holy Hammer.
Well,
so
Templar
if the
Mercs have
boss
holy skills,
monsters
yeah,
spawn monsters next to him or her, you're gonna get quite a few extra hits. And I also use Static Strike to assist with single target damage, but overall I'd say this build of all my Executor runs was rather mid, maybe even a little bit below average. But it was still a fun skill to try out. All right, next up is Smite Slayer. Smite Slayer was a rather fast run, and it's probably one of the fastest runs that I've done. It has pretty good clear. You get a lot of AoE, especially through the Slayer Sensei. You have fast attacks with you have increased attack speed on your foils, which already have pretty high base attack speed. And you also get the dual wield bonus, 10% more attack speed. And you also get block if you go for the sword block nodes and the dual wield nodes. So with Smite, you will have to position correctly to get double hits. And my experience, the more strike range you have, the more difficult it is to actually double hit. And it's definitely more difficult to double hit than it is with Lightning Strike. Something to keep in mind. I had pretty fast movement with my Leap Slam because of all the attack speed. Overall, I say it's a pretty strong character. It used to be considered meta, but the play rate has dropped for some reason. Definitely a decent league starter in my opinion. All right, next up, Spark. So
wait, did he? You guys are right. He did use the same map. I guess technically in the new Atlas, Palace is probably just the map that's like connected, right? Like if you log in right now, is Palace just the map that's connected to I'm not gonna have a completed atlas with this character, am I? Oh, I am. Yeah, Palace is just the Exarch Eater map. So all his runs are ending there anyways. So that's why he's doing that map. He's showcasing the final map before
with
the
Spark, the
bosses.
problem is you only have okay damage in campaign once you have projectile speed and skill factoration, and those nodes are somewhat far away, especially the projectile speed nodes are pretty far away from the Templar area. So what I did is I switched to Spark pretty late, and even then it didn't feel very good.
Oh my
I
goodness.
did not get any
What did they
avoidance
do to
on this
Spark?
one. Well, not any avoidance. I got very little block because you really have to invest into damage. Otherwise, the Spark Exarch Eater run would have taken too long. So I had to get RF for the around 35% more spell damage.
The crazy thing is Spark's still one of the best spell skills. And they like had to absolutely murder its proj speed. Because its baseline proj speed is so ridiculously slow.
And even with that, with the smite and the RF, it was rather low damage compared to the
Oh, you
other
did?
runs that
I'm
I've
good,
done.
man, I'm good.
And it's pretty decent in narrow layouts where you get to have like lots of multiple hits with Spark. But in narrow layouts, you also get hit more easily, which is not good if you don't have enough damage and avoidance, which was the case in my run. Also, Spark has really bad DPS in open layouts, which becomes quite noticeable in the Exarch fight, where you constantly have to, well, I constantly had to lure him into the corner to get extra hits with each cast. So I can't really recommend the
Default MTX,
skill
Yep.
as a strong starter. It's definitely not a strong starter, but if you really like the skill, it's still probably fine to start. Just wouldn't expect much from it. All right, next up, Static Strike. Static Strike was
Static Strike's
buffed
gotta be
in
OP,
3.28. I think it got more damage and higher beam frequency. Static Strike has really good clear. I played it with Shockwave, so I didn't scale a lot of attack speed. So with Static Strike, you only have to attack every 4 seconds, and then for 4 seconds you send out a beam, and the beam can also trigger shockwaves, which I used shockwave support. And with that, it had pretty good clear speed. I like this build quite a lot.
How popular do you think Static Strike's going to be? I know Aloha showcased a pretty good run, and I've seen a lot more people even trying it. I even saw Connor trying it out. Are we going to see a 5% play rate Static Strike from the crowd of melee players that just swap to the next best melee skill every time one gets nerfed? Connor was loving it. Yeah, Connor was loving it when he was playing it. Did you see these video showcases? You have temporary merc. Do you think we can link to the temporary merc as well? I think so, yeah. Which technically, while we're mapping, we might just be able to constantly have a permanent temporary merc where we just keep grabbing a new one and putting a flame link on it, you know? It's got to be broken if Connor could do a 5-hour campaign. Did he actually do a 5-hour campaign with it? Yeah, maybe it is broken.
Very, very good clear speed. The single target damage is okay. I used also Generous Cry Holy Hammers to assist with single target damage. And so downside with Static Strike Shockwave is you don't scale much attack speed, as attack speed doesn't change the beam frequency, and Shockwave needs cooldown recovery to occur more often. So you don't scale attack speed, which makes it feel a little bit clunky since your attacks are so slow. Monsters can fight back, and your leaf slam isn't also that fast. And you can build block. Overall, I would say pretty strong. I don't know how it scales into late game, but it felt pretty strong in this Exarch Eater run and had really good clear in my opinion. Alright, next up, Absolution.
Static
So in this one, I was a little bit unlucky.
Nah, man, nah. Does that say 8 hours?
Alright, next up.
Whoever told me Absolution Necro is better than Absolution Guardian has got to walk that the hell back. Because ain't no way he'd be doing an 8-hour run if he was doing Guardian. Guardian would obliterate that time. Absolution works as Absolution Guardian is so freaking cracked. Whoever told me Absolution Necro is better than Absolution Guardian, this is all I needed to see to know that guy's a liar. That's all I need to see. Does that mean we should nerf bows, Alweezy? Yes, it does, actually. As an absolute extras, I confirm it's not. Confirm what's not. Are you pro Guardian or are you pro Necromancer? Necro not better than Guardian? Base egg. Base egg. I did a 7:30 run on slow AF. Yeah, that's crazy. 8-hour run. So Necromancer's got to be a sabotage.
Absolution. So in this one, I was a little bit unlucky with map drops, and I also didn't get Val Absolution after corrupting.
Okay, that that is okay. That's a fair point though. He didn't get Val Absolution, and he's in a red map. Okay, that means he used every Val orb, and he got absolutely just cooked on RNG. He got absolutely fried. Because you know he probably had at least 10 Val orbs by this point.
Absolution like 7 times roughly. So this is a skill that got buffed in 3.28 as well. I think it got a AoE buff, and in the next patch it will also have lower cast time, base cast time.
Yeah, that's
so
brutal.
The clear speed, in my opinion, wasn't particularly great, and you can also kind of see it in the footage. The damage is not amazing. So I went Scepters, so I can cast Smite. Scepters with Smite is a little bit more damage than Convoking Wands early on, because Smite gives so much flat lightning damage, but doing it this way requires a more active playstyle. And so in my experience, so the single target damage was okay, but in my experience, this is a bit worse than Summon Raging Spirits. And
nah, man, dude, this is the perspective of a man who got cooked on RNG. This is the perspective of a man who got cooked on RNG. Okay, well, Andy clicked Necro. It's a double whammy. He clicked Necro instead of Guardian, and he also did the whole run without Val Absolution.
And it's still like a decent for a minion build. It's pretty decent. I just wouldn't rank it a very good skill.
No monkey, he's griefing. Oh yeah, dude. He doesn't have specters either, so he's missing onslaught and frenzies. Yeah, he got cooked in multiple ways. He got cooked in multiple ways for sure.
Compared to like all the meta skills that are out there, like slams and stuff. So if you're a minion player and you're looking for a minion build, this is one of the better minion builds. But if you want like a very strong league start, I do not recommend the skill.
You want a very strong league start? Click Guardian Absolution. Do not click Necro. Do not click Necro. The time you can take to set up Spectres can break a 2-star run? No, it takes literally no time. Setting up Spectres is literally just you buy the gem and you click Control A in Act 2. You literally could get both your Spectres set up in less than a minute. It's a 1 minute tax, and it gives you like 25% more damage or a bit more than that between Onslaught and Frenzies. Monkeys aren't hard to find. No, monkeys aren't hard to find, and the Warcaller is in a guaranteed location. It takes very little time.
Next up,
why he didn't do it? I think he probably just doesn't know about the Spectres. Like I doubt. Like Too Odd, he's like a jack of all trades, trying out a bunch of stuff, and it's not like he didn't spend probably an in-depth amount of time like researching like Absolution setups.
Stormbrand. So Stormbrand also got buffed last patch. High effectiveness of air damage. So
he's not a minion main like
pretty good single target damage. He's probably in the top 5.
Listen, he hasn't done his diversity training. He needs to do more diversity training. That's why I do the 1 minion build per league policy. I don't like minions. Okay, I'm not a minion guy, but diversity training is important to expand your knowledge base. Okay. So because I've done the diversity training, that's how I knew about the Warcaller and the Frenzy Monkey. I put in the work, did a little bit of diversity training. It wasn't pretty, but I had to do it for expanding my knowledge bases.
The runs that I had done in terms of fastest executor kills, but it kind of struggles with clear since Stormbrand only sends beams to 3 targets. So the clear is really not that great. I had a pretty good campaign time. So I think it was 3 hours 35 minutes. My average is
Holy.
roughly 3 hours 50 minutes. It was pretty easy to play. You
He's
can start it at
flying.
level 12. What I would recommend at level 12 is that you still use another spell to cast in addition to Stormbrand, because Stormbrand has a pretty long duration if you don't use Swift.
I have a friend who takes this minion hate seriously and voids the game. LMFAO. Wait. Like he like likes minions, and then he sees people making jokes about minion players, and then he just doesn't play the game because of that. That's wild. What's up, Pohong? How you doing, man?
Brand, so you can cast additional skill in addition to Stormbrand, and you can also use Smite to gain a flat lightning damage buff. So Stormbrand is pretty easy to play. You don't have to aim with your brands, and the brands will look for new targets. And you can also invest into brand attachment range, so that the Stormbrand can find a target further away. It's a very inactive playstyle, especially if you don't use Swift Brand on bosses. It's also a little bit boring of a
How's it
skill
going, Lance?
because
We're
you
taking a
don't
look
really
at
have
two
to do
odds.
much
League starts.
against bosses. I built it quite squishy with no avoidance, so something to keep in mind from the footage. And even with going mostly damage, the clear wasn't great, but single target damage was pretty good. I would say it's a pretty good skill in campaign. Not so much for big pack size maps. You will probably need some kind of explosions. Next up, hit Penance Brand.
6 hours. Man, it's crazy he's doing so many of these things in 6 hours. It's just such a weird thing to look at. 6 hours and doing your first freaking pinnacle bosses, your quest bosses. Is crazy. I remember when E-Blade Spellblade worked with brands. E-Blade Spellblade worked with brands. It still does. Wait, did they change? Wait. Or was it something else? I think you're thinking of Archmage, maybe? He's a veteran two-stone runner? Yeah, he's a two-stone savant.
So, as previously mentioned, Penance Brand got buffed, 10% more damage, high effectiveness of added damage in 3.28. So it has a delay, you need to reach 20 energy stacks,
AoE's pretty
and
good.
only then will Penance Brand explode. This delay can be changed with cast speed and Swift Brand. Compared to Ignite Penance Brand, you do invest into cast speed quite a bit, so that...
Cap on Warbane? Oh no, guys, we lost Pohunger. He's gotten the affliction. He's gotten the affliction of being a Warber. Pohunger, let me read you into your future a little bit. 3 days from now, you're going to come into my chat and you're going to say, Lance, I messed up. Warb sucks compared to Luminary. How can I atone? What do I need to get started on Luminary? That's the prediction of your future. I'm just telling you. I'm protected. I'm clicking Penance Brand Ignite. Nah, you're not protected. All the witches will suffer from the tax. All must pay.
The delay is much shorter than it would be the case with Ignite Penance Brands, but also, as previously mentioned, the delay makes Penance Brand feel a little bit clunky. It's not so much of a problem with the hit-based version, and it probably will be less of a problem in the end game where you have a lot more cast speed invested into it. And I think Penance Brand has really high damage. The AoE was okay. You have quite a bit of AoE nodes in the Witch and Templar area, and also between the Witch and Shadow area. So compared to Stormbrand, it had better clear in my opinion. The explosions, a big explosion is a lot better than a brand that sends out 3 beams to 3 targets. Sends out beams to 3 targets. It has comparable single target damage with Stormbrand, but requires a more active playstyle. So in this particular run, I was unlucky as I got no 5-link, and I only had enough regen for RF towards the very, very end of the run. And RF would have given me about 35% more spell damage, so that's something to keep in mind. And if I had enough regen early on and I had like a 5-link, this would have probably been one of my fastest runs. So I would say it was a pretty fun caster build in my opinion. I can definitely recommend this based on the either experience that I've had with this build, with the skill. All right, next up.
6-hour run with Spectral Throw, Pathfinder. You did Poison with that as well. Wintertide Brand is going to be really good. Wintertide Brand, yeah, it got some solid buffs. I think it'll be decent. I think Cold Dot in general got some really solid buffs. Cold Dot in general, between the Keystone and their like baseline buffs, is going to deal like 40% more damage just from that stuff alone, right? Wintertide Brand is mid even with the buffs. I think Wintertide, like it just playing with the just Cold Dot package is quite solid, especially on a weak start.
Poison Spectre Throw. So with Poison Spectre Throw, I want to see if it's a good alternative to Peacock.
I kind of wish he included like a showcase of him doing single target, not just clearing.
Leveling. It's definitely more difficult to play than Peacock, as it requires good positioning. If you want to get multiple hits per attack, Spectre Throw has an attack timer. If you position the enemy at roughly 80% of the maximum distance of the Spectre Throw, you get about 4 hits per attack. And so Spectre Throw is pretty bad against mobile targets, because if the target moves out of range, the returning projectiles won't hit. So that's pretty bad. And if the enemy is too close to you, you also won't get 4 hits. And this becomes quite noticeable in the Exarch fight. Exarch lost to dash around a lot if you're not in melee range with him. So pretty big problem there. So it has pretty decent clear with GMP. GMP has no damage penalty on the poison. So it just gives you additional projectiles on Spectre Throw. So the skill has pretty good coverage, but I would say worse single target in clear damage than just overall worse damage than bouncing, poisonous concoction. And something to note with this run is that I had a Wasp Nest towards the end of the campaign. So Wasp Nest is a pretty common unique.
I mean, getting a Wasp Nest is really, really strong for a run like this. It's nice that GMP gets you a poison gets you around the GMP debuff. You're still losing the support gem though. Is this bait or no bait research? We were just looking at some of two odds runs. I'm kind of curious what the other run times were. 551 with Viper Strike. I think that's one of the fastest ones. $650 with Cyclone Shockwave. He did a Warb run too. Is everybody doing Warb runs? What is his Warb run numbers?
Not meta, but pretty decent. All right, next up.
640 for his Warb. Get the video link? Yeah, I'll link the video. This is 2odd just talking about he did a bunch of Exarch Eater runs. Fizz Dogs.
All right, next up.
614.
For me. All right, next up.
Okay. So he's pretty consistent around 6 hours. There's a few, like Holy Sweep, he had 7 hours. There were a couple that were in the 5 range, but he's pretty consistent around that 6 hour mark for pretty much all of these. Which is kind of funny because I feel like some of these are definitely like way worse than others, but the time still didn't really change too much. Because it's kind of just how fast can you run through the campaign into how fast can you bum rush like 20 bosses in a row. I still find it amazing people have Exarch Eater killed by the time I finish the campaign. The new Atlas helps a lot with that. Right? Like the new Atlas, the part where you only have to get to here and you can keep forcing up the higher tiers really helps a lot. With the speed of campaigns, Exarch Eater runs all got way faster with this new Atlas. How does the weighting work? Did I briefly talk about the weighting? Basically, the weighted sums are essentially just you pick a baseline value. Like, let's say I said life is worth 1. And then you... Yo, Oscrix, man. Oscrix, I was just snooping on your video. And I have to say, how little do you think of softcore players? I feel like that was a hit piece that I just watched. Like, you you were talking some mad smack about softcore players. You're like, these softcore players are so stupid. They're gonna be willing to put on 2 Nyctas and give up a shield and then give up all their max hit to have slightly higher damage. Like, what kind of hit piece was that? I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the softcore POB versus the hardcore POB. It was literally a hit piece. It was a propaganda hit piece, straight up. I think everybody that looked at that would agree with me. Like, Oscrix was intentionally like throwing on the softcore POV. My bad. Yeah. We all know what you were doing. You're taking shots, okay? I'll have you know, softcore players on a regular basis make some good builds, okay? We do not just click 2 Nyctas and give up all defenses, all right? That's insane. That being said, I have seen multiple Reddit posts with 2 Nyctas and like every light radius item in the game where they just literally like PoE wiki light radius and then just put every light radius item on their character and like so maybe it's not too far off. I kept some of the block. Oh, don't try to smooth it over. I saw what you did. I saw. Calling out Neurotox? I don't think Neurotox isn't doing 2 Nyctas. Surely not. Surely Neurotox isn't doing 2 Nyctas. He's doing 1 in a shield, I would imagine. There's no way he's doing 2 Nyctas. Are you okay? Random side question. Aside from the softcore hardcore thing, are you actually confident in going Dissolution? I think you're a little crazy going Dissolution with no blood barrier, no lucky block, just 70 block, and you're pretty happy to go Dissolution like that in hardcore. That was probably the most surprising thing to me, aside from the softcore POB hit piece. The Dissolution click. I got a log out macro. Enough said. Oh, so he admits it is greed. He admits the Dissolution is greed. Okay. That tracks. It tracks. It's greed for sure. Yep. Greed confirmed. Dissolution confirmed to be greed. That tracks. Spoken like a true hardcore player. I have a lockout macro. My damage is Giga. I'm gonna skip it probably. I don't think you're gonna need it. I don't know. I think Merkbot's gonna be OP. I think GGG didn't really rebalance them at all. That's what I think. I think they were like, okay, we got rid of the Doriani abuse case, and now people have to give up an ascendancy to click mercs. Yeah, it's balanced. And then they just slapped it on through. That's what I think happened. You know, they added a couple more skills to dilute the pool a little bit, so it's a little bit harder to get your ideal merc. And they just slapped it on through. The Lionized Glare on Valshad is going to be nuts. The new one in 328 is broken. What does the Lionized Glare do again? I don't even remember. Is it like guaranteed return now or something? Or is it something else? I don't even like. How do I search for the non? Yeah, I'll look at a Lionized Glare PoE wiki. How do I even do this? Attacks you use yourself repeat an additional time, 50% more attack speed. Oh, just the 50% more attack speed with hits can't be evaded and far shot. Yeah, I mean that's pretty good. The clones work too. You think this doubles the clones? That's actually crazy. If this doubles the clones, I just tested it. Oh, did you test it with Val? Just Val eye shot yourself? All right, I'm gonna just take this off screen. I'm just gonna click this, guys. Shh. Keep it down. Keep it down. Everybody just remain calm, okay? Just remain calm. Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here, all right? We're all very ethical players. I think we all can agree. Nothing but ethics. Everywhere you look in this chat right now. Nothing but ethics. Be chill. Yeah, be chill. Yes, sir. About 30 seconds ago in the VOD. Don't add Octavian. Octavian's busy, guys. He's working. He's working on making the most banger patch. He does not have time to balance mercs that Andrew let through with OP stats, okay? He's too busy. He's too busy taking notes about how to add more otters into the league mechanic. He does not have time to double check Andrew's work and how Andrew let the most OP ascendancy go live. All right? We're going to be just fine. We're going to be just fine. Andrew's got our back. Octavian doesn't need to know what he did with the numbers. Okay, Octavian doesn't need to know. This guy right here. Oh, I was going to look at Ziz's setup too, wasn't I? Is Ziz also going to be a Flame Link believer? Or is Ziz going to be a is he going to be an aura guy? Let's take a little look-see here. I click this thing right here. Yeah. Flame Link's so good, man. Is this from like, why does this seem so familiar? What does this remind me of? Does it remind me of Final Fantasy? I don't know if that's even correct. Undertale? Is that what it is from? I'm very strong. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Merc's gonna be OP. A lot of games have that. Okay, because it seemed familiar to me, and I don't think I haven't played Undertale. But clearly, most people chat think of Undertale when they've seen that speech, though. Does Ziz have privileged information? They don't call him GGG Zizarin for nothing.
Hi, Zizarin here with my league starter for 329, and this is a risky one. This is a Scion Luminary, the new Ascendancy coming in 329. And
oh, so good.
Entirely
so good.
Support for a mercenary.
Oh, yeah.
There is a lot of unknowns.
I'm ready.
And normally I would have like...
Wait, did he say risky? Back it the hell up. Did he actually say risky?
With my league starter for 329, and this is a risky one.
Oh, back it the hell up, Zizarin. All right, guys, listen. Yeah, sure. Maybe if you copy Ziz's POB, it's risky, okay? But yeah, you follow my POB, zero risk, okay? I've literally stolen tech from Oscrix. I've stolen tech from Neurotox. I'm about to steal tech from Ziz. I'm taking all the risk out, guys. I'm going around yoinking tech here, yoinking tech there. Combine it, mix it all up. Zero risk confirmed. All right. Don't worry. I got you guys. Yoink, yoink.
This is a Scion.
Taking the best of everything, you know?
Ascendancy
our tech now.
And this is built up entirely around playing support for a mercenary.
I don't believe Lance is the non-risk version. How dare you? Security, take that protester out. Take him out. How dare you? This is absolutely the non-risk angle, okay? Our mercenary is going to be unlimited power.
There is a lot of unknowns, and normally I would have like a backup for what to pivot into.
So good.
I don't necessarily recommend that you try this. This is only for the right brave.
No, you should try it.
Here is go
it's
play
gonna be
something
good.
else. Go reroll something else. I would just
guys. This is he's only saying this so that way he can dominate the hardcore economy. He's trying to talk everybody out of it, knowing full well he's gonna wait. No, he's just doing bro SF. Okay, that doesn't even make sense then. because he's just playing with him in Steel Mage. I was about to have a point about how Ziz likes to dominate the hardcore economy, but he's just literally doing a pro SF, so it doesn't even it doesn't even make sense.
Personally, I would just instantly boot up an Earth Shatter character. Now, I will say,
don't do
I
that.
will be shocked if throughout the entire league we don't find functional Luminary builds. The main question mark here is early.
I would be shocked if Luminary isn't literally the best ascendancy in the game. Okay, that's what I'd be shocked by. Just slandering my goat Ziz like that. Luminary is good. It's so OP, man. It's so OP.
So this might be like, no, I'm actually struggling so hard. I need to make an Earth Shatter first and come back to this later.
No,
and this should have been my
you were
second
gonna
build.
be cruising.
Is the most likely scenario
You're
here.
gonna be literally
I
cruising.
just like making a lot of warnings early because I don't want to waste your time. So I do have a lot of surefire starters on my YouTube, like Earth Shatter. You're guaranteed to have a good time. I am playing this myself, and I do hope that I'll be able to find any solution.
What's your prediction on Luminary play rate? I think it's gonna be 10%. I think it's gonna be 10% plus. I think it's gonna be high. The biggest caveat to Luminary play rate day one is people that are worried about it being like not confident that GG didn't like kill the base numbers. 10%, no way. You think 10% is crazy? I think it's gonna be 10% plus. The only way I don't think it's hitting 10% plus is if there's enough people that go, I'm not sure. And what'll happen for the people that say I'm not sure, they're gonna log into Warb, realize Luminary's like 10x the power of Warb, and they're gonna re-roll, and then the number's gonna spike up in within a few days of all the people re-rolling to Luminary because it's busted.
And another cool thing is I'm also going to pair this up with Steel Mage's Winter Orb. So he's going to be playing Winter Orb, most likely. I'm going to have a Mercenary. Now, the good part about having a Mercenary is I effectively
Gloom
get to
Shrine
play
looks so
a support
good.
for not just my Mercenary, but also Steel Mage. That means when Steel goes to bed, I will be able to keep playing with my Merc. Now, in this POB, we're going to have a pure Merc support for if you don't have an Australian Steel Mage, or we're also going to have a hybrid support / Merc setup, which is built for playing with your friend. Always wanted to do is sort of like duo guide, and this is going to be the closest I've gotten to that, so I'm pretty excited
little
about
duo
it.
guide.
Now, this is going to be built up around the Kineticist, and obviously I can't show the footage from playing this because I don't currently have one. But as you can see here is some old footage from Mercenary League where I had a Kineticist and I had so much fun playing and leveling with this. So there are loads of different wand moves.
I don't have a Steel Mage.
And
Me neither.
getting
man,
a
me neither.
Kineticist or getting a Mercenary during the campaign should be pretty easy. They've said that there are guaranteed Merc zones that don't have loot. So they're made.
I'm calling it now. It's a set spawn location. It's gonna be. We're gonna go to Scepter of God, and it's always gonna be on that little that really close area where Ziggy found it. And we're going to be able to reset within like 10 seconds every single time. And we can just, we can afford to roll for a good Merc right out the gate and just use that for basically the whole campaign. I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
Made for you to like refresh them over and over again and get yourself the Merc that you want. Hopefully that'll be okay. So I am planning to switch pretty much as soon as I ascend and can hire a
this on the
Mercenary.
MOBA?
So I'm going to
Yes, it's if you click the mid-game gear section, it's below that. Or it's on the notes section of the POB.
ascend, go to Scepter of God, get myself a Mercenary.
Oh, hell
Hopefully it's not just going to give me like only a melee one. Hopefully I can get a Wonder there. But we'll figure that out quickly. Definitely a scary starter, but
It'll be resettable
Neon.
trust.
Mark, one of the lead game developers, he loves playing aura supports. I just have a really hard time seeing this being trash. I'm going all in on this as my starter.
Andrew
So,
wouldn't let
part
it
of
be
this
trash.
ascendancy-
Andrew, I liked Oscaric's reason on this. Andrew in the Q&A is like, I might start a flame link, and he kind of giggled about it being strong. Like, Andrew knows he's got insider trading intel. He knows it's OP. He was trying to say as little as possible, so he doesn't get flagged by the higher ups at GGG to check his numbers. He knows it's busted. He's literally thinking about logging in because he knows it's busted. He giggled about talking about it. Yeah, he did.
Is we're
He's like,
basically
am I getting
going
away
to be
with this?
stacking life and light radius, and this is going to give shit tons of damage through our flame link, specifically
Oh,
through
flame link
to the
believer.
mercenary. This Light radius stacking will not work for Flame Link buffing your ally, so Steel Mage won't get the light radius buff from the Ascendancy.
Oh, that is kind of a bummer. So that doesn't make it like OP for just Flame Link builds in general. All right, that's probably good they put this line in, honestly. That's probably good they put this on your mercenary part to it. Because that makes it a lot more balanced.
But it should be like quite a lot extra damage. A really cool thing about the Luminary as well that I really want to point out, they have changed so that Luminary does not die when your mercenary does. This actually killed me in hardcore.
I can see your merc items, I can't see your items. Merc items are like mid game. This is just like some early basic items you can put on. Nictas and calms, high priority uniques, rares. Merc gear is this other stuff, and then there's one labeled Animate Guardian, and RF is just putting on like fire res for the initial start of campaign. Guys, stop counting pauses. I don't want to like talk at the same time the video is going.
During Mercenary League, but the Luminary does not die when your mercenary does. So if your mercenary dies, you can escape. This part is only unlocked at Crow Lab. So a thing that could be scary here is what if they made the mercenaries a lot squishier? You instantly link to
we
one,
saw the Ziggy
it
video.
Dies from a dot, it's over.
They're still tanky. They're still
so like I said, there's a lot of unknowns here. I'm pretty excited about that myself. We'll see how it goes. Now,
I can do a more advanced gear PoE for day 2 or 3. That is going to be the progression videos. I don't want to make so many like min-max POBs because there are certain things that could change entirely how I build the character. I mean, I reference Ivory Tower Shavs because it's the thing. Like if that exists, that would entirely change my entire tree. It would change my gear prioritization. It would change so much if that item exists. So I don't want to make an end game tree based on that existing versus not existing. Then I'd have to make 2 min-max POBs, and I don't like POB that much. And we're just gonna have a good time, you know.
we are using Path of Building for this, but Luminary is not in POB. That's something we're going to have to update later. We do have the Ascendancy order in the notes here. The 4th one is going to depend a little bit on your gear. Obviously, a lot more freedoms there when you're Trade League. But getting Enmity's Embrace and stuff should be able to be really, really cool, especially with Untouched Soul. If they haven't changed Untouched Soul, getting a bunch of white sockets should be incredibly easy now. I don't know if there's anything I can do to adequately prepare you mentally for the horrible, horrible start of this build. You are basically doing Sunder. You are going to rely on the fact that you know how to make your weapon. Early on, you really want to try to get a okay axe. I would definitely recommend using some of your gold early to gamble, because
I mean, who am I kidding? Sunder's pretty good. It's like one of the best leveling skills, but still, Righteous Fire's the GOAT. Righteous Fire's just better, man.
Because Scion is traditionally very weak early. As you can see, she has like no damage early. So you're really, really going to feel very weak in the start. Sunder is particularly strong.
There's no way that's his actual pathing. That's diabolical. I guess he wants to get to RT earlier. I definitely like the Havoc pathing where he goes through Marauder first. Like Marauder's actually like pretty decent.
And with Intimidating Cry, you should have quite a lot of damage. But
you should run precision.
I like setting a proper expectation so people aren't expecting to be one-shotting everything and doing a 3-second vial, and instead taking maybe a minute to kill the boss. I think setting expectations is very important.
Arv didn't get buffed. That's true. One of the only dot skills that didn't get buffed.
To continue playing Sunder. This will be safe, but obviously it's Scion on Sunder. But at this point, you start getting some damage nodes. You just don't get any power from your Ascendancy, other than, you know, you can hire a mercenary and maybe it'll buff you. I am going to instantly switch at level 34. That is when you get Flame Link. Hopefully it'll just pop off, and hopefully I'll find a good mercenary early. We'll see how that works.
Okay, so that's why he's doing this like unhinged pathing, is because he's just planning on going Flame Link right away. But he's just doing it on this pathing here. They didn't buff poison builds. They buffed dot skills. They didn't buff ailments specifically. Also, poison doesn't need a buff.
Those are the 2 routes there. And then we have a lot.
I like when people like they see skills like freaking you know, Flame Wall. And they see Flame Wall get a 20% buff, and then in their brain they go, well, Flame Wall got buffed 20% and it's a dot skill, so we should buff poison 20%. Like, the hell are you on? I was baiting him to pause, dude. I'm about to send you to the abyss, Pohunger. That's
Lot
screw
of
you,
different
man. I've been
setups
dealing with
here
this-
at the end. Whether you want to be hybrid merc support, or if you're playing solo, a pure merc support. So it depends if you want to play with your friends or be solo. Now, do remember, if you are playing hardcore and you're a hybrid and you link to your friends and your friend dies, even if you have the ascendancy, you will die if your friend dies and you're linked to them. So very, very scary on hardcore. But yeah, it is very...
Is he playing hardcore? Is the Bro SF hardcore? Probably not, right? They're probably just chilling, playing softcore. What are they doing? Are they doing hardcore? It is hardcore. Oh, holy Giga Chads. All right, right on.
Powerful
Respect.
too. Now, a cool thing about this build, you do get heaps of life. So you can see, even in the mid game of the hybrid one,
This is
I have 9k
respectable.
life, so I get pretty good LE and chaos. As you can see, we don't have a ton of fist mitigation, and we are using Enduring Cry. We'll have endurance charges and 9k life, but that is pretty much all of
Good old
that is pretty
calms
much
are
all of
a
the
beautiful
fist
chess
mitigation we
piece.
have. So you do not want to be tanking any shaper slams or anything like that. Should still be relatively tanky. Block chance is at 68. That's why the effective hit pool looks so high. It's not really an important number. All effective hit pool tells you is like, what are your mapping defenses like? So early on, this should be really good. And then for the pure merc support, you do get tankier, especially in the end game. Both of them do get tankier in the end game with decent gear. The way this is going to look playstyle wise, we are basically going to link to our targets. That should never break. It has infinite duration. And we are actually going to be casting Stormblast Mine. And we are going to have to do our work price, like for example, Enduring Cry,
Stormblast
etc.
and Flame
But the way
Link.
Stormblast Mine works,
match made in
if you
heaven.
read the bottom text there, each mine applies a 4% increased damage taken to enemies near it up to a maximum of 150. And with this, you're basically getting 15, and you can get 60% more damage taken. And this will like affect our friends and our mercenary. So it is a very, very impactful damage buff. I use this a lot on...
It was a travesty. Calm spent so many years having the life nerf for the dumb fire damage. That's not why it's been so many years nerfed. You know, when Calms was nerfed, that was in a much different era of the game where Calms was like legitimately an OP item, right? When it had 1,000 life and it got nerfed to 500 life, they nerfed it for a reason. And then over multiple years, you got stronger and stronger chess pieces. You got stronger crafting abilities. Numbers on items got buffed. You got Eldritch currencies. You got influence mods. Like, the old Calms, it got nerfed for a reason. Because when it was what it was legitimately an OP item.
minions and anything where I just have a lot of downtime and I'm not doing anything, I just throw them down next to the target. You do not need to detonate these at any point. You keep them at level 1. They do no damage themselves. It is simply the aura around them. Here, let's look at a little bit of gear examples for our mercenary. Soul Thirst, depending a little bit on how functionality works here, but Soul Thirst should be really good because we're using...
Dude, I'm going to mule 2 or 3 times fast until I get some rares and 3 links. His first levels are horrible on Scion. You'll get a 3 link from literally just your first vendor window. Like, there's always 3 links in there. They're just not the right colors, and now they'll always be the right color, or the color won't matter, right?
Cincture to make flasks affect it, then it should just have tons and tons of Soul Eater. Should be very nice. Mostly rare items, as you can see. We have a Lycosa today for your hits can't be evaded, and a Piscator's Vigil. This is like early game gear, and it should be especially easy to get in trade. Now, if you look at the end game version here, we have gone for a Soul Thirst with Enmity's Embrace, and then here we don't have that amulet. We're actually getting 146 pen here, but obviously now we have a Soul Thirst and an Enmity, so we get Soul Eater. This should be a really good setup, but obviously a lot of this is going to be fairly experimental. There are...
Am I the only Soul Thirst hater here? I don't know. I'm kind of a Soul Thirst hater. Just give me that untouched soul. I feel like we can get enough attack speed through different sources to have it feel good. Soul Thirst is fun, dude. I don't know, man. I got a Soul Thirst hater. It's so cheap. It is really good on a budget, but I don't know, man. I feel like we're talking enmities. I'm already past this. Ready for something else, you know?
A lot of cool things you can do on a mercenary, and a lot of other streamers are going to play similar builds as well, like Lance and Ostrix. So definitely recommend like shopping around. I'm
Yo!
definitely going to be doing that myself and see
We
if
got
there's any
mentioned.
smart technology
And
I
Ostrix,
can
let's
steal
go.
from other people playing this. So definitely keep an eye out for anything you see that's smart. Now, if you get
Did he say steal tech from other people who's playing it? Guys, what if we steal tech from Ziz and then he steals it from us, not knowing we stole it from him? Whole recycled.
a surplus
cycle.
of Enmity's Embrace, this is a really good target for the Volatile Valorb, because you can make the reduced fire resist lower so that it's easy to get or easier to get
Infinite
200
stealing
pen.
cycle, yeah.
Another thing, we do have Spectres in the build. Early on, you're just going to do Frenzy Spectre here, and that'll give Frenzies to your friend if you're playing with one, but also to your minion,
do Warcaller.
your mercenary.
Do Warcaller.
Now, later on, we could do a Perfect Forest Warrior. Other than that, you could also run like the...
Dude, the Warcaller is such good tech, man. Because Perfect Forest Warrior, you don't get for a while. Like, you have to run a lot of ritual to get Perfect Forest Warrior, especially if he's doing like a pseudo SSF run, essentially. Somebody needs to give him the Warcaller tech. Warcaller's so nice. Shield Charge, Flame Dash, Sniper's Mark, Enduring Val Haste, Period of Elements. I guess he wants to press Val Haste, Storm Blast Mine. And he's not doing Battle Mages either. I really think Battle Mages is a good pickup, considering how much crit multi the mercs have. And Assassin's Mark, I think, is really good as well, because you can put with quality, you get the power charge on hit, so you get power charge for your merc. I feel like it's really, really good value. Soul Ascension, yeah. There's a cope that you could enshroud the Soul Eat mod and then corrupt the gloves rare, but we still don't know if that's even going to be a thing or not. Do you think he's going to be able to do Nightmare Rush pretty early? I do. I think this is going to be one of the strongest early game builds where it doesn't need a lot of gear to become quite
Spectre
strong.
for the turtle for fist reduction. Like there's some option with ritual specters here, depending on what you find. So Perfect Forest Warrior is probably what I would run.
The gloves are very good. I think the gloves they're competing with very OP gear slots. I don't think there's any mercenary where I don't click the ring mod. Like at all. The unique ring I think is just too much. Enmity's is too good. And then depending on the other merc you choose, there are some other additional very strong slots. I'm clicking all uniques, F links. Okay, that's good luck, dude. I think you're hard trolling yourself. Your base damage is absolutely cooked if you do that.
Frenzy, obviously you could run one of each, but I would make
Use
sure that you
multiple
are
mercs,
leveling a spectre.
one regular
Bandits
and
for
one
this build
temporary.
Is kill all of them. Major God is going to be Soul of Luminaris. Minor God is going to be Relic Kesh. Now make
Luminaris gives light radius? What? No, it doesn't. Did I read that?
Major God.
Luminary small nodes. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. Sorry. I saw. Okay. He was talking about Luminaris. I looked over here. I thought it said Luminaris. I was like, wait, what? Okay. Listen, we're fine. Listen.
It's going to be Soul of Luminaris. Minor God is going to be Relic Kesh. Now, make sure you look at the notes and feel free to tune into my stream. I am going to be playing this.
For a second there, I thought I just got plus light radius, man. I was like, holy, I'll take some free damage.
And I'm going to try to keep track on what other people are doing, what people in chat are doing, and we'll try to work on this with everybody, like crowdsourcing info. We'll all be like talking to each other, the people that are playing it. And we'll try to make sure this will work. As I said, my own backup option, if this is absolutely unplayable,
this is the monkey all over again. All the dad gamers. This is so different. This is so different than the monkey. It's so much better. The monkey, yes, was broken in terms of damage. This build will be on a completely another level. Like I don't think it's gonna be like this. The monkey was broken for PoE 2, don't get me wrong, but this is broken for PoE 1, okay? PoE 1, it's a little crazy.
You could go Reliquarian or something like that. I'm most likely going to instantly reroll the Earth Shatter build because that is like a 4 or 5 hour run to tier 16s for me, and then I can just farm whatever I need and make it work later. But I am really, really hoping to make this work as my starter. I'll have my Steel Mage and my Mercenary, and it should be an absolute banger. So, thank you guys so much for watching. Sub if you liked the video, but more importantly, try to die less than I do.
I'm not subbed to Ziz. Guys, don't look. I don't know how that even happened. I don't even know how that. Don't look. That's YouTube, like, it logged into my account and it unsubbed at some point. I don't know what happened there. That's crazy. That's crazy. I've watched a lot of Ziz videos, okay? They're regularly in my feed. I thought I was subbed. Okay? I don't know what that was. Fake friend. I'm gonna tell him, don't tell him, okay? He doesn't need to know about this little indiscretion, okay? He doesn't need to know. Okay. Close out of this. Is it time? Wait, how am I supposed to do a test run? I don't want to migrate my level 100 dude. My level 100 SSF chieftain. I don't really want to migrate him. Do hardcore. Yeah, I guess we could do our hardcore. No, I'm not doing Ruthless. You know, this is like a built-in reset, right? Every time I randomly die to something stupid, it just forces in the built-in reset, you know? That's kind of value. That's kind of value.
And my
axe, write your name, appreciate the sub. Will Merkbot and Ruthless be good? If they don't nerf the Luminary, it'll be the best Ascendancy in Ruthless, no contest, essentially. I think it might be the best Ascendancy in the base game, no contest. Every time you die, you must play Ruthless for 10 minutes. No deal. Because I don't want to. Does this character have gold on it? Okay, I need a, why do I have 82,000 gold? I'm gonna need to migrate the stuff. Okay, no timer for right now. We're just gonna go migrate the stuff real quick. Put it in King's March? Ooh, good comms. We could put it in King's March. Or we just migrate it and not worry about it and then have more garbage in standard. If you die to Rose, blast some Garys? No. No deal. Not doing that. Every time you die, you play Garys? No. What kind of logic is that, guys? You want me to do something I don't want to do?
I have nothing more to do. I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
It'll motivate you not to die? No.
Well, Lion Eyes, take care.
Judging there's an oil.
Timer's not started. It's cooked. Nah, I'm just checking because I'm kind of curious. Oh my word. I even have built up remove only tabs from whenever the hell I was playing hardcore. Oh, that's right. I did a, oh yeah, I was doing a Facebreaker Trickster run. That was kind of a cool character. And we didn't end up getting to finish that run really, but it was a good time when we were doing it. Holy 34 divines. You know, I was kind of rich on that one hardcore run whenever this was. I have a lock? Oh, this was the Guardian, wasn't it? This is the Guardian that said I think I can tank it. I think that was the run I got it a lock in the Malcoon. I don't really want to migrate this. All right, we're going to do the King's March tech. I don't want to migrate it. Because that's kind of cool to go look at. You must be level 50. Oh, shut the front door. Can I give the gold to you? Must be level 50 to freaking shut. Must be in King's March. Okay, so like that gold is just going to get deleted. Yeah, whatever. Doesn't matter. All right. Wait, no. If I go to gamble an item, it's going to be 1,000 gold, isn't it? Oh. Maybe I just do no SSF, just hardcore. Maybe that's the play. 'Cause I don't want to like. Okay, let's go ahead and delete this. Okay, create hardcore.
A scion of perfection and mind, body, and grace. The crowning glory of our civilization.
Rue's reviewing your POB. Rue's not gonna like my POB. I don't make it I don't make endgame stuff.
So it's true.
He's gonna be like, why didn't he make a min-maxed level 100 character with everything specced out? 1 million oh no. Well, maybe okay, maybe I'll feel less bad about migrating. Wait, can I even migrate this? Can I migrate? Wait, I don't know if I can migrate this actually. When did you play hardcore? Gauntlets? Timer, this isn't a run right now, guys. I'm just trying to figure out what league I can do resets on without feeling bad about stuff disappearing.
I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
Will it be less thinking, center, or RF leveling? I think RF is the most not leveling. Yeah, this is gonna all cost $1 million. Okay, what do I have in stash? Exalts. So I played hardcore in Mirage League. This is probably from Gauntlet, right? It's probably Gauntlet currencies, I would bet. What else do I have in here? I mean, this is gonna be like just a lot of stashes from Gauntlets, probably. Is what a lot of this stuff is. Okay, am I allowed to migrate this? That's the question. Let's see. No, I can't migrate this. Private League? Yeah, I don't really want to. Private League to make one costs like 60. It's like $6. I don't want to do that. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna create characters. I'm just gonna create characters in solo self-found, and I'm only gonna gamble a couple times. Or I could just do regular and just only gamble a couple times. Create a new account, that's way too much work. I have a private league you can join if you want. Bar, do you? Yo, if you hook me up, I would be down. Not $6. I am not forking out $6 for a private league. Let's say that those $6 could go towards a cool MTX. All right, guys, we gotta prioritize here. We gotta prioritize. Migrate's not an option. Well, I don't want to. Well, basically, just some of the SSF accounts I have some cool stuff that I don't really want to migrate because it's kind of fun to look at. Given the only time I'm looking at it is when I'm logging in, trying to find a place where I could do leveling right. So maybe it's not that cool, but but hey, I bet they're gonna make it so you can MTX the Merc eventually. Maybe. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. Think about the snacks you could buy with $6. You can buy a lot, man. You message me on Discord. Burbart's hooking us up. He made a private league. Join. Should I click request invite? Or am I already in? Holy, I'm a member. Lance minion testing. What the hell is this, Baravarat? This is a freaking trap! What is this? What is this? I see exactly what you did here. I see oh, okay. Okay, I see what's going on here. Oh, uh-huh. Oh, I bet you're real proud of yourself for that one, aren't you, Baraborat? You think this is a great joke. This is definitely worth $10, you bastard. You bastard. Screw you. It was a freaking trap. Lance's video testing privately. What the hell is that? I'll be right back. I'm gonna top off my water, and then we're gonna maybe do some test runs in this league that's very inappropriately named. Mercs do not have a minion tag. Need I remind everyone? Okay, need I remind everyone? Mercs do not have a minion tag. Great use of company finance. Sadistic use of company finance. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna top off the water, and then we're gonna remember how it'll play Scion. All right, I have returned. I have returned. You guys been well behaved while I was gone. Worth every penny, to be honest. No, it wasn't. Okay, it's not that funny of a joke. All right. Taking advantage of a man who doesn't want to spend $6 to test the character. Kind of messed up. Kind of messed up.
Offering us light.
Kind of messed up.
Only murder and darkness.
Routine's on your Vovolitics. He's looking. He's investigating. He's saying about 3 dragons. Yeah, 3 dragons gives you shock. But okay, so the problem is when you're talking about like unique items, some items are just way too strong. Like, how do I put this? If you get good enough rares and you have a volatile vowed enmities, you can give up Untouched Soul. But that's not going to happen for a hot minute. And that's the scenario where you'd get to choose a different unique besides Untouched Soul. For like range, for like 1 merc or range merc or whatever. You need some like good rares to justify giving it up, which you don't have initially. Like your initial like first whatever divines is just buying the ring and then an Untouched Soul just to get it online. Admit merc is a minion and I sub right now. Must include a no takesy backsies. I'm going to admit nothing because that would be lying. Merc is not a minion. It does not have the minion tag. It is a mercenary. Okay, this is a ally combat situation. He's saying enmities is useless? No, really? Wait a second. Wait, what? Hold on. Okay, now that I'm curious about. Why does he think it's useless? Wait a second. Chad is saying you think enmities is useless?
And my axe.
Is that true? Did you guys just lie to me? Did you guys bait me?
And my axe.
No, it's not. Wait, Lance, I'm the one who made that. No, it's not useless, but you're not gonna get it for a long time, Lance. You want to get on call, Lance? Here, I'll call you.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll boot up call.
Your thought process is like really wrong on the build.
Oh, no, ain't no way. He's cooked as hell. He's cooked as hell. What's he saying? You gonna call me? He's always calling. Is that so? Chat wasn't saying you weren't saying the enmity is useless. Yeah. Okay. So my chat was just gaslighting me. Listen, I think they just didn't want me. They didn't want to watch me do Scion. I was gonna do a practice run for Scion, so they started just making up stuff. So I was like, oh, they freaking baited me.
I watched your video or posted your video, right? Is this your thought process that you're just gonna like get Necrotal's Lantern and you're gonna cast Flame Link on your guy and he's gonna do enough damage to get you to like Ubers?
Yeah. Well, not to Ubers. Like you'd upgrade other things before you're getting to Ubers. Freaking what?
But you think you're gonna cast your Flame Link and you're just gonna get into like you're gonna kill every single pinnacle boss with just the Flame Link with nothing else.
With nothing else. No, I mean you're gonna be using other things, like you're gonna be using Stormblast Mine, you're gonna be using like Enduring Cry, Battle Mage's Cry, Assassin's Mark, Power Charges, stuff like that. What do you mean?
But like because in your video you said you're gonna unspec Stormblast Mines. I'm like, you're never unspec.
No, that would be like Giga late game, which I don't even have a POB for that. I made like some early mapping gear setup. It's like this is roughly what I'm gonna do initially, but I didn't want to make any like like actual end game POBs because it's just like Enshroud items is a big question mark where depending on what's available completely changes how I'm gonna build the character, and also I don't like making end game POBs, so it's like.
I'll share a lot of the knowledge I have on this build with you because like I tested this build for like days. Like
You were a merc bot enjoyer. I remember the freaking artworks you had for it.
like literally sad in bosses, Lance, much increase that when we put on like 200 increase, we didn't even know.
I think you're talking about a high level merc is what you tested, right? Like Learcast is a 1C item in the campaign. That's just like an item you can buy really early. That's like it's not something you want to hold on to for a while. It's just a cheap item you can pick up early that gives you a little bit of boost.
Yeah, but you didn't like mention stuff like 3 dragons, which is like pretty much like the most essential item on a merc when you go through progression.
Just because you want to use it for shock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a huge shock on like everything, right? So like items like 3 dragons is like way more like value than like putting in like stuff like Learcast and all of that stuff because like none of that.
I mean, you're just talking about a unique for the merc.
Yeah, and Piscators. Like Piscators gives you a shit ton of attack speed right away with penetration, like and accuracy. It fixes your accuracy right away too. I think like.
I don't think Piscators is that much better than a rare wand. Like, if you have a rare wand with attack speed crit and you bench craft Ellie Pen, like, that's basically what Piscators is, right?
Yeah, but are you gonna have that like right away though? Like you get Piscators.
I mean, you're talking about a 2-stat item with bench crafted. Like, I think that like a unique slot. I'm not a big fan of the unique slot for like it's okay for. Well, it depends on what merc you're going with, but like. I feel like some of the uniques are like super powerful. Like I'd rather do. I don't know if I'm a big fan of the Soul Eater like Soul Thirst angle, but I'd rather do that over like a Piscators.
No, but that comes later. We're talking about at the very start. This is like
Soul Thirst doesn't come later. Soul Thirst is a 1 chaos belt.
No. Oh, you're so. No, that's bad.
Have you tried it? Because I haven't got a straight answer out of people on Soul Thirst.
I tried it. It's garbage.
People keep telling me it was good. How did it feel when you played it? Am I getting gaslit on the Soul Thirst?
Yeah, Soul Thirst was complete dog shit.
Like they didn't have good maintenance of stacks at all.
No, you couldn't even tell the difference.
Okay, so I just got completely gaslit on Soul Thirst. Freaking, I knew it. Dude, I kept asking people. They're like, "No, it's good, Lance. It's like good uptime on Soul Eater and maps." Oh, those liars. Those freaking liars.
I did 10 maps, Lance, with Soul Eater, and we just watched the merc attack, and we couldn't even tell the difference.
They can't even tell it had attack speed?
We couldn't even tell the difference. Like, it was like that bad. The tech that you really want to use is, are you on my stream?
Yeah. I'm just. Oh, well, I have you muted on stream, but I'm listening to you in voice.
Okay. So like, once you get the unique rings, right? Because you want enemies embrace, right? And enemies is ring, so you cover 2. The other thing you want to use is coiling whispers, right? Because with that, and when you take off 3 wait.
Did you play Coil and Whisper in Mercenaries?
Yes.
And that didn't feel bad.
We have a video. Someone linked the video. Like we actually have real like footage.
Oh, from the league where somebody tested it?
Yeah. Well, I tested it.
Oh, okay.
It's my character. So you do this combination, Lance, where because one is the ring, right? And you can do gloves on the second one, and this combination will give your merc full Soul Eater like right away.
Okay. Is this it's good in mapping, I'm assuming, with the Asneths. What is its time to getting Soul Eater stacks on like an actual boss? Like if you start from 0? Because you can't like kill the duration, right?
No. So the merc's kineticists, right? They cast elemental weakness.
Yeah.
So you just wait for that to disappear, and then they'll get soul stacks.
So if you're doing it on a boss, you have to freaking wait, which is.
Yeah, it is what it is. On a boss, you have to wait. But like the main part of the build.
Do you think the damage is gonna be that bad though? Like I feel like the merc damage is gonna be like you're killing the boss before the curse would ever run out. Do you think it's gonna be that bad?
Do you remember like when we played it in Gauntlet, Lance? Our damage wasn't that high.
I didn't play it in Gauntlet.
It was rather like
I mean, I saw Jugs build a gauntlet, kill the Exarch. He skipped the phase. That's how he got around the not dying to suicide or whatever.
That's like way later, right? When we had like all of these, when we had like gear, like in campaign Lance, like the Act 9 boss was still sweaty as fuck.
Well, I'm just saying if we're talking coiling, we probably are able to be putting on enmities because coiling is the Uber drop now, right? So it's not like coiling's going to be cheap in comparison to enmities. Enmities is normal.
No, enemies is going to be like 10 times the price.
Well, I agree. Enmities is going to be more valuable. What I'm saying is, initially on League Start, coil is an Uber drop, even though it's more common and less people will want it. Enmities is going to have like this initial burst of supply where everybody's doing their quest, freaking fear, dude. Like I think I'm just going to be able to buy an enmities like before coiling comes on trade type of thing. Well, sorry. I'll back up. What I'm saying is if I have an enmities, I feel like I'm looking at the gearing point where I'm starting to erase bosses, but maybe I'm coping a little bit. I don't know. I think the damage is going to be pretty good. The Flame Link numbers are insane.
But the Flame Link numbers are even better than the Pyroclast numbers we had in Mercenary Lab or in Mercenary League.
Yeah, with plus level auras, the Flame Link or the Pyroclast was pretty crazy.
We had freaking like level like 35 Pyroclast Mines Sabotage with like 200% aura effect or something on our Scion, and then like it was good. I mean, you deleted bosses when you had that much damage, but like you still need like a subset of gear. I feel like to get it going, right? Because it's all about multipliers, right? In the game, and when you're like I looked at your POV, it's like very one dimensional.
Well, you're just like, oh, pen and like and flat. Like if you build a character in PoE and you're just pen and flat, it's not going to be that great, right?
I think you're getting hung up on the fact that I have like a basically like an early maps POB, right? Like obviously later on we're going to include other things like attack speed scaling, frenzy charges, etc., stuff like that. But I'm just trying to like showcase people this is the starting thing you want to go for. You want to shoot for these, like this is like a key item you want to get to is enmities basically. But like that doesn't mean you don't want to do other things.
No, but they're like, but I'm just saying like you have to like think of it as like building a full character.
I know how to build a full character, Ruthie. What are you saying?
No, I'm saying no, you have to think of it like different vector, like trying to like maximize different vectors of scaling versus it's just like, oh, I'm just gonna get a bunch of life on my Flame Link and then like I'm done, right? So we're thinking about getting shots.
That's not. You're not telling me new information, Rutu. This is like.
You don't. None of this information is on your guide, Lance.
None of this information is on my guide.
Yeah, you don't have any. You don't have frenzy charge.
You need me to specifically make a note that says, "Hey, in the future, attack speed's a valuable stat."
Lance,
like for example, I'm guessing you didn't look at it, right? But like the buy list, for example, prioritizes attack speed as a stat you want on a lot of the rares you give the mercs, right?
Yeah.
It's not like I don't think that's not a good stat.
Yeah.
The thing is, I don't want to like make a fully fleshed out build based on like things that could be very different. Essentially, it's really dependent on Shroud mechanics. Because like in Shroud, you could essentially grab like let's say for the helmet, the freaking fire damage can shock. If you can enshroud that and brick it to rare, then all of a sudden that completely changes whether or not you wouldn't ever want that as a unique slot because it's a guaranteed thing you can put on. But we don't even know if that's a mechanic we can use or not. And it's like I don't want to take a bunch of time and write this stuff out and then be like, okay, let me go back and delete a day's worth of effort of putting in like making all this like essentially information based on stuff that could completely change.
Yeah, but you don't even have to like the really simple stuff like frenzies on chest. Like you don't think that's important?
No, frenzy on chest is good. I think I literally already added a note for that. If you look at the go like scroll up. Not like no, like on the Mobalytics page. It's something I added like today.
Oh, okay. Because I looked at it earlier, like I feel like you just like you have a bunch of stuff that's like I don't think really.
Yeah, like useful tech. If you scroll down below that, like it is. I put
fire support.
But that's literally like yeah, Pyre Sport's free Ash.
Yeah, and you know, like a lot of this stuff, Lance, it counts as like unique. Like a lot of the unique mods work, and it's like individual mods. Like I think unique action speed works.
Why do you think I have Pinnacle there?
I don't think Pinnacle works.
Pinnacle works.
Maybe it does.
And Pinnacle's better than unique. What's your point? Like, what are we talking about? This is such a stupid conversation.
No, it's not a stupid conversation.
This is so stupid.
I watched your video and you were like,
Lance, you don't know
dude,
about attack speed. Have you heard of scaling vectors? Lance, it's so basic. Why did I could have been level. I could have practiced the Scion right now. What am I doing?
Bro, I watched your video. You were like, "Oh, dude, we're gonna unspec freaking like storm blast mines because we won't need it." Like,
so in my video, I said in an end game scenario, when we have enough damage and I want to be lazy, I want to drop storm blast. Is that not a real situation? Like, tell me, like when your character gets to a damage level where the boss dies in 1 second, do you want to spend a second throwing down storm blast mines, or you just want to like take a drink of your water and chill as the boss dies? Because it's gonna die no matter what.
I had a 15 mirror character in Mercenary League. That never happened.
And you were still just throwing down Storm Blast mines? Listen.
You were still throwing.
Well, okay, that's different though. Pyroclast of Sabotage is way different. That was your entire base damage. Storm Blast mines is like a 2x damage multiplier, you know? Well, technically it goes up to 2.5x, but you get my point, right?
That's a lot.
It's a hell of a lot different than this is literally your entire flat source, which is what Pyroclast of Sabotage was.
I mean, it wasn't your whole
yeah, come on, dude.
It wasn't your whole entire flat source. We had like a lot of flat sources.
It wasn't
like,
your whole entire flat. You're not saying that with a straight face right now.
Lance, okay, number one, we had flat on wand, right? It was T1, that's like 200, right? We had a flame link, right?
And that's like how much? How much is the flame link? Let's go. How much is the flame link?
Probably like 800. I would guess.
You had what level was your flame link?
It was pretty high, right?
800 is like a level 40 flame link. It was a level 40 flame link.
Maybe it was like 35 or something.
Okay. So you had like 800 flat, and then your Pyroclast was 8,000 flat. So like, what's your point?
No. We had more. We had anger with aura scaling, and it was like a level like 30 anger with aura scaling.
Okay. And what's level anger? Level 30. Is that like 300 flat?
This is a lot, dude. It's a lot.
So what you're saying is when you put down Pyroclast at 8x your damage versus 2.5x in your damage.
I mean, it's still damage. Like,
oh, it's not even 300 flat. Okay, it's 250.
It's 300 flat times aura effect, right?
Yeah.
So it's quite a bit. So you're still talking about a character with like 2,000 flat starting or something close to that. It's like a lot. It's not nothing. So it's not my whole entire like scaling out vector. It's not my whole entire scaling at all.
So
like,
you can't under no circumstances would you ever be like, my character's erasing the boss in 1 second. I want to not click this button every single time. You would never do that. You don't want to chill at any point.
It never got in that point. Even like I think my highest point.
Were you only doing kineticist though, right? Kineticist is way lower damage than armor stack is.
Yeah, I didn't bother doing armor stacking, like, because it was just like it's a brand new set of gear. I don't want to swap. There's no point. Like my damage was already high enough at that point. But that's when I had like giga gear, Lance. So,
but it wasn't high enough. It's still the sabotage thing. Sabotage is just ridiculous flat.
Even if it was like 3x my damage, right? Like versus like 1.5x like mines. I never stopped throwing them ever. It was never my point of the build was it was never a build that was that strong in order for me to do that. I think a lot of people are coping and they think it's like you're gonna like put on Flame Link and you're gonna like one shot like everything to like red maps and shit like that. It was never like that. It was a strong build because we like built it strong. It was never just like a gimme.
I don't know, man. I think Luminary is pretty busted. I guess. So you don't think the Merc bot's very strong then? You think it's just kind of average?
I think it's strong. But I don't think it's strong to the point where people think you're going to trivialize content.
I think it's going to trivialize content. I think it's so busted.
It never trivialized. It didn't even Merc lag. It didn't trivialize content.
I did like
So-
one like no, I did 2 SSF runs. One was with like where I was using the Merc to buff me, but I did one as an actual Merc bot, and it was like bankroll easy. Like, and that was with an SSF character, and it just like it was one of the easiest SSF runs I've ever done.
Maybe we just have different experiences, or maybe I just did content that's actually content. I don't know. I don't like. I could tell you. I could tell you that right now. I can tell you that right now. Like my guy, even with like 8 meters of gear, still like.
Are you okay? How about this? Are you doing a Merc bot?
I might.
I agreed to a wager with Connor. Maybe you'd be interested in this wager, where I bet Connor that I could beat Blasted Monolith. Do you want to join in? Because you could do a Merc bot, and then we could both try to do it.
Blasted Monolith?
Yeah, it's the DPS check map, the Pro Gen DPS check map.
Didn't they just like? Is it a 2 meter map?
It's not 2 meter. No, it is a Union of Souls Delirious 90% less map. Which originally the bet was going to be whether or not I could beat him first to do the map, and then they nerfed it. They basically put in the 90% less now applies to Mercs.
Yeah.
So then I agreed. He doesn't think I can beat it at all, which might be true, you know. But I'm gonna that's gonna be one of my goals for the league is see if I can beat Blasted Monolith with Merc bot.
Don't you need like 1 billion DPS to do that, man?
Yeah, he was saying you need like 1 to 2.
Yeah, I don't. My Merc never got to that point.
You wouldn't be willing to try?
I don't think I ever got to that point. I think like when I did Exarch, I don't know. You can go on my YouTube channel. You can see how powerful my Merc was, even with like multiple mirrors of gear, like with pyroclasts of sabotage down. I can still like sometimes fail like to 1-phase Exarch.
But like
you
don't have to do a wander if you want to attempt the challenge though. You could do like a different setup too.
There's no way you're doing it. There's no way you're doing freaking like Molten Strike Guy on that map. Like no way. Like you need clear, like Souls. You need like Giga Clear power.
Yeah, and you need insane DPS. I don't know if it's possible.
Yeah.
I just agreed to the bet because it sounded like a fun challenge.
Yeah,
but you wouldn't want to try it, dude. It'd be fun, man. Give you a reason to like super min max.
I don't think I can. I don't think I can, man.
Come
It's
on.
like I think my
Oh,
Merc
don't
with
chicken
pyroclast,
out.
dude. Lance, I had I'm telling you. I
Put some
think my
belief in
Merc with
yourself.
pyroclast- It had 200 mil. 200 million is not a billion.
Yeah, make it better the next time. Come on,
I'm a
log the hell
mathematics
in.
I don't want to give. I don't give away free money.
Okay, well, the bet I have with Connor isn't for money. Do you want to know what the bet's for?
Well, what is it for?
It's for listening to a song called Gary's Reserve for 6 hours on stream. So the loser has to do that on stream. Do you know what that song is?
No.
It's a Age of Mythology soundtrack where the composer just started adding in like saxophone and stuff. It was like it's kind of a jam if you don't listen to it for 6 hours.
That's better. That sounds better than listening to like Lonely Warrior for 6 hours straight. I'll be honest.
Hey, you interested, dude?
I don't think I can.
Dude,
I'm just
come on.
Dude, you need like
It's not about whether or not you think you can. It's about setting a goal that's ridiculously high, and it'll push you. It'll force you to try to figure out new things better and better and better. You'll find your best self.
Okay, I can already tell you like what I feel like is going to be like the main issues with that, Lance, because in order for you to do that content, like there's so many monsters, you're gonna want like projectile mods, right? And I don't know if you're gonna get enough Pierce and Fork to like kill all those monsters. If there's that many on your screen.
Hey, that's a problem to solve. That sounds like a fun conundrum, does it not?
But there's no way to really solve that issue, Lance. How do you solve that problem?
You make the build good. I'm not gonna tell you how to solve that problem. I'm a guy who doesn't understand scaling vectors.
No, but if you can tell me how to solve that problem, then I'll
I am not gonna tell you how to solve that problem. I have some plans, and I'm committed. If you want to take the bet,
you have some plan. You have some plans to put fork on your on.
I'm not going
Merc?
to tell you how I'm going to solve the problem. I'm just telling you I believe in myself. If you don't believe in yourself, you don't think you can beat it. That's you know your limits. It's fair enough. Respectable, but
I don't think I can beat
like,
it.
come on, man.
I don't think I can beat it.
There's not even any money on the line. It's just listening to a little bit of Gary's Reserve for 6 hours.
I would rather put money on the line. I'm gonna be honest.
You don't want to do this thing.
I think my sanity is more important than a few bucks.
Okay. So you don't want to put money on the line, though.
I don't think I could do it, Lance. I'm gonna be honest.
Dude,
I remember how
this is
powerful
so
my build
weak.
was.
You have
I remember how
prep
powerful my build
time.
was.
You have POB, days and days.
I just remember how powerful my build was, Lance. And I did a POB for Mercs this league, and I think it's going to be probably about the same in my estimation, because you lost Pyroclast Mines and then you gained whatever. You have less ability to use unique items on your mercenary. Like Headhunter is useless on that map too. So
dude, think of the content though. It's a pretty good content angle. Chat gets to Lamau, they get to hate watch, you know, for like the entire time leading up as you're building up the character, and they still keep saying not 2 billion DPS, not good enough. They hate watch the whole time. But then in the end, think about this. You clear the map. You silence all the haters. You prove you are the best Merc-bot builder on the planet. You know? And you walk away victorious. Think about the glory.
Or I get Lamau.
Or
I get Lamau at.
Dude, nothing without risk was ever worth doing. You ever heard something like that? Like, live a little.
Lance, I'm like, you're telling me to hit on 17 right now. This is what you're doing. I'm in a base. There's like $20,000 on the table. You're the bad friend who's behind me saying,
and you're still not willing to do it? I'm the bad friend that's embarrassed to be your friend right now. That's what's happening.
There's a 9 on the table, and you're saying she has a 10. You need to hit on 17. You're a bad, like, this is like, I know I'm going to lose, and you're still wanting me to hit on 17.
I am also taking the wager, right? I have the same problem to solve as you do. We're both doing Merc bots.
Just because you want to hit on 17, that doesn't mean I have to follow you down that road, Lance.
Hey, listen. There's an alternate scenario right now. You don't hit on 17, and everybody in the chat knows you didn't hit on 17. Okay? Think about that scenario. Okay, you might get a lot of Lamaus as you attempt to complete it, but you're going to get way more from the fact everybody knows you were too chicken to try.
Okay, how about this? I have a lot of things to do on POB, and I have to still work. I'll give you an answer by tomorrow.
An answer by tomorrow. All right. Put it off. Don't want to shake my hand. Gonna come in tomorrow. Oh, I got cancer. I can't make it. Something came up.
I'm gonna load up the Merc POVs from whatever.
Well, yeah. Get to POBing. Oh, the numbers are still not enough. I couldn't possibly.
I have to find a solution. Do I stand a chance? If I stand a chance,
holy.
Maybe.
Well, you gotta check the numbers. You're backing down while not like that's crazy, man. That's crazy.
I gotta think about if I want to hit on 17. Okay.
If
it's worth it, I gotta check.
You gotta check. You gotta check those scaling vectors, right? You gotta check those scaling vectors.
I gotta check the scaling.
Yeah. You gotta. Listen. Only you know those scaling vectors, so you're the only one that could possibly check this.
Oh, shut up! You're telling people to remove Stormblast Mines.
Oh my! Come on, dude! Like you're giving me crap for Stormblast Mine, like end game POV. I might take it out, and that's what you're giving me crap on. Like, come on! You deserve this a little bit. You deserve it a little bit. You know you're being a little bit like questionable.
2.5x damage. Let's remove it from my build, dude. That's not good, dude.
Guys, my chat, Lance never heard of scaling vectors. Like, come on, be real. Shake my hand. Show the hell up.
You're never removing Stormblast Mines. Watch, Lance. I'm telling you. All right, how about this? I'll give you a challenge. I'll listen to the song for 12 hours if you can finish that map without any storm or without any mines.
Without any mines?
Yeah, you have to I'll do a challenge to you on top of Connor's. If you can do the map without mines, I'll listen to it for 12 hours.
For 12 hours?
12
but is this
hours.
just a way for you to not do it yourself?
But if you fail, you have to listen to it for 12 hours.
Without mines.
Stormblast mines is so worthless. You should be able to take this bet, right, Lance?
I didn't say Stormblast mines are worthless.
It's only Stormblast mines. You're gonna expect it once your Merc does so
What
much
fictional
damage.
world are we living in? This is crazy.
12 hours. Lance.
Listen. I will. How about this? How about this? Stormblast mines are the most valuable thing on the planet. I'll agree to not doing the map with Stormblast mines if you agree to even attempt to prove you can do it, and you can use Stormblast. You can have Stormblast on your character, and I will attempt to without Stormblast. If you say it's so good, if you're so willing to prove, show the hell up. I'll attempt it without it.
I'll give you an answer by tomorrow when I do.
Give me an answer by the.
I don't like making bets that I don't know I have a chance in.
Yeah.
If I don't think I have a chance, like I don't know, man. Like,
my word, dude. Have a spine. It's a video game. It's only 6 hours, dude. This is crazy.
Fine. Guys, Lance, I'm Chinese. Okay. When I go to the supermarket and she said 190, I was like, can I get my change? I don't throw anything away. Okay. I get my 2 pennies worth every single time.
So you'll fight for 2 pennies, but not for any dignity or pride in this situation. That's
my dignity is in the pennies. That's my dignity. It's in the pennies.
So I'm gonna have an answer from you tomorrow. I'll just predict right now for everyone listening, he's not going to do it. He's going to chicken out. I do not believe Rutu has the spine to commit to this wager. I would love to be proven wrong though. But that's my prediction. Feel free.
I just don't think I can hit 2 billion damage. If I thought I could hit 2 billion damage, I'm in. Like in my mind, I'm going through numbers right now, Lance. I'm like 200 million. What came
run the calculations.
Yeah,
run the calculation. Do whatever you got to do, but that doesn't change the lack of spine.
500, like you can do 2 billion. Like I don't know. I think the main problem is still. Okay, maybe
that was entertaining.
Maybe
Good
with the
luck
Legion
with the
stuff,
build.
like it'll be okay.
I'm rooting for you.
Like I'm gonna be honest, maybe with the Legion stuff. I don't know. We just had everything in that league, Lance. Like we had like a high value skitter bot. We had like all of this aura effect for like haste and like 200 aura effect for haste and freaking like basically everything that we wanted, and it still didn't, like it came up short. So maybe with Soul Eater, it'll be okay. Maybe with Soul Eater. Maybe. You know what? Fine. I'll do it.
You'll do it?
I'll do it.
All right.
I think I hope Soul Eater carries.
Blasted Monolith. I'm doing no mines. You can use mines. Merc v Merc. Mono e mono. Scaling vectors versus basic no scaling vectors. The match of the century. This is gonna be good. I'm freaking ready.
Did you just force me to play fucking Mercbot at the start?
I can't believe you agreed to that. Why did you agree to that wager? Oh man, this is a good chat. Listen, I'm glad I didn't do that sign run. This was a good chat. This is good. This is fun. This is what I live for, man. Nice. Got +1 wager. Now I gotta go. Listen, I'm collecting these wagers like the Infinity Gauntlet. I'm gonna go to Farmer next. Get him to sign up on something. Get some content going on.
Wait, you're not even doing that? You're not even doing Blasted Monolith?
No, yeah, I am. I already made a wager with Connor, and now I made a wager with you. And I'll get a separate wager with Farmer. It'll be like something like, oh, who kills this or whatever. I just gotta start collecting them, you know?
Wait. So you just go around gambling pre-league? That's what you do?
I do not have a gambling problem. Let's call them investments, okay? I'm at like a 90% win rate. You're actually one of the few people who's won a wager against me. Do you know that, Rutu? That Elliot nerf was like one of my only losses. I'm like 20-2 right now on wagers.
Lance, you know you didn't stand a chance in that wager, right?
Dude,
After
listen,
reviewing like how good the build was, do you think you really stood a chance? You had a 0% chance. That build is like number 1, like actually like power level, like actually like 1. Like maybe you can call it 2, but it's like probably 1. Lastly, I don't think you had a chance. I swindled everyone last week because nobody thought that build was really that strong, but it was actually like power level 1.
Power level 1's I think a little crazy. I will agree. I think it's pretty good. When I saw the setups of it, like the AoE on that splash was looking clean, a little too clean, so clean it was bugged. Like what? We applied the area twice. What was that patch note?
It's only like 20% more, Lance. It's only 20%.
Oh, I mean, still
It's
though,
not
that's
even
a
like
hilarious patch note to read, man. That was I could see that patch note just cracked me the hell up.
Wait, Connor's in here. He's like Connor's looking forward to like listening to us listen to that song. I think he knows both of us are gonna lose.
If we both lose, we both have to listen to it. And I'm just gonna have to do 12 hours if I lose, because then I've lost to you and Connor.
Wait, but if you listen to the loss to you and Connor, I'm 12 hours. He's 6 hours. Shouldn't that be 18 hours?
Oh, so you're doing 12 hours if you lose then? I'm fine with that.
I do 12 hours if I lose.
Okay, I'm fine. I'm good with that. I'll do 18 hours if I lose it.
Our bet is 12 hours. This is 6, okay?
Oh, dude, I am gonna hate that song so much if I don't clear this.
You better not play that shit on stream and mute it in your mic either, or mute it in your headphones either.
I'm gonna be. I just have speakers. I'm gonna be listening to it. I'm gonna like hate it so much by the end.
Oh no, dude! I think we're both gonna lose. I honestly think we're both gonna lose.
But it's fun though, right? Because now you have like this thing you don't know if you can beat it. It's a little exciting, right?
I hope to God. Those mobs hit hard because I'm about to remove every single item from my character, except for like a mage blood. I'm dead fucking serious. I thought about it in my head. That's the way I think I'm going to approach it. I'm going to remove every single character from my character, and I'm just going to be mage blood and passive tree only, and I'm just going to go in.
Oh, my chat's spamming me. Do I have any dinner requests? No, I don't. I don't have any dinner requests. Sorry, my wife was apparently mentioning chat spamming. I just was not seeing it all.
Oh.
All right, I'm good.
I did the math in my head. Lance. I did the math in my head. I was like, if I need 1 bill and I have 90% damage of 100, that means I only need 100 mil. That means that if I remove all my gear and I get Soul Eater, I have a chance. If it's 2 bills.
You think you're gonna do 100 mil with 0 gear on though? That's a reach.
Mean, if I have,
that's a reach. Your character's gonna have 2k life. Your flame link's dead. I don't know, man. I don't think it's that easy.
I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I could just do pure levels on the flame link. So we'll see. We'll make us some bullshit. It's gonna be like Eclipse support or some fucking stupid shit like that on the flame link with freaking whatever and like 2 levels plus everything and like try to get like 40 or something. I don't know, man. I'll figure it out. But I'm saying if I remove like half of my gear, maybe I stand a chance. And like maybe some of my pieces don't even have life. Maybe I stand a chance. Anyways, good talk. I have work to do.
Yeah.
Like freaking
no, it was fun. It was fun chatting. I gotta say, mad respect for agreeing to the bet. I think you're a little bit crazy for agreeing to it, but mad respect. And good luck on your preparation, dude. I think this will be fun.
All right.
All right. See you later, Rue.
Bye.
Yo, that was actually pretty fun. Listen. I can't believe you agreed to that wager. There's a new video? Oh, hold up. Let's go check that out. There's a new PoE video. Also, I'm sorry, YouTube chat. I did not make you guys able to hear Rutu right away. I kind of messed up on that. So I noticed partway through. My apologies. Ooh, Curse the All Flame Voyage.
Hi.
Taking a look-see here. Hi, I'm Octavian. Oh, hell yeah. YouTube chat isn't real. They are real. They are real.
Octavian, game designer on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, we will be introducing the new Voyage mechanic, in which players will be able to meticulously plan and then execute on sea floor excursions, reclaiming lost treasures and sending piles of loot to the surface. In this video...
Okay, so he's got the Ducats, 2 Exalts. All right, I'm just going to watch it
to
and
give
then
you
we'll
a closer look at
analyze
Voyages,
after.
and some of what you might expect to find at the bottom of Rayclast's oceans. First, in order to embark, you'll need to scout at least 9 different charts. Once that's done, speak to Val aboard the Sovereign to begin planning your voyage. You'll find at least 1 chart, and sometimes 2, in every area, so you'll have plenty to plan your voyages with, even as early as Act 1. Now, each of the charts that will compose your voyage will have an implicit that is revealed once it's charted. These can offer powerful modifiers, which apply either to the charts adjacent to them, or to the voyage as a whole. We'll start by placing this chart in the center, where its modifier that spawns 3 Diviner Strongboxes in each adjacent area can have the most effect.
Okay!
This modifier will apply to these 4 other squares,
12 Diviners?
meaning that this has already granted us 12 total Diviner Strongboxes to go
Holy.
and uncover. Next, before placing any further charts, we'll take a look at our border modifiers. These are similar to chart implicits, in that they affect the charts adjacent to them, but are a property of the edges of the voyage board itself, and are randomized each time you run a voyage. These can be quite powerful, and often can influence what charts you might want to place where. Take this one, for example, which will cause all rare monsters in the adjacent area to drop an additional Exalted Orb. This is powerful enough in its own right, but surely we can leverage this further. Charts such as this one, which increases the number of rare monsters in adjacent areas, and this one, which spawns powerful rare starfish monsters in
How many
adjacent
Exalts
areas.
is he about to drop? He's going to drop
These can
100.
both be placed strategically to make maximum use of the border modifier. Now to fill out the rest of this voyage. We'll place further charts in the remaining board squares, then descend to the sea floor to seek out our treasures. Once it's all sent back up, reclaim your sunken treasures, and do it all again.
21
There are
Exalts.
many such
Not bad.
combinations, where weaving the correct border modifiers, adjacency effects, and even chart types together can make for some quite rewarding
Yeah,
trips
the
under the
Apothecary
sea.
in there, I'm pretty sure.
We don't want to spoil too many of these here today, so we'll leave it at that for now. But we hope to see you on release day to join Valerie and Vesper as they pile up loot in Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame.
All right, I'm gonna check this pile real quick. Was there anything good in here? They have a really good S tier card in here randomly. Just checking real quick. Chaotic disposition. A couple chaotics. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy. nothing insane there. Unless one of these is actually good and I'm just bad at reading. Reign of Chaos. No, definitely not Reign of Chaos. Definitely not Reign of Chaos. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. I want to look at the loot table too. I mean, it's mostly just a bunch of div cards, right? Because he had the Diviner Strongbox thing, and then he just had 21 Exalts. And he chucked in some random ones afterwards that don't do much. 4 Portal Scrolls. Where's the 4 Portal Scrolls? Where is it? I'm trying to find them over here. I can't even see them. Where are you guys seeing 4 Portal Scrolls at? Okay, now I think you guys are just messing with me. I don't see Portal Scrolls anywhere. Bottom left. Okay, you guys are just messing with me. You guys are taking the Fish League a little bit too seriously, and you're baiting me. Okay, you're baiting me, just like I baited Rutu. Oh my goodness, that guys. Was that not? He can't see. Are you guys messing with me? Okay, you're talking about this, the 8 Portal Scrolls
Sent
here.
back up. Reclaim.
Because there's nothing actually in here anywhere. Hey, yeah, there's not. You freaking top, middle. Oh my word. Okay, technically. Okay, I guess there is 8 Portal Scrolls. Okay, I guess there is 8 Portal Scrolls. Okay. Listen, there was a lot of things there. What's the bet? Okay, so we made for context, we made a wager with Connor initially to see who could clear Blasted Monolith first. And we had the caveat of if they bug fix the Merc to have to deal with the less damage per item equipped mod, then the bet's off. They did have that patch note where they fixed it, and now the Merc has to deal with that mod. And me and Connor made a new wager, which is if I just can clear the map, if I can successfully clear the map in the league, no time restraint besides just doing it in the league, then I would win the bet. So that's the new bet, is whether or not I can just even do it with a Merc. Fast forward to today, Rutu was trying to rage bait me with saying I don't know what scaling vectors are. So I Uno reverse rage baited him into agreeing to take the same wager on who could beat the that map. But I laid the special bait of I won't use the mine to clear it. And he can use the mine. Because he was like, I don't know. He was harping on the whole part where I said, hey, in endgame, when you get enough damage, you can stop using Stormblast Mine, and it's not the end of the world. And he was like harping on it. So that was the wager. We had to expertly maneuver like a chessboard and put him straight into a checkmate, where he was behind two doors he didn't want to go down. He in door number A, he agrees to the bet. In door number B, he gets harassed by his chat for the entire league.
To be a Lance viewer, your level of gambling and rage bait is unmatched.
Yo, I appreciate it, Zwiggy. I appreciate it. Been more proud. And if we both lose, we both have to listen to the Gary's Reserve. Needless to say, this wager doesn't have implications for me alone. This wager is also going to affect you guys as well. Because if we lose, you guys are going to have to listen to a lot of Gary's Reserve. We have 18 hours of Gary's Reserve on the line. So there's a lot. Look at his inventory. He found a Merc at the bottom and took the manuscript alert. Oh, yeah. I mean, we already know that you can find the diver, right? Can't wait to be epic. Yeah. 18 hours of Gary's Reserve on the line. I'm about to be a proud voice in Lance's head because YouTube chat is not real. Yeah, YouTube chat doesn't hear the audio. So that's the one. If you want protection from the 18 hours of Gary's Reserve, that's where you can find protection.
The only winner from this is going to be Connor, I think. Neither of you are going to clear, I think.
The only winner is going to be Connor. Neither of you are going to clear. That is very possible, Death Rage. That is very, very possible the result in this situation. Is neither of us clear with Merc bots, and then Connor just gets to collect some Lamaus and some Alk LFGs.
I need a monk.
Chat, get your at jams ready.
I'm gonna clear first before y'all, Pohunger. What are you even playing, Pohunger? What are you playing? What are you planning to clear with? Are you gonna try a Merc bot as well? No, you're doing like Warb or something, aren't you? You're not clearing that map with Warb. Ain't no way you're clearing that map with Warb. You gotta have a backup build planned. I'm gonna hide my profile. It's not that deep, Pohunger. It's not that deep. Just log in and play, man. What map? Okay, so if you guys haven't seen the map, this is we'll showcase the map so everybody knows what we're talking about. Player per item. We have Delirious player, we have Feared, we have Fatal after some time, which I don't know if that's the right mod. Union of Souls. Okay, so if I go to search Progen. All right, this is the map. This is the map the bet is on. It is Delirious, less damage per equipped item, and maximum number, or sorry, not that one, and Union of Souls. It's triple tank mods. 90% less damage. This isn't just 90% less damage. It's way more than that, because if you want to get down to 90% less, it's originally 100% less because you have 10 items total. You unequip an item, which it's more like 95% less. So this 20x is the monster HP. Deliriousness on a blue mob, I don't know if it's 20x or higher. I don't know how much of an X multiplier Delirious is, but you have these two mods which are like two 20x multipliers, or Delirious is like a 10x. It depends on the mobs. Uniques have less damage reduction. Magic monsters have more. The big issue here is the magic monsters. The less damage per equipped item and Delirious are bad, but the real kicker here is Union of Souls. every single magic mob has really high damage reduction with Delirious, and the Union of Souls means the magic mobs get to basically higher HP than each of the feared members. And what ends up being when you have all three of these mods is you need an insanely high damage number with the big problem here, which is, where is it? Play Fatal after some time, which I am... Oh, this isn't the right map. This is Iron Territory. Hold on. Let me... Sorry, this is the wrong map. Iron Territory doesn't have the Fatal after some time. We need to search any listing, so we can search offline. Sorry, here's the Blast of Monolith. Delirious, less damage per equipped item, Union of Souls, feared, but then this thing right here is the kicker. Fatal after some time is essentially like a 5-minute timer, which means you not only have to have insane damage, you have to have insane enough damage where you make this look like a regular map. That's essentially what it is. You have to have a build that has enough damage to get around like a 400x multiplier on HP, and still do it in 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 10 second a portal. Yes, you have multiple portals. You can die to the Fatal, pop back in the portal and have another 10 seconds. So it's a little bit longer than 5 minutes, but that's the idea. And this mod, previously Mercbots could just get around. Mercbots can't get around this mod anymore. So that's the map. Here's a video of an armor stacker running it. Yeah, armor stacker, strength stacker, some mana builds are some of the few builds that have beaten this map. Which will showcase a run. Is this Big Daddy? Yeah, Big Daddy's showcasing it. And just for reference, I'll just kind of showcase how much gear he has. I think, does he have his POB? Just so you can see the level of character we're talking about that runs this map. His POB has 7 billion damage. It's a replica Dreamfeather. I think he's doing a Molten Strike replica Dreamfeather build, Nimbus, +8 amulet, the whole works. A full-on Giga armor stack, 1 passive voices, almost mirror tier clusters. Not quite, but they're very good clusters. You get the idea. You need a character with obscene damage to clear this map. Which he's running the map right now, starting at... He has a timer, so we can see how long it takes him. But you can see how long these mobs are taking to kill. He's still able to kill them, but this is with a just ridiculous amount of damage. If you're talking 100 mil DPS character, which kills Ubers in seconds, this character has 70 times the damage. And he's taking like a long time to kill these mobs. So it's very, very, very hard. That's the context. So he beats it in like 440, right? Which I don't know how accurate. I don't know if the 7 billion number is inflated. Maybe he's like checking a few conditions which he doesn't have active most of the time. I don't know exactly. Tomato, you get the idea. You need an insane amount of damage to beat this within the time frame. What's the time limit on the bet? The time limit on the bet is the league, which technically, some of us probably won't even play the full league. If like you can at any point we could throw in the towel and say, hey, we're not doing it. We're not going to have the character be good enough. So that's called ultimately be the result. Do you both have to listen to it? Yeah, if we both lose, we both have to listen to it. He's giving his POB the best case scenario. Yeah, so it's probably not actually always 7 billion DPS. If he had 7 billion DPS, he probably would have cleared the map faster if that was actually consistent. Tomato. The point is you need insane damage to clear this map. And both me and Rutu are going to be attempting to do it with a Merc. What build are you going to start with? We're starting with a Luminary. The 7 build is definitely not real. I cleared it all last league on a much lower DPS with a faster time. Well, it's also like you have to consider, like, it's not just about, where is it? Okay, I guess I already closed this POB. Like, so this is referencing perfect scenario with a single target, whatever. You can have a much lower single target if you have multiple hits. Like what Ru was referencing is he was talking about getting fork and getting extra additional shotgun hits. Like if you, let's say this character only hits like 3 monsters at a time. If you find a way to hit 30 monsters at a time, you're effectively doing more damage, whatever. You get the point. Like, obviously, I think Connor's heavy strike character didn't have anywhere close to this and cleared the map way faster, and that's because he had a bunch of additional strikes and he gets shotgun damage from melee splash, stuff like that. Like there's ways where you need less damage. The point is still that it's a very, very tanky map, and if you walk in there with not insane damage, you're not walking out with a Progenesis. He's not going to hit hard enough for 50% shock. And yeah. There's definitely... The thing is, like, his POB configure, he's showcasing Blasted Monolith, but the video just isn't... That isn't just about Blasted Monolith. He's, like, saying, okay, if I'm fighting an Uber, I have shock, which he would have that shock on Uber, like, whatever, right? Either way, we got a fun league ahead of us, man. Do you think we can convince anybody else to take the wager? Do we just keep stacking up Gary's reserve bets? We got Connor, we got Rutu. Farmer, I don't think Farmer would agree to doing that. Maybe if I get in a chat with Jung, because Jung's kind of a tryhard, he might maybe agree to it. Palestron, there's no way Palestron agrees to it. I think Jung might, because he kind of likes Valdos. Is Karn's playing softcore, right? Maybe I could get Karn. Karn's a tryhard. Karn would maybe agree to it. Ziz is doing a bro SF. He wouldn't. Like that's not even realistic. SSF, there's no chance, right? Ziz is doing bro SF. Yeah. Flubgun. I mean, we could try to. I don't think Flubgun would agree to it either. Flubgun would definitely have the I played a ton and just printed money. He would be able to throw money at the problem. What build is Connor using? Connor's playing his heavy strike character, which we already know can clear the Blasted Monolith. The bet for me and Connor is just whether or not I could clear it. If I clear it, then he has to listen to the music, essentially. If I was gonna be too busy picking up the vines, Ben's not playing softcore. Neurotox, do you think Neurotox would agree to it? He might. He's gonna do a Giga Chad character. Neurotox might agree to it. And he's doing a Merc bot. Oh, we just go around to all the people that are tryharding Merc bot. Your XCD business ability far outscales Rutu, so you'll be able to afford a better character. I think Rutu makes a lot of currency in League. I don't think it's necessarily going to come down to currency. I think it's going to come down to, like, ultimately it's a very scuffed problem to solve, which is getting a Merc to do enough damage for the map. Pox, yeah, I don't think Pox is there's Righteous Fire. Yeah, that's not a real option for this. Rue isn't terrible how he doesn't post his POBs. I think it's on like the Discord. He has a link to his Google sheet with all his POBs. I think it's something like that. Don't quote me on it, but I'm pretty sure he has like a whole like Google sheet with all the different POBs. Can we donate to your cause? No bog money. This is a honest, a gentleman's wager. No bog currency. No freebies. That would be not fair. It would be dishonorable. You know, it would bring great shame. You know. Is it possible to take 2 to 3 items off? It's very rough to take off items. Like Rutu is saying he's like thinks he can unequip a bunch of gear. It is very, very scuffed to do that. Cause like every gear piece you equip. Okay. Let's take it this way. Let's say you unequip. Let's say you're wearing the 80% light radius helmet. That is going to give you 50% more damage, right? That one item is going to give you like 50% more damage or whatever. Let's say you go from a 200 effectiveness to a 300% effectiveness. Unequipping that item, it's worth more to unequip it, right? There's some items where it's going to be like, okay, this is not a good enough damage multiplier. I can take this off. The problem is you take that off, you didn't just lose the item. You lost the sockets inside the item. And some of those sockets are going to be like, maybe they're like mandatory auras you need for your character to function. So then all of a sudden you can't unequip a lot of the gear pieces that are maybe some of your weaker slots, like your helmet or boots or gloves. Like some of those slots might be some of your weaker slots, but it gets really hard gem socket pressure wise when you start unequipping those items. So then you go, okay, well, let me unequip my belt or my ring or my amulet. And those slots are also incredibly powerful. They don't lose you gem sockets, but they're some of your strongest slots on your character. So like unequipping one item where you double your damage, that's probably something, or where you initially unequip one item because just so you can deal damage. Unequipping your second item doubles your damage. But once you unequip your third, it gets less and less valuable and more costly to your character scaling. Do you need to unequip the gear or the merc? You need to unequip the gear. If you could unequip the merc's gear, it'd be way easier. Merc's gear is quite a lot. There's quite a few more like weak pieces on the merc compared to your gear. Your gear is way more expensive to unequip. The lines need to connect so you can go to the area. Yeah, they need to connect so you can path to them. And you can lead to dead ends is what I learned from the Ziggy video.
In which players will be able to...
And to think I was about to start doing some practice for Scion.
Designer on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, we will be introducing the new Voyage mechanic.
Do the run. Do the run, guys. Do we practice?
In which players will be able to meticulously plan.
Do you still wear comms at that point? If yes, you could solve soccer pressure with a different chess piece. Do you still wear comms? If I'm still wearing comms, I don't think I'm clearing the map. The comms, I don't know. If we're still wearing comms, I think our character's a lot weaker than it needs to be. We need to have more powerful options, I think. We need ability to have reservation space and stuff.
And then execute on sea floor excursions, reclaiming lost treasures and sending piles of loot to the surface. In this video,
49er comms is insane. It's good. I don't think it's good enough.
we wanted to give you a closer look at voyages, and some of what you might expect to find at the bottom of Rayclast.
What time does it take you to get to a Merc? It's your first Merc is in Act 3. You can get there in probably a little bit around an hour, roughly. Faster if you're a speedrunner, slower if you're, slower.
Oceans.
Lance wants Uber Ivory. Dude, I want Uber Ivory so bad. I want Shav's Ivory so
First,
bad.
in order to embark, you'll need to scout at least 9 different charts. Once that's done...
The thing is, Shav's Ivory might still be like... that might still be too low of a damage option.
Speak to Val aboard the Sovereign to begin planning your voyage. You'll find at least 1 chart, and sometimes 2, in every area, so you'll have plenty to plan your voyages with.
I think the Luminary is pretty safe. Everything I've seen from Ziggy's video showcase, they're still quite tanky, and they can still do some baseline damage. Ziggy didn't even, support it at all, which... Your weakest point for a Merc bot is going to be in Act 3, and it just gets stronger as you progress and start grabbing gear upgrades.
Even as early as Act 1. Now, each of the charts that will compose your voyage will have an implicit that is revealed once it's charted. These can offer powerful modifiers, which apply either to the charts adjacent to them, or to the voyage as a whole. We'll start by placing this chart in the center, where its modifier that spawns 3 Diviner Strongboxes in each adjacent area can have the most effect. This modifier will apply to these 4...
Can you double up on Shaper's Touch mods for the %int? Can you double up? No. The Enshroud mod cannot roll the same item. Enshroud mod cannot roll replica items. It can't roll boss drops. So you can't Enshroud and get a Shaper's Touch out of your Enshroud. Can't roll in a boss item? Yeah, you can't roll in a boss item. Can you do replica? You can do replica if you enshroud a replica, but it won't become a replica. The outcome has to be a natural droppable item. It cannot be an item that you get from a specific mechanic or a specific boss or something like that, essentially.
other squares, meaning that this has already granted us 12 total
Kinda wanna look
Diviner
at the
Strong
outside
boxes to go
mods.
and uncover. Next, before placing any further charts, we'll take a look at our border modifiers. These are
More currency on adjacent areas, which is just this corner, right?
similar to chart implicits,
Additional crabs, mobs to kill.
in that they affect the charts
Extra rare mods, monsters, okay.
adjacent to them, but are a property
More currency on the corner. So this corner has double currency, this corner has double
of
currency.
the edges of the voyage board.
2 treasure anchors, which is maybe, I don't know if that's like uniques or something.
Itself, and are
Guaranteed magic, so kind of like
randomized
bloodlines.
each time you run.
Which is really good for gold. Part of the, Ziggy had 500,000 gold in Act 8. That's still such a crazy number. Placing lanterns does not reduce your lantern count in adjacent areas. Oh, that's kind of neat.
On a voyage. These can be
Some
quite
XP.
powerful.
Adjacent areas contain a lost pirate's locker, which is probably like some unique loot table.
And often can influence what charts you might want to place.
Oh, wait, back it up. What was the
These
one in the
can be
corner?
quite powerful, and often
Rare monsters on adjacent area. Are these re-rolled or are these just always the same? That they're always like this.
can influence what charts you might want to place where. Take this one, for example.
I feel like they're random. So, you know what it probably is? Well, no, because this is like the same symbol over here, and this wasn't an Exalted Orb. They reroll every voyage. Okay. So you could get some potentially really strong stuff depending on what you... But I don't know. I don't know if I want to, like... I guess the part there is when you start wanting to min-max the mechanic, you start, like, going through and, like, reading all the mods before you start placing stuff. You know the fealty will work if your merc is the one casting the flame link to support you? No. No. It only works in one direction. It's for your flame link. Link skills have infinite duration. This is just going to be your link skill. I do not think this is going to apply to a merc's link skill. If you're playing a character that cares about your player power and you care about the merc's flame link on you, you don't even want to take this node. These unique nodes over here are way stronger, and so is this 50 aura effect. Like, these nodes are all really strong. Most builds will either do 4 uniques or they'll do 2 uniques plus this node. If you're playing a build where you're trying to make your character strong, you never click this. If you want to practice right the cavalcade, we could do it together. All right, I'll stop stalling. We'll do a Scion run. We'll do a Scion run. We'll focus up. We'll do a Scion run. After all, Barabor did very generously make us a make us a practice league. Very generously agreed to make us a practice league. What a guy. What a guy. Why do a sign run when we could start more wagers? I think my next target is Neurotox or Farmer.
Why not just execute us and be done with
Is Farmer
it?
streaming right now? He's not streaming. Is Neurotox streaming? Neurotox is not streaming. I think that's our next I think those are our next targets. Oh, dude, I completely missed it earlier. It was in the middle of the Discord call. XF86. Dude, I really appreciate the $20. This was entertaining. Good luck with the build. I'm rooting for you. I really appreciate it. I completely got distracted with other things, and I did say thank you, and that's my bad, dude. I appreciate the $20, and hopefully you get to enjoy some good content of this wager. How does the Merc get Soul Eater, the gloves or the ring? You can do either for Soul Eater. Name, please, Lance Minion Enjoyer. I'm not going to name my character Lance Minion Enjoyer. It's not a minion build, okay? It's not a minion build. All right. Are we going to learn how to do a campaign run? We have our regex.
dead men walk in Rayclast.
You see, we don't have to do Shipyard Cave now in Act 1. Fairgraves is part of the League mechanic now. Was that confirmed in Ziggy's video? How do you know you don't have to do Shipyard? I didn't notice that at all. I noticed like they like changed something in the video. All right, guys, hold on. We gotta check this. Back it up back. Oh, back it up. We gotta back it up. Delete this character real quick. Hold on. You guys understand? We have to assess this information.
Scion's perfection and mind, body, and grace. The crowning glory of our civilization.
All right. Was it in Ziggy's video? Good job, Farendurus. Appreciate it. Sir, as League admin, that name is not allowed. Please rename your character. Fairmart, you're not going to boss around my character name. Shut up. Shut up. You don't get to bully me like this. Listen, frickin', if you don't like the name of my character, then kick me. Okay? I'll do whatever the hell I want with my character's name. All right? All right. You guys said it was in Ziggy's video? That we don't have to do the one quest? Ziggy D. Kick him just before he's gonna do Mareveil. That'll be messed up. All right. Where does he show the Fairgraves? Socket color changes. Okay, I'll start here. Wait, make sure YouTube checking here.
And that's good. That's good. Campaign improvements are very good. So let's talk about the first part of Curse of the Allflame charts.
It's right at the beginning.
The League mechanic for Curse of the Allflame reveals itself to you shortly after leaving town, though I was surprised by the big old boat that just pulled alongside the cliffs there. That did catch me off guard.
Juiced
With
boat.
basically no preamble, Valerie's like, yo, I like the way you kill Exile, come aboard.
It's at 0-0.
Thought you guys for sure.
G'day folks, Ziggy D here. While I was visiting the Grinding Gear Games studio.
So he walks up and Fairgraves is there. Spirit of the Flame, defeat Fairgraves. Is it not usually called this? Is it called something else? He confirmed it in comments on Reddit and his YouTube video comments. Is normally called the Marooned Mariner. Kill Fairgraves. Okay, do we... You guys have the exact comment? Did they remove the extra zone for the Allflame? Yes. They integrated the League mechanic into the story. Okay. All right. So it's literally we're just walking up and taking out Fairgraves. Just mess him up. No cave. So it's safe to assume we can cut off a minute of our time at least, right? If we complete if we complete a 19-minute Act 1, we just say it's a 18-minute Act 1, right? That saves you like 1 minute. It saves me more than 1 minute sometimes, dude. That cave I find every dead end half the time. That cave is dead end central for me. That saves me 20 minutes. Yeah, that cave is the worst. Seems like a little stalling. Okay, fine. We'll go back to the Scion run. I am not afraid of a little Scion run, guys. I can do this.
Why not just execute?
Do I have Awakened Pee-wee trade?
it, Dominus?
I do. All right. Let's do this thing.
dead men walk in Rayclast?
As a gentleman of honor, I'm gonna kick his ass. Justice must prevail, man. Can you have one of your chatters act like a mercenary to simulate the upcoming league? No. Not a single chatter in here could even come close to replicating the power of the mercenary.
Exile, I'll not be joining you today, dead man.
Fine work.
Can't use that.
Farewell.
I have a lot of regrets right now. Mostly that where's my... Oh, I'm blind.
Farewell.
Sorry, there's an iron ring. I was gonna say I have some regrets about the situation.
I have a simple choice.
Because I bought this, and this has fine links to use. Dude, in the future, I can literally just buy a corroded blade and just always have a 2-link, basically. Holy, it's gonna be awesome. You're not gonna Mule Ranger? No, we're not gonna Mule Ranger. Roas, they're not going to mess me up. The first character to enter, holy, we're a speedrunner. That's going to be us on League Start. Just name lights the whole way down as we completely, utterly dominate. It's gonna make me walk past like every single. It is, isn't it? It's gonna make me walk past the unique. That's really annoying. Speed of sound, boys. Speed of sound. Do you have specific filters for character progression? Nope. Just use never seeing generic filters, and then I just up the strictness when I start seeing stuff I don't want to pick up anymore. As the league progresses, certain things picking up just doesn't matter anymore. That's just kind of what it ends up being. I don't actually need a portal scroll, do I? I think it's all like all of these early portal scrolls.
got a job. Farewell.
Judging.
So this. 2 greens. Volley. Arcane Surge. Sniper's Mark. Decoy Totem. Iron Ring. Buy a little bit of that. Dude, we're flying. This run is going perfectly. You guys see the class? You guys see the pace? Movie or split? It's overlapping a little bit. Shoot, my bad. Right, fixed. Sorry about that. My apologies. Spoon League, to be honest, we're going to be even more spooned. We're going to have 500,000 gold at the end of campaign. It's going to be amazing.
I learn, I heal, I live. I have nothing more to give.
Attack speed, flat cold. Love to see it. Oh, did I level up my Arcane Surge? Dude, we're pre 8 minutes into the ledge. With movement speed boots. This is actually the run, boys. This is straight up the run.
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
I need to buy a flask next time I get in town. Is the Regex in the Mobilytics? It's on the Mobilytics underneath the RF gear section. And then we also have it in the note section of the POB. We're actually supersonic speeds right now. Do that. This is a good place for an Excel Shrine. I'm not gonna lie, it's a good place for an Excel Shrine. This is an insanely spooned run right now. The level of spoonage is off the absolute charts. How long can I get? How much advantage can I get out of this Excel Shrine? Don't stop, just move, just move. Don't stop, just move. We're gonna lose XP for this, but the walk time saved is massive. I should have put damage mods on. Nah, man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. No damage mods. No damage mods. Okay, give me something that isn't this flask. Give me something that isn't this flask. Oh, thank goodness. The run is saved. The run is saved.
Take care.
You managed. I've traveled.
Can we buy the upgraded sword yet? Longsword level 8. Huge. Transmute. Alk. Big damage. Nice. Big damage. 13 to 31. That's just huge upgrade. Huge upgrade. We're ready for our level 8 sword. Oh my word. We're doing it. We're doing it, boys!
Can I not
huh?
have but a moment's respite?
Where's that dead end?
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
Your death is a mercy.
We need to get this level 8 sword. Can I have a blue pack somewhere? Can I have a blue pack? Please tell me I didn't pick the wrong way. I hate this zone, dude. It's just literally straight up a 50-50. This zone is sadistic. You think Mercbot's gonna be able to farm ultimatum? I think you're gonna be able to do all content in the game with the Mercbot. I think it is very, very strong. See if we can get some life flasks here. That's exactly what we need. One more Quicksilver for the road. Not one more Quicksilver. Get this bleed the hell off my character. Everything on this in this area has like 25% chance to bleed or something, I swear.
The Wonder Child. I saw you perform for Dominus, girl.
Imagine if you nerf the mercs, we'd all be cooked. We'll find out, man. We'll find out.
Your crime is trespass. Your sentence is death. Come. You think me horror? I will show you what true horror is.
You remind me of my ex-husband. For some. While we live, we are blessed.
Stay sharp out there. What?
Dude, how does nothing have a green red? Have chromes? There it is. There's our green red. Okay. We need to get level 10. We're low level. We're low level, so we need to pick up our XP. Just running through the zone did have a cost for us, and the cost was not getting XP. Okay, we need this leap slam.
I might just earn my wonder child title yet.
Oh my goodness. The blue mobs ran away from me. I need that XP.
The war between life and death is crumbling.
How the hell did I get a 1920?
Can I not have but a moment's respite?
Because this run has felt like unethical RNG. Movement speed boots, action speed shrine, and there's no way this is ending in 1920. It's in 1920 without the cave? Yeah. How was I so fast? What the hell was I doing? This better not be a dead end. We could probably just subtract whatever time I'm in this cave area, right? We can just subtract it off the clock, because technically next league, we don't have to do this.
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard time calls for hard time.
The cave's gone? Yeah, the cave's gone, right?
If you must.
Welcome. Farewell.
I'm just wasting time. What am I doing? That was like minus 30 seconds in town alone, wasn't it? First character to reach level 11. That's gotta count for something, right? Can I make that? Come on, come on, come on, come on. Holy. Wait, I need to go again? Look at that pathing, guys. Speedrunners better call me and ask for tips. Too bad they probably can't afford my rate. Because that was insane. What the hell's this dead end? Where did this dead end come from? Well, there went all the time we gained from that shortcut. All just washed down the drain, just evaporated. Just gone, just like that. How did I get a 1920? How on earth? It was a 1920, wasn't it?
Why must men?
Absolute skill, dude. I don't know, man. That's crazy. Because that run felt pretty good. We got speed shrine. We had movement speed boots. 2 minutes behind. 1703 from putting down the portal. 1753 from coming out of the cave. 50 seconds saved. Yeah, it still doesn't get us to a 19. I'm happy getting 28 minutes. Doing 30 minutes per act for me. I'm pretty happy. Yeah, that puts you at a nice stable 6-hour campaign, which isn't too bad. It was nearly 2 minutes of town. Is it really that much time wasted in town? Yeah, let me go back and watch it. Maybe I really am just greeting town too much. Because, like, everything about that run I feel like kind of worked. But yet it wasn't really that fast. Let me get this off screen. So I enter 440 after killing Brutus. IDing a flask, selling this. I'm not sure about what I want to do with the chess piece. Leap slam. I have to solve my socket situation. Gives me the wrong colors. Is this where I lost all the time? This is pretty egregious. Player counts as a pinnacle boss. Currently that's the way it works. You can do the pinnacle mods with Anime Guardian, and you could do it in Merc League with Mercs as well. They could patch it, so that's possible, but yeah, currently that's the way it works. We're the pinnacle boss? Yeah. Yeah, so that was almost a minute in town, and all I got was Leap Slam, and I vendored gear. So I need to be a lot more proactive about knowing what I'm going to vendor right away, so I vendor it quick. Grab my Leap Slam, get out. Okay, where else do I waste time? Right. Is it here? I didn't waste time with that. What was the Fairgraves? Okay. Let's do Fairgraves. 719 without the town dance. So I entered at 1820. How much time do I waste again? Surely not as much, right? Scorching Ray I need to grab. I'm checking this even though the helmet's already fine. So I could have probably done that in half the time too. So I think I just need to be a lot less caring about hyper min-maxing swapping gear when you like already have a piece that has like some halfway decent stats on it. Because it just doesn't really matter that much for the gear. The gear in Act 1 just sucks, right? Gear upgrades in Act 1 is just I'm gonna swap a bunch of it for Righteous Fire. I shouldn't overthink it in Act 1. It matters on the RF swap because we need to make sure we have open suffixes and stuff, but like the RF swap could be literally all normal pieces with just benchcrafted fire res. So it's like I shouldn't be bothering with the gear that hard in Act 1. Care mostly about the weapon? Yeah, pretty much the weapon and getting iron rings. That's really what matters. That'll get you the damage. Just have sockets and blast? Yeah. You can benchcraft on normal items? Yep. You want me to show you? Yeah, I'll show you real quick. See? It makes it a magic. Gives you the mod. Obviously, we wouldn't do that with an iron ring. We would do it with our... with rubies. I had no idea you can do it. Yep. That's how you craft with, like, remembrance orbs and stuff. What's the difference between rustic and leather belt? Rustic, good for early damage. Leather belt, good once you start swapping to RF. Rustic is just gives you damage with, because most of your damage early is fizz. It's iron rings. It's your sword. Stuff like that is your early damage. $129 versus $113. It's like 10% more damage. Rings are a little bit less later on. Once you get more fizz. Rings are giga important initially, though. And two, you want the iron rings anyways, because later on, because you can vendor recipe for rubies. So it's not like it's a wasted stat. Please wait. Position in the Q1. Wait, can I not even migrate my character? New gems? All right, well, we'll check back on that. New gems, boys. New gems. All right. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. What do we have here? What do we have here? Divine Blast of Radiance, which is the project a beam of holy light from your shield to target location, causing an implosion of holy energy. This energy lingers for a short duration as the orb periodically releases. Oh, that's like a... it's like a solar orb shield combo. Do you think GG nerfed the new energy blade because of the axe? Oh, maybe. I do not know. Copster, why are you saying Connor in all caps? Why are you saying Connor in all caps? 450%. That's decently high for Hammer of Spirals. Holy Sweep, which has the constantly raining down hammers. Connor got hit. What did he get hit by? Wait, that wasn't in the patch notes, was it? This isn't even that bad of a hit. This is like a very small change. Heavy Strike of Charthus is 200%, right? What's it right now? What is it right now? That's a buff, right? It's the exact same. Not based on what it is currently. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. It's the 20. Okay. The quality. Okay. It's literally the same. All right. You guys baited me pretty hard. Mana infused staff. You've already seen that. Pact of Bay Dots. Does it have a cooldown or anything? It has a cooldown of 4 seconds, which isn't particularly long. What's its cast time? 0.8. It's not a long cast time. It doesn't seem too bad. Pact of Gore is the dot one. It's pretty strong. Damaging Val spell you cast, 29% more damage. Power skills regains consume souls when used. Okay, so it gives you 1 additional cast. That's okay. That's solid-ish for Val skills. Lycia, channeling spells you cast and power deal 40% more. The thing is, you can just proc this and just hold it down, right? A bolt of bait outs lightning strikes an area, dealing lightning damage. This skill triggers every 0.3 seconds while channeling and power skills up to a maximum of 10 times. When channeling and power spell ends, this skill's trigger again for every time it was triggered while channeling. I mean, that's kind of neat. Thought we were getting more transfer gems? I thought so too. They hit me with the many more, but the many more was a lie. Minion pact, a shell of its former self. Good. Good, good, good. Won't Warb have this buff always as long as the stacks don't die? Won't Warb have this buff always as long as the stacks don't die? Maybe. I am not sure. Very, very potentially, yes. Channeling skills are kind of weird. Should be pretty strong, though. It might just only apply while channeling. Trigger while channeling? Yeah, the Heaven Scourge is trigger while channeling, but the Empower is just your empowered skills deal more. So Warbers are getting another buff. Somebody's got to stop the Warb players. They're getting a little too out of control, if you ask me. And these are exceptional gems? They're not exceptional gems. No, they do say exceptional. Do they only drop as level 20 gems? Probably just drop from Lycia. They drop as exceptional gems. They only ever showed us level 20 versions, right? Could you give a Merc an E-Blade? No, the Mercs don't have any ability to activate like a skill gem. And none of them, as far as I know, have E-Blade. Did they remove the mana cost increase? The mana cost is only like the lightning skills. Yeah, you can see the modified cost. Arc went from base 23 to base 29. So yeah, it's just like the lightning skills. And then some fire skills got less expensive. Fire skills won out big. They put higher buffs to fire and cold skills than they did to lightning, which I think is fair, right? Lightning are the more overperforming of the spell skills for the most part. Makes sense. The fire got bigger buffs generally. Arcane Cloak. Arcane Cloak got like what? 30% nerf on its gain damage. Buff grants added 14% versus buff grants added 10%. Good. Justice has been served. I mean, this is all just stuff we already know, right? There isn't new stuff in here, is there? This is all just the changes that were in the patch notes. It's just like a little bit more aesthetic to look at, or am I being stupid? Divine Retribution looks nutty. It might be the second build for me. Seems the same to me. Yeah, that's what it seems like to me. It seems like a lot of the stuff we already know. Just with the gem next to the text, essentially. I wonder if I go to patch notes if there's like a new... Dude, Val Flame Blast looks so good. It's going to be beautiful. Gem update? Yeah, that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. I don't think it's much different, though. I'm going to open up the patch notes. Really querying changes. I feel like the patch notes is here and then they like move it and then it's like not here anymore or something. Like they change where it is. Yeah, this is the same stuff. Okay, I don't think the gem info stuff is actually like too much new, and it's getting pretty late, so I think we're gonna call it for the stream here, guys. Tomorrow, I think it'll just be full on practice, and maybe we'll add some more updates to the MOBA. But I think we are going to we're gonna call it here. Let's see who's streaming, who's online. Who's online? I'll send you guys over to Connor. Let's see if he heard about the wager. See if he heard about how he roped Rutu into doing the blasted monolith. All right, anyways, thanks for hanging out, guys. Hope you had fun today. And tomorrow, kind of our final day of prep. We'll probably do practice runs, test some few more things, but yeah. You guys enjoy Counter Stream. I'll catch you guys all later. Have a good rest of your evenings.